Chapter 1 Counterattack Life System. Comment here to receive a Shinhao Experience Card 1. The night in Yangzhou is brightly lit. Chen Sun was taking the bus as usual. Today is also an overtime day. He was surrounded by cattle and horses like him, all with tiredness written all over their faces, and the whole carriage was filled with an atmosphere of exhaustion. He lowered his head and scrolled through his phone, his fingertips mechanically sliding across the screen as he browsed his circle of friends aimlessly, his eyes empty, like a walking corpse. Suddenly, a message from the circle of friends jumped into his eyes, hitting his heart like a heavy hammer. That was the news that my ex-girlfriend Chen Yanning was getting married. I'm getting ready to get married. Thank you all for your blessings. That short line of text was like a sharp knife, piercing straight into his chest. She was wearing a white wedding dress and smiling so brightly, but standing next to her was a strange man. The scene flashed through his mind, his throat churned, and he wanted to type something in reply, but found that his vision was soaked with tears. The scenery outside the car window quickly receded, he closed his eyes weakly, and memories flooded out. The two met in college and were in love for 4 years. After graduation, they roamed the streets of Yangzhou looking for black intermediaries just to save 1 month's agency fees. Although they were poor at that time, they had light in their hearts. However, reality is cruel after all. In the end, because Chen Sun couldn't afford the 50-square-meter wedding house, the two parted ways. Chen Sun didn't understand what he had done wrong. He only knew that he had tried harder than anyone else, but still couldn't keep her. 1 year after the breakup, she is getting married so soon. After some understanding, Chen Sun found out that the other party was from Beijing, had a car and a house, and came from a wealthy family. Wife, you finally made it. Chen Sun felt mixed emotions at this moment. He thought that when such a scenario happened to him, he would be angry, sad, and even unwilling. But the moment he really found out, he was actually genuinely happy for her in his heart. My God, do you want to see what you are doing? Fuck you. Chen Sun, who has always had a mild temper, couldn't help but swear. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for realizing the true meaning of love. The counterattack life system will be officially activated for you. A cold mechanical voice came from my mind. What? Chen Sun's eyes widened, his right hand tightly gripped the bus handrail, not daring to breathe. System? Even if you haven't eaten pork, have you seen a pig run? His heart beat faster and the light in his eyes almost burst out, as if he saw his future. Accidentally obtaining a mysterious system, he started his road to counterattack, upgrading, slapping people in the face, marrying a rich and beautiful woman, and reaching the peak of his life. Just as he was imagining a bright future, the system's voice rang out. The counterattack life system is being activated. Biometrics in progress. Ding. Binding successful. From now on, as long as the host uses his own money to make purchases, he can get a random multiple return of 110 times, and there is a small chance of a critical hit reward when making purchases. Note, the source of funds is absolutely safe and reasonable, please do not worry. Oh my God, the system is really here? Chen Sun was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. In addition, the system will randomly refresh welfare tasks, and you can get rich task rewards after completing them. Welfare mission? There is such a good thing? He couldn't help but admire in his heart. So do I have a welfare mission now? Chen Sun rubbed his hands like a fly, eager to know. Ding. No welfare tasks are detected at the moment, please wait patiently. Considering that the system had just been activated and welfare tasks were not always available, Chen Sun did not want to take advantage of it now. The bus soon arrived at the station, and he couldn't wait to try it out. Chen Sun lived on the 4th floor of an old community in the old city. He jogged all the way to the nearby supermarket. Boss, do you have Coke? Some. Give me a bottle of Sprite. Okay? Chen Sun's blood was boiling and he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful consumption, and get a 10-fold consumption return reward. After I scanned the code and paid 3 yuan, the system voice rang on time. Your system account has received 30 yuan, and the balance is 5,030 yuan. Since this is the host's first time making a purchase, the system will give the host an identification skill. Since the host is spending for the first time, the welfare task is enabled. If the deposit reaches 1 million, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class will be awarded. Snap. The Sprite in Chen Sun's hand instantly fell to the ground, and he froze in place. When he saw the real money deposited into his account, he felt such a strong sense of unreality that his breathing became rapid. It's not a dream, this is actually real. He pinched his arm hard and gasped in pain. Shensun excitedly returned to the rental house, lay on the bed, and looked at the shabby ceiling, feeling a mixture of emotions. Mercedes-Benz G-Class is a man's dream love car. It won't always be with you, but it will. After a long time, Shensun, who had recovered a little, prepared to go to the bathroom to calm down. What the hell? What's going on? Looking at the handsome appearance in the mirror, I couldn't tell for a moment which one was the real me. He raised his phone and shot the scene from a straight man's death perspective, his fingers zooming in and out on the screen. In the photo, I have deep eyes, a high nose bridge and a clear facial contour. The smooth jawline reveals a masculine charm. After working tensely for a whole day, Shensun suddenly felt something strange in his body and quickly took off his coat. These broad shoulders and narrow waist, these strong chest and abdominal muscles, the lines are smooth and tight, it's perfect. It's really the epitome of looking thin when dressed and having muscular body when undressed. Shensun couldn't help but become narcissistic. He didn't expect that the system would transform his body at the same time. It was a pleasant surprise. Rock me. At this time, the cell phone rang. Shensun took a look and found that it was a call from the company, so he picked up the phone. Hey, Xiaochun, come over here and take a look. The machine in the factory seems to be broken. The familiar, commanding tone of the boss came over the phone. Perhaps in the past, Shensun might have bowed his head and endured silently for that meager salary. After all, in life, who doesn't curse while working? But things are different now. Now that I have the life counterattack system, I still have to work overtime for this black-hearted boss for free. I'm afraid I, the system brother, will be the first one to disagree. Thinking of this unscrupulous boss as crazy exploitation, women are used like men are used like forklifts, and forklifts are used like treasures. Not only that, want to take a leave? Forget it. The promised monthly salary of 5,000 yuan was delayed until today. Shensun then sneered and replied calmly, "Oh, but it's time to get off work now." Get off work? Don't even think about getting off work until the machine is repaired today. The boss said angrily. I'm not going to fix your head. I think it's not the machine that's broken, it's your brain that's broken, you idiot. Shensun retorted bluntly, then hung up the phone, feeling secretly happy. He was the only maintenance technician in the factory, and the boss was dumbfounded. What if the machine breaks down? Just fix it yourself. Shensun seemed to have seen the boss's anxious look, and couldn't help but punch the air. This is so fucking cool. Then he picked up his phone and, ignoring the calls back from his boss, exited various workgroup chats one by one. By the way, any information about boss cheating and bleak future, just uninstall them all. Oh, I almost forgot one thing. Today's game routine is not finished yet. Shensun was playing a classic action game that was very demanding. He had to move materials every day to strengthen his equipment. If he didn't do that for a day, he would fall behind others. Thinking of this, Shensun couldn't help but shake his head. This life of an ox and a horse is really ridiculous. He moves bricks at work and moves materials after get off work. Hey, I wonder if the money I spent in the game can be refunded? With doubts, Shensun, who had no experience in playing the game, opened the recharge system unfamiliarly and decided to recharge 30 yuan to test the waters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a 5-fold consumption return reward. Ding! 150 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 5,180 yuan. After confirming that everything was correct, Shensun was completely let go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption, and get a double consumption return reward. Ding! Your system account has received 648 yuan, and the balance is 5,828 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a 6-fold consumption return reward. Ding! Your system account has received 3,888 yuan, and the balance is 9,716 yuan. After a series of clicks, Shensun has stood at the top of the game chain. At this time, his savings had reached as much as 500,000, which was really exciting. By the way, give a tip to the female anchor. Shensun slapped his forehead, wondering how could he have forgotten about this. Previously, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist the temptation and spend money recklessly, so he simply deleted all those live streaming apps. Now that I think about it, I was really out of my mind. I want to challenge my weak spot and see if my wallet is stronger or my willpower is stronger. Oh no, my wallet seems to have never been stronger. Chen Sun muttered to himself, with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 2, Fulfilling the Hype. Warning, insufficient phone memory, software installation failed. The system prompt that popped up on the phone screen made Chen Sun feel ashamed. After some heartache, he reluctantly deleted the island country masterpieces he had treasured for a long time to make room on his mobile phone. Now that I have the support of the system, I believe I will soon be able to say goodbye to the company of the Five-Finger Girl. Kuayu Live is currently the largest live broadcast platform, covering entertainment, leisure, e-commerce. Chen Sun did not waste any time and quickly logged into his account, only to see a pop-up in the same city column. The host you follow, Jean, has started broadcasting. You know, in this era when beauty filters are popular, the appearance of the female anchor in the same city is enough to make Chen Sun's eyes light up. Therefore, Chen Sun mostly pays attention to female anchors in the same city. As the saying goes, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Of course, the most important point is not that you can't afford the carnival, but that small anchors in the same city are more cost-effective. Jean is Chen Sun's favorite female anchor. He has been following her since she first started live streaming. As a newcomer at that time, she didn't have many fans, so Chen Sun successfully added her on WeChat. Over the past month, Chen Sun would always be in her live broadcast room on time after get off work, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. I remember that he made a big promise at that time, saying that he would give rewards to the carnival when the number of his fans exceeded 100,000. No, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Welcome to the new brothers in the live broadcast room. Welcome Shang Yue, good evening, brothers. Just as he was thinking about it, a sweet voice came into his ears. Chen Sun looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck, Jean is so beautiful today. Her long black hair falls naturally on her shoulders, and her face is as pure as a lotus emerging from water. Although her white round neck top is conservative, one can still feel the exquisite figure beneath the fabric. This first love face is simply the white moonlight in my mind. The beauty looks so innocent, just like the little sister next door. The host smiles so sweetly. Every time she smiles, I want to give her all the gifts. I say, you're a fake fan upstairs, you don't even have a fan sign. The live broadcast room was bustling with comments. Chen Sun tentatively cast an identification spell on Jean, but he didn't expect it to be useful. Name, Yi Jean. Age, 21. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Charging, 0 times. Appearance, 96 points. It's your first time? Seeing this, Chen Sun's desire to consume skyrocketed, and he immediately recharged 100,000 yuan to exchange for 1 million diamonds. Open the gift bar, find the carnival, and prepare to make your boasts come true. My heart goes to the moon and presents Carnival X1 to the anchor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a double consumption return reward. Ding! 4,000 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 564,500 yuan. You have to know that a carnival costs 2,000 yuan, and before that Chen Sun's monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan. At this moment, he finally realized the simplicity of the rich. Ha! Someone actually sent me a carnival. When Jiyin saw the tip, his eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, brother Xiang Yue, for the gift. I'm so happy. She tilted her head slightly and showed an innocent smile. This was the first time she received such a valuable gift. Brother Xiang Yue, why are you so generous all of a sudden? Did you encounter something unhappy? She stroked her soft hair gently, with a hint of concern in her eyes. Have you forgotten? I told you. I didn't expect you would have 100,000 followers so soon. Chen Sun typed a reply. Jean then remembered Chen Sun's previous promise, and couldn't help but feel a little fond of him. At this time, another girl appeared in the camera and gently nudged Jean with her elbow. Everyone, please pay attention to brother Xiang Yue. Seeing this, Jean, a newcomer, also followed the example of the other anchors and bowed in a slightly awkward manner to express his gratitude. Your host is a talented girl from the music department. Don't you want to listen to her singing? The girl next to Jean responded skillfully, fearing that she would miss the opportunity to keep her brother. The anchor studied music? No wonder she has such a good temperament. Brother Xiang Yue, please sing some songs. I, Bai Pao, and others want to listen too. Yes, brother Xiang Yue, what song do you want to hear? I can sing one for you. Jean asked sweetly. Grandma's Bridge, can you sing it? Shinsun replied after a moment of thought. Yes, I will. Brother Shang Yue, wait for me to play some accompaniment. Yi Jian responded immediately. After a while, Jean nodded slightly, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, opened her red lips, and the song flowed out like a clear spring. Her body swayed slightly to the rhythm, her movements were natural and unaffected, her breathing was steady, and her breath was controlled just right. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he is a martial artist. Compared to her usual awkwardness during live broadcasts, she seemed like a different person. Her movements were natural and she was not at all stage frightened. Her pure and sweet smile was simply a killer look. Rock and rock. After the autumnal equinox, you will reach Grandma's Bridge. The singing was so intoxicating that the audience in the live broadcast room were instantly immersed in it. When the song ended, the live broadcast room instantly exploded with all kinds of likes and small gifts coming in as if they were free. Wow, this style is not inferior to any star. Shensun then expressed his satisfaction through actions. My heart goes to the moon and presents Carnival X1 to the anchor. My heart goes to the moon and presents Carnival X1 to the anchor. My heart goes to the moon and presents Carnival X1 to the anchor. How many carnivals did he have to win? He's a real big brother. Brothers, hurry up and grab the red envelopes so that you can continue to be a fan of Jiin. The person in the camera was stunned. She had never seen such a grand occasion. Wow! Jiin, you are worthy of being the campus beauty of our Yangcheng University. I've only been doing live streaming for a little over a month, and I haven't made as much as you have today. Shensun showed no mercy and swiped more than 50 carnivals in one breath, directly pushing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a climax. Brother Shang Yue, thank you so much. I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a token of my gratitude. A moment later, a WeChat message from Jiin popped up. Hey, do you trust me so much? Shensun smiled slightly when he saw the WeChat message sent by his friend. What are you afraid of? We live in a society ruled by law now. Besides, after spending so much time together, I don't believe you are a bad person. Okay, you decide the time, I'll get ready. Shensun looked at his soulmate on the screen, pursed his lips, and accepted the invitation with joy. Afterwards, he quietly exited the live broadcast room. As soon as I quit, I didn't expect that my private messages instantly soared to 99+. The only work he had done was a casual landscape photo, but he didn't expect it to have received thousands of likes. Shensun simply scanned the comments. Hello brother, can we chat and make friends? How do I take you down, sack or sweet talk? Brother, are you a professional photographer? This photo is so beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a 5-fold consumption return reward. Ding! 10,000 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 1,02,500 yuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a deposit of 1 million. The system rewards a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. After 50 carnivals, news from the system also came. Shen Sun was delighted. After some research, he had completely mastered how to use the system. He immediately took out the car keys from the system space, played with the heavy keys in his hand, and the gears of fate turned quietly. He stood up, glanced across the room, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, everything seemed to be changing quietly. Thinking that he had a date waiting for him tonight, he hurriedly and excitedly opened the wardrobe. Along with the smell of rotten wood, a cockroach slowly crawled out. He was lost in thought over the pilled t-shirt and faded jeans in his closet. Chapter 3: The Shocked Landlady. Shensun locked the door, took a deep breath, and prepared to go out to buy some new clothes to welcome the beginning of a new life. The light and shadow outside the corridor fell on his body, outlining his broad shoulders and tall stature, which was simply domineering. Just as he lowered his head to tie his shoelaces, he heard the sound of 10-centimeter high heels hitting the concrete floor in the distance. As soon as he walked out the door, Shensun met the landlord, Su Wanqing. Shensun's mind moved and he used the recognition technique. Name, Su Wanqing. Age, 30. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charging, 0 times. Appearance, 95 points. Su Wanqing was wearing a white silk shirt that was cut to fit her body, and the V-neck was stretched into an exaggerated curve by her full chest line. The hem of the shirt is neatly tucked into the black hip skirt, blending perfectly with the thin and smooth black stockings. While it is looming, it perfectly shows off her slender waist and round legs. Today's landlord, Su Wanqing, is exceptionally sexy and charming. Chen Sun's hand that was tightly holding the car keys suddenly stopped, and his Adam's apple rolled twice involuntarily. He quickly stood up and looked politely at the landlady in front of him, but was surprised to find that he had grown a lot taller. I could actually look at the other person's carefully groomed wavy hair. Is it Xiao Chen? How come you've become so tall? And your temperament seems to be completely different. Su Wanqing tilted her head slightly, her eyes widened, and there was a hint of shock on her pretty face. I've been working out more diligently recently. I've been exercising more, and my physical fitness has improved. Chen Sun was secretly proud in his heart, but he remained humble on the surface. Oh, it's true that after 3 days of absence, I look at you with new eyes. The landlady praised leisurely, with a hint of laziness in her tone. Sister Qing, you are joking. What are you talking about? When I saw you just now, if I didn't know you, I would have thought you were a celebrity who came into our community. Hee, you just know how to make your sister happy, right? Su Wanqing did not hide her joy at all, and her laughter was as sweet as a silver bell. What Chen Sun said was true. The beautiful Su Wanqing was just like the key to his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, totally out of tune with everything here. As for this young man who was rented here for a year, Su Wanqing has the impression that he not only pays the rent on time every month without delay, but is also polite and sweet-spoken. Every time they meet, he always calls her Sister Qing. Naturally, Su Wanqing has a good impression of her for this. Her eyes inadvertently fell on the three-pointed star emblem on Chen Sun's hand, but she didn't pay too much attention to it, just thinking it was a lighter accessory for a young man. Originally, 2 people could pass through the narrow corridor normally. However, after being strengthened by the system, Chen Sun became even more muscular, and it would be relatively crowded for him to pass through with the plump Su Wanqing. Just as their conversation ended and Su Wanqing was about to move sideways, she suddenly sprained her foot. Her high heels suddenly slipped and her body lost balance instantly. Ah! She let out a low cry and fell forward, about to fall heavily on the hard ground. In an instant, Chen Sun subconsciously stretched out his hand and firmly embraced Su Wanqing's slender waist, while the other hand quickly supported her arm. The whole action was done in one go, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Su Wanqing in his arms was pressed against him, and he felt a soft and warm sensation. Chen Sun couldn't help but look at her. The next second, Su Wanqing's panicked eyes instantly fell on Chen Sun's gaze, and their eyes met. Her gaze lingered on Chen Sun's face. She saw that his eyebrows were curved, with a concerned expression and gentle eyes, which made her cheeks slightly blush. At the same time, Su Wanqing could clearly feel Chen Sun's strong arms around her, and the firm touch made her heart tremble slightly. An ambiguous atmosphere spread between the 2 people, and the scene was extremely tempting. You let me go first. Su Wanqing was stunned and took a while to react. She quickly looked around and made sure that there was no one around and no passing tenants saw her, only then did she feel relieved. Sister Qing, how are you? Are you okay? Does it hurt? Chen Sun gently helped Su Wanqing sit down on the sofa next to them. It's okay, I just sprained my ankle. You really saved my life today. Su Wanqing came back to her senses, stood up straight, shook her head gently, her voice slightly shy. The collar of her silk shirt opened slightly as she sat down and bent over. A flash of white instantly entered Chen Sun's field of vision. It's so big and so white. Chen Sun's blood boiled, his heart was shaken, and his blood rushed up. He quickly looked away, fearing that his loss of composure would be noticed by her. Sister Qing, you are too polite. You can't move your feet now. While giving these instructions with a serious look on his face, he continued. To be honest, my cousin's second aunt's pet doctor happens to be a doctor. I've been using the Wi-Fi at their clinic since I was a kid, so I've learned a little bit from watching and hearing about it. Let me help you take a look. Chen Sun was in high spirits, with a hint of confidence in his tone, which was the confidence given to him by his $1 million savings and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. At this moment, he seemed particularly calm when telling lies. Aha! Su Wanqing nodded and whispered softly, seeming a little overwhelmed by the situation. No? That's fine too. It seems men still need to be more confident. Chen Sun secretly kept it in mind. He then squatted down, took off Su Wanqing's high heels with his big hands, put his fingers on her ankle, and checked the injury. When Chen Sun's fingers touched her white and rosy feet, Su Wanqing felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, as if an electric current was passing through it. She quickly turned her head away, trying not to make any sound, but an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. So smooth and soft. Chen Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and his fingertips gently stroked her delicate and smooth skin. It shouldn't be a big deal. You may have twisted it accidentally just now. I'll give you a simple massage and it should be fine. He reluctantly withdrew his hand and resumed his gentlemanly demeanor. Okay. Su Wanqing's face turned red after hearing his words. Strangely, she did not resist, but just nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to his action. Sure enough, no one can resist a handsome young man. Fortunately, there is a system transformation, otherwise he would have become a stinky hooligan now. Chen Sun suppressed his excitement and sighed secretly. After a while, Su Wanqing stood up, tried to take 2 steps, and found that the pain had eased a lot. She smiled sweetly and looked at Chen Sun. It seems that everything is fine, thanks to you, Chen Sun. She deliberately emphasized the word Chen Sun and prolonged the ending tone. It's nothing, just a small matter. Chen Sun waved his hand, indicating that it was just a piece of cake, with a somewhat dignified tone in his voice. You are taking advantage of me and still acting like a good kid. Little did he know that Su Wanqing had already seen through his little trick and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After saying that, she reached out and gently pinched Chen Sun's arm, with a hint of intimacy in her action. Ouch, it hurts, I don't dare to do it anymore. Chen Sun quickly pretended to be in pain and begged for mercy, but there was a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. After making sure that Su Wanqing's foot was fine, she put on the high heels again. See you later, handsome boy. She waved at Chen Sun, her voice full of temptation. Looking at Su Wanqing slowly leaving back, Chen Sun stood there quietly. Looking at the swaying figure, he couldn't help but be fascinated and wanted to rush forward and kill her on the spot. Originally, all this was not something an ordinary person like him should expect. But now, with the system in hand, the world is mine, and all the impossible things are within reach. He believed that he would soon be able to stand at the pinnacle of his life, and even the big stars who were high above him would be able to submit to him. Ding! The host is detected to have close contact with a beautiful woman, triggering a welfare task. Own a woman with a beauty score of 90 or above, and be rewarded with 1 private villa Shanxue Manor No. 1 and 1 Lamborghini Underworld. Oh my god, a new task has been unlocked. Chen Sun was excited. Shanxue Manor Villa No. 1? Could it be the private villa that once caused a sensation and was featured in the Yangzhou Daily but has been vacant for a long time? Underworld? Could it be the latest model of Lamborghini, a top sports car, released in limited edition worldwide? Chapter 4 Unstoppable Romance. Chen Sun quickly ran downstairs, opened the iron gate, and immediately saw a black Mercedes-Benz G parked on the side of the road. The car body has tough lines and looks majestic, like a beast ready to pounce. What kind of woman do you want? This is the ideal type in every man's mind. Chen Sun sighed. This was his first time to come into such close contact with the G-Class. It is truly the best luxury SUV. Only when he stood in front of the car door did he feel the true size of the G-Class. Perhaps it is because of the overly tall body that people ignore its original handsome appearance. For ordinary people, the G-Class is not only expensive, but also expensive to maintain. It is easy to buy a car but difficult to maintain it. As the saying goes, don't buy a high-end car if you don't have money. Otherwise, it would be like Wu Dalong marrying Pan Jilian, which seemed like a good deal. In fact, I am worried every day, afraid of the green grassland above my head. Of course, for Chen Sun, who now has $1 million in savings, this is just a small matter. He was thankful that he had taken the driving test in college, otherwise it would have been a waste of his talent. Chen Sun opened the car door and was about to get in. Such a young owner of a G-Class, and he's so handsome? There were many passers-by coming and going near the old community, and many people looked sideways when they saw this. A woman in light clothes and heavy makeup walked quickly over from the side, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, and was in a hurry. Just as she got closer to Chen Sun, she slipped deliberately and fell forward, spilling the milk tea in her hand. Chen Sun's attention was completely focused on the car, and he accidentally spilled the milk tea all over himself. After the woman stood firm, she looked apologetic and said in a panic, handsome guy, I'm so sorry. I didn't pay attention to my feet and stained your clothes. Let me help you clean it up. Then, without saying anything, he took out a tissue from his bag and approached Chen Sun, wanting to wipe his clothes. His movements were skillful and he would glance at Chen Sun from time to time. It's like a goat farting like a sheep. It's both fashionable and shameless. Chen Sun thought to himself. He frowned slightly, but did not point it out. He just responded calmly, "It's okay, I can handle it myself." The woman raised her head and smiled triumphantly. "Hey, handsome guy, how about I add you on WeChat and buy you a cup of coffee someday?" She looked at Chen Sun expectantly, her ambiguous eyes flashing with vague hints, as if she was ready for him to take advantage of her. Chen Sun sneered in his heart. It was natural for people to be lustful, but he didn't dare to have any relationship with these strange women from unknown origins. You know, lust is like a sword hanging over your head. He smiled slightly, and said in a distant tone, "No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned and walked towards his G-Class, gently closed the door, and as the engine roared, the car slowly drove away. The woman was left standing there with an unwilling expression on her face. "Why are you pretending to be so noble? Isn't it just driving a luxury car? Do you really think you are some great person?" The woman cursed under her breath, annoyed at Chen Sun's lack of understanding of romance. Then she took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, put a smile on her face again, and began to plan for the next encounter. In the new urban area, a super commercial complex, New Era, has sprung up. Here, there are all kinds of living, shopping, and entertainment facilities. Rumor has it that there is a luxurious toilet that cost 20 million to build, which can be called the Rolls-Royce of toilets. Chen Sun walked straight to the Chanel, Armani, and Gucci stores. As soon as he entered the store, he attracted the attention of the waitresses. "Look, this guy looks a bit like Choi Sun-hyun. Damn, there really is someone this handsome. I didn't believe it before." Chen Sun just took a quick look, stood in front of the fitting mirror, and randomly picked out 2 sets of clothes that were of decent quality. As expected, clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. With a body transformed by the system and embellished with luxury goods, Chen Sun exudes a celebrity vibe. When he came to the front desk to pay without any hesitation, the girl who received him met his gaze and lowered her head shyly. "I wonder which group company's CEO's son he is. Not only is he rich, but he's also so handsome. I heard the waiter's discussions behind me." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a double consumption return reward. Ding! 200,000 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 1,202,500 yuan. In just a short while, 200,000 yuan was deposited into Chen Sun's account. It was hard for him to imagine that the gap between people was even bigger than that between dogs. "Sir, you haven't got your clothes yet." Just as Chen Sun was about to leave, the girl who was responsible for receiving him ran out in a hurry, holding the old clothes he had just tried on in her hand. "Throw away that old clothing." Chen Sun didn't care and said calmly, "Sir, this dress is a bit old, but it seems to be still wearable. Why don't you keep it as a backup?" The girl asked tentatively. She mustered up her courage and looked up at Chen Sun with a sweet smile on her face. It was obvious that she was trying hard to win Chen Sun's favor. Seeing that there was no common flattery in her eyes, but instead a sincere look, Chen Sun couldn't help but look at her again. The girl has delicate features and fair skin. Although she is wearing an ordinary uniform, she gives people a clean and refreshing feeling. Chen Sun looked at her and suddenly felt something strange in his heart. It was as if I saw my past self. In relationships, I was once as humble as her. "What's your name?" Chen Sun suddenly asked. The girl obviously didn't expect him to ask this question out of the blue. She was slightly stunned, then she happily replied, "My name is Lin Shui, and I'm a waitress in this store." Chen Sun nodded, "Please throw away the clothes for me. We'll see each other again sometime." Seeing Chen Sun leave, Lin Shui felt a sense of inexplicable anticipation in her heart. Maybe the next time he comes here, it won't just be for clothes. I know a place with really good barbecue. I'll go over and light some up. You come quickly. Seeing the message from Yi Jian on his phone, Chen Sun quickly walked out of the mall, got in his Mercedes-Benz G, and drove towards the location sent. There are many handsome men and beautiful women near Yangcheng University. Even so, Chen Sun's appearance still made others dim. Chen Sun was originally wondering how this girl could be so bold as to ask him out for dinner so late, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. There was a crowd of people near the university town. Chen Sun parked the car with great difficulty and ran straight over after getting out. Happy grilling time! As soon as Chen Sun walked into the store, his eyes were attracted by a girl sitting in the corner. I never thought there would be someone more beautiful than the one with the beauty filters on the internet. Unlike the live broadcast, Yi Jian at this time tied her hair into a circle, revealing her swan-like neck. A closer look at the teardrop mole on her side face not only did not destroy her beauty, but made her facial features more three-dimensional. The smile on the innocent face instantly brought Chen Sun back to his college days. Before Chen Sun could get over there, a 40-year-old middle-aged man quickly passed him from behind and sat down opposite Yi Jian naturally. What's going on? Did I recognize the wrong person? Chen Sun was confused and slowed down his pace, his eyes moving back and forth between Yi Jian and the middle-aged man. This can't be hers. Chapter 5, Pure School Beauty Yi Jian. Hello, beautiful lady. Can you share a table with me? I'm so sorry, I have an appointment. Yi Jian smiled politely, with a slightly indifferent tone. What are you embarrassed about? Don't be shy. Ha, I'll treat you later. The middle-aged man spoke with a bit of dominance in his tone, staring straight at her. Uncle, maybe next time. Seeing this, her best friend Xiaolu quickly tried to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere. Did I talk to you? The middle-aged man's face darkened and he slammed the table so hard that the guests at the surrounding tables looked at him sideways. Yi Jian lowered her head, her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and she was hesitating whether to get up and leave. Just then, a cold voice came from the side. There are people at this table, don't you know? Chen Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man with sharp eyes. The middle-aged man looked up and saw a tall young man standing opposite him, who was a head taller than him. He suddenly remembered, wasn't this the young man who got off the G-class just now? Seeing that the situation was not good, the middle-aged man immediately turned around and wanted to leave. Apologize to them. Chen Sun's voice was not loud, but it carried a tone that did not allow for negotiation. The middle-aged man paused and turned to look at Chen Sun. He was dressed elegantly and had a calm demeanor. Guessing which rich second-generation family he was from, he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. The middle-aged man immediately put on a flattering smile on his face. Oh, little brother, I'm sorry to disturb your girlfriend. I apologize right now. After saying that, he quickly bowed to Yi Jian. I'm sorry. Yi Jian looked at this scene and felt relieved. He looked up at Chen Sun and asked tentatively, hello? Chen Sun in front of him was wearing branded clothes and looked very handsome, making this ordinary barbecue restaurant seem upscale. Oh my god, this is so handsome, Jian, you are so lucky. Xiaolu looked at Chen Sun from the side and couldn't help but become infatuated with him. You are Xiang Yue? Yi Jian couldn't believe it, and his fingertips pinched into his palm unconsciously. She had never expected that the man who had used golden special effects to cast 50 carnivals in the live broadcast room would be the senior who looked like he had just finished his evening study. Why, you brought your best friend with you, are you afraid that I will eat you? Chen Sun smiled, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Seeing this, Xiaolu immediately covered her stomach with a sly smile on her face. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have to be on duty for the dormitory ant today, Jian, I'm leaving first. Before Yi Jian could react, Xiaolu had already run 5 meters away. Xiaolu, you. Yi Jian felt embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed slightly. They were left alone, a man and a woman, and she had never eaten alone with any boy before. This was the first time in history that a blush crept up her neck. Before coming, the two best friends had agreed that if the other party looked suspicious, they would find a chance to run away. But who could have thought that the other party was the young and handsome Chen Sun? It was completely beyond their expectations. Chen Sun sat opposite her. Yi Jian felt a little flustered, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. After a while, the ordered barbecue set was served. Well, the barbecue food in this restaurant is delicious. You should try it. Yi Jian tried to ease the embarrassment and squeezed out a few words. Chen Sun looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. You, what are you laughing at? Yi Jian was a little embarrassed. You were so generous when you were singing in the live broadcast room, why are you so petty now? Chen Sun took a skewer of barbecue and spoke in a gentle tone. That's different. In the live broadcast room, you just need to face the camera. It's very simple. It's all thanks to Xiaolu who taught me. She knows a lot. Yi Jian explained in a low voice. Well, I can see that. Don't let her lead you astray. Chen Sun said with a smile. After a few words, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Yi Jian slowly relaxed his guard and began to chat with Chen Sun about daily life. She's a nice person, but her emotions are too complicated. I won't be like her and have so many boyfriends. Chen Sun asked, how about you? How many have you dated? I haven't talked about it yet. Yi Jiying lowered her head and dared not look at him, her voice was barely audible. The best way to get a woman to start a conversation is to talk about her bestie, and Chen Sun knows this well. The barbecue time passed quickly and the two became more familiar with each other. Yeah, I'm full. Yi Jiying tasted the last piece of toast and said with satisfaction. Well, how about we go out for a walk later? Chen Sun suggested. There's still some time before the dormitory closes, and there are people coming and going on the street, so nothing should happen. Besides, I seem to be willing to stay with the man opposite me for a while longer. Then Yi Jiying nodded gently and tried, okay, but I have to go back to school today. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun smiled in a gentlemanly manner and said, I promise to complete the task. Seeing that Chen Sun didn't show any sign of unhappiness, Yi Jiying immediately felt favorable towards him and thought to herself, it seems that he is still quite reliable. After they went out, Chen Sun considerately opened the car door for her. Is this your car? Yi Jiying was a little surprised, but at the same time, he thought that it seemed reasonable for someone to be able to give a reward of 100,000 yuan in one night of live broadcast. One of them. Thinking that she would be able to drive a limited edition sports car right after completing the system's welfare tasks, Chen Sun couldn't help but give her a little shock. Oh my god, you're amazing. Yi Jiying sighed, it turns out that there really are tall, rich and handsome men in the world. Because it is a G-class model, the chassis is higher than that of ordinary cars. Chen Sun first elegantly opened the passenger door of the G-class, with his right hand always hovering 3 centimeters above her hair, and the other hand gently supporting Yi Jiying's slender waist. Feeling Yi Jiying's slight trembling in his palm, Chen Sun couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. Is it cold? I'll turn on the air conditioner right now. Chen Sun considerately turned on the air conditioner. Thank you. Yi Jiying's gentle voice came from inside the car. After a while, the two quickly arrived at the nearest pedestrian street. After confirming that Chen Sun was not that kind of playboy, Yi Jiying gradually felt relieved. We talked and laughed along the way and had a great time. Knowing that Yi Jiying had only recently started live streaming, Chen Sun took her into the Apple flagship store and bought her the latest model of Apple phone to support her career. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption, and get a tenfold consumption return reward. Ding! 88,880 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 1,291,380 yuan. Wow, it's a tenfold return. It's really my lucky star. I might as well buy more. Chen Sun thought secretly in his heart. Then I went to LV's store and bought her a bag for 28,888 and got a tenfold refund. At this time, Chen Sun's savings had reached more than 1.5 million. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Yi Jiying waved his hand quickly. Think of it this way, my tens of thousands of dollars are equivalent to your hundreds of dollars. It's reasonable to spend a few $100s on a girl you like, isn't it? Chen Sun handed over the bag with a smile. But Yi Jiying's attention was drawn to Chen Sun saying that he bought it for the girl he liked, and her face suddenly blushed. She took the bag from Chen Sun blankly, still wondering in her heart, is it true or not? Seeing this, Chen Sun no longer hesitated and put his arm around Yi Jiying's soft and boneless shoulders. Let's go, I'll take you back. As the roar of the G-class echoed in the air, the scenery outside the window rapidly receded and the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually left behind. Ambiguous music gradually sounded in the car, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. Just as she was getting off the car, Chen Sun came forward and considerately unbuckled her seatbelt. Yi Jiying lowered her head slightly, but her eyes unconsciously fell on Chen Sun's face. Chen Sun was very close to her, so close that she could clearly see his thick eyelashes, high nose bridge, and deep eyes. In an instant, Yi Jiying's heart beat violently and her face turned red. She pursed her lips subconsciously, trying to hide her inner panic. However, Chen Sun saw all of this. He paused, his eyes burning with passion, his gaze fixed on Yi Jiying's cherry lips. Only a pop sound was heard, which was particularly clear in the quiet carriage. Yi Jiying was stunned, her eyes widened slightly, and her cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She subconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. With rapid breathing, Yi Jiying's mind went blank and he almost couldn't breathe. Fortunately, Chen Sun was thick-skinned enough and quickly regained his composure. He coughed lightly, his voice a little hoarse. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Yi Jiying lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, and said weakly, it's okay. After saying that, she opened the car door and left as if fleeing. Chapter 6. A girl met on the street. When the clock pointed to 10 o'clock, it suddenly started to rain lightly in Yangchang. Chen Sun drove his G-Class and started his journey home in a happy mood. Passing by a bus stop, Chen Sun's attention was attracted by a blurry figure. It was a figure, waving in his direction. What's going on late at night? Chen Sun muttered to himself, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Chen Sun was not a kind person, but when he looked closely, he found that it was actually a delicate girl. The frail figure looked particularly lonely in the rainy night, and Chen Sun couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He stopped the car and opened the door, but did not get out. He just stared at the girl in front of him calmly. The girl was wearing an off-shoulder top and a JK skirt, and her fair skin glowed in the night. She staggered towards him in ill-fitting high heels, and each step seemed difficult. "Brother, you." The girl's voice was drunken. She walked forward and took Chen Sun's hand. Her trembling fingertips were a little cold. "What can I do for you?" Although Chen Sun was attracted by the girl's appearance, he remained vigilant. The girl's lips trembled slightly, as if she was trying to organize her words but didn't know where to start. Seeing the girl hesitantly talking for a long time and still unable to make sense. It was a cold rainy night, and Chen Sun was really impatient, so he urged, "What do you want to say?" "If it weren't for the fact that she was a beauty, I would have turned around and left long ago." The girl finally gathered up her courage and said in a weak but clear voice, "I want to ask you, do you want me to stay with you and spend the night with you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Sun felt it was absurd and helpless. With a thought, he cast an identification spell, and the girl's information appeared before him. Name, Xin Yun. Age, 18 years old. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Charging, 0 times. Appearance, 95 points. Oh my goodness, this is the first time again? Chen Sun's pupils trembled, and he began to struggle inside. I am not Lu Xiaohui, and I was suddenly tempted. Maybe it was to complete the welfare mission? Chen Sun himself couldn't explain it clearly, and his eyes turned hot as he looked at Xin Yun. Xin Yun clenched her hands tightly together, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She had never done such a thing before, and she had no choice to do it tonight. Although it was forced, which girl doesn't want to give her first time to a handsome peer? At this time, Xin Yun seemed to be still feeling lucky that the person she stopped was not a greasy middle-aged man. She looked at Chen Sun in front of her and thought that he was very handsome. Wearing all luxury goods, he looked extraordinary and like a star. Since it has come to this, I might as well just sell it to Chen Sun. Xin Yun saw that Chen Sun was a little hesitant, and knew that he was moved, so she quickly mustered up the courage to strike while the iron was hot. 10,000, just 10,000 yuan will be fine. Chen Sun frowned, with a fierce struggle in his heart. Seeing this, Xin Yun thought it was too expensive, and quickly added, this is my first time. She didn't know that Chen Sun had already known about this through recognition technology. Chen Sun approached her, staring at Xin Yun with deep eyes, and then slowly said, "Since it's your first time, why do you still want to sell it? Explain clearly, and the money is yours." Looking at the man in front of her who was about the same age as her, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes. She didn't want to say anything more, but somehow she felt that he was someone she could trust. Tears welled up in Xin Yun's eyes. She finally spoke and told him about her predicament. The incident happened because her father was in a car accident last week and was in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Not only had the family's money been used up for his father's medical treatment, but the family had also borrowed money from all the relatives and friends around them. By this time, the family was already heavily in debt. According to the doctor, if the $10,000 in overdue medical bills is not collected this week, her father will have to stop taking the medication. To this end, she, who had just graduated from high school, found a job as a bar hostess through a small advertisement. This was the fastest way she could think of to make money. But to make matters worse, my mother was also hospitalized because of my father's situation. Although she was in good health, she lost her job and was no longer eligible to default on medical bills. Her father's car accident, the family's debt, her mother's hospitalization, everything was overwhelming and she had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After hearing this, the fire of desire in Chen Sun's heart was completely extinguished. Although he is not a good person, he is definitely not a beast who takes advantage of others in distress. Xin Yun in front of him had his hands clenched, his knuckles turning white, his bangs were wet by the rain in front of his forehead, and the rain was dripping down his hair ends. He crossed his arms across his chest, his curled-up body trembling. He looked at Shin Yun with pity, took her in his warm big hand, quickly brought her into the car, closed the door, and blocked out the cold wind from outside. He turned on the air conditioner, and the warm air slowly blew away the cold air in the car. Then he took out a clean towel and gently wiped her hair that was wet by the rain. "Send me the payment code and I'll transfer it to you." Chen Sun's voice is full of tenderness, like an older brother. In the car?" Shin Yun asked in a low voice, with a hint of hesitation and shyness in her tone. Chen Sun was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. These words made him fume. Soon Chen Sun transferred 100,000 yuan to her, which was much more than she expected. But this time, the system did not return any rewards, so Chen Sun thought, just consider it as a good deed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful purchase. The system will not return the funds for this purchase, but will give you an additional martial arts master skill. Master of martial arts? I'm afraid that I'll be dead after all the money is spent. Now I have martial arts skills, which is more real than money. Chen Sun sighed. He was in a good mood, then turned to the girl and said, "Which hospital is it?" "I'll take you there directly." "Central Hospital." Shin Yun answered in a low voice. Although she was puzzled as the man in front of her didn't seem to be interested in her, she didn't ask any more questions and just nodded silently. Soon, the G-class was speeding through the rainy night, and the two were silent all the way. "I have transferred the money to you. It's already at the hospital. Please take good care of your parents." Chen Sun spoke slowly. "Well, thank you so much today." Shin Yun looked at Chen Sun, who was about to turn around and leave. It would be a lie for Shin Yun to say that she was not grateful to this lifesaver. After struggling for a while, she went forward and hugged Chen Sun, burying her head in his broad chest, with her two small hands around his waist. Woo woo woo. Feeling the girl in front of him trembling with sobs, Chen Sun patted her gently with heartache. After a while, the girl raised her tearful face and stared at Chen Sun. She knew in her heart that this might be the first time they met, or it might be the last time they met. Then she raised her head boldly and kissed Chen Sun hard on the lips. Feeling the warm touch on his lips lingering for a long time, Chen Sun opened his eyes and happened to see Shin Yun's weak eyes full of confusion. Chen Sun was afraid that he could not bear it any longer, so he quickly pushed him away. "I'm leaving, take care." Without saying anything more, Chen Sun turned and left. Watching Chen Sun's back as he left, Shin Yun thought, why did he give me the money and then not want me anymore? Is it because I'm too bad? No way, I'm the school beauty after all, there are so many boys chasing after me. Thinking of this, Shin Yun suddenly felt a little lost again. She shook her head and brought her thoughts back to reality. Now, the most important thing was to go to the hospital and pay back the money for the life-saving. Chapter 7: The Landlady's Initiative. It was late at night when Chen Sun returned home and was preparing to wash up and rest. The landlady, Su Wanqing, lives on the same floor as me. When I walked past Su Wanqing's door, I found that it was ajar, and warm yellow light was shining through the gap. He couldn't help but pause. "Is that Chen Sun? Come in and help me take a look." Su Wanqing's anxious voice came from inside the house. "What's wrong, Sister Chang?" Chen Sun pushed open the door and asked doubtfully. "The bathroom floor drain is clogged. I just finished taking a shower and the water is overflowing." Su Wanqing sighed helplessly and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. "Don't worry, I've done home appliance repairs before, so unclogging a drain shouldn't be a problem." Chen Sun said this and prepared to help. "Then I'll trouble you." Su Wanqing smiled slightly and stepped aside to let Chen Sun enter the house. The moment he pushed open the door, Chen Sun's eyes unconsciously fell on Su Wanqing. After coming out of the bath, Su Wanqing wore a black suspender skirt as thin as a cicada's wing. The faintly visible hem of the skirt just covered her thighs, revealing her crystal clear and round thighs. Her long hair was slightly wet and casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. Chen Sun quickly withdrew his gaze and followed Su Wanqing into the bathroom. Looking at the devilish curves, he forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his heart. It's probably blocked by some debris like hair. Chen Sun squatted down and carefully checked the sewer. "Sister Ching, I'm going back to the room to get the tools and we'll be back soon." "Okay, thank you for troubling me so much at this time of night." Su Wanqing nodded, leaned against the door, her eyes fixed on Chen Sun's young and handsome back, as if she was thinking about something. Chen Sun returned to the room, quickly got the tools, and operated them skillfully. In a short while, the sewer was unblocked. "Oh, I really don't know how to thank you, Chen Sun." Su Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude sincerely. It's just a small matter. You're welcome. Shensun smiled and prepared to leave. Etc. Su Wanqing suddenly called him. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Shensun was stunned for a moment, but still nodded, then followed her to the living room and sat down. You look very handsome in this outfit today. Su Wanqing's gaze lingered on Shensun for a moment, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Ah, you're welcome. Shensun scratched his head a little embarrassedly. By the way, Sister Qing, why haven't you rested yet so late? Just about to take a break. Su Wanqing said softly, looking out the window. What about you? You're in your 20s, right? Why don't you find a girlfriend? Cough. Shensun was caught off guard by the question. When he was thinking about how to answer, he saw Su Wanqing suddenly approach him with a smile in her eyes. What do you think of me, sister? Her voice was gentle, but it made Shensun's heart tremble. He was speechless for a moment, and his eyes unconsciously fell on Su Wanqing's face, which was so close to him. Her fair and delicate skin was rosy, her eyes were charming, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised, which was quite provocative. Sister Qing, you. Shensun's throat tightened a little and his heartbeat quickened unconsciously. Why, you don't dare to answer? Su Wanqing chuckled, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Shensun took a deep breath, and suddenly reached out to pull her into his arms, his voice low and firm. What man cannot be tempted by a woman like Sister Qing? Instead of struggling, Su Wanqing leaned into his arms and looked up at him. What about you? Shensun only felt his blood rushing up, and he didn't care about anything else. He lowered his head and prepared to launch an attack. He saw a green jade finger pressed against his lips, silently stopping him from going on, and Shensun's movements came to an abrupt halt. He was stunned for a moment, and the impulse in his heart was slightly pulled back by reason at this moment. Feeling Su Wanqing's mood swings, Shensun felt a little annoyed about his reckless behavior just now. Su Wanqing gently pushed Shensun away and tapped him on the head. Okay, go back to bed quickly. Seeing this, Shensun had no choice but to turn around and leave, returning to his rental house. After taking a shower, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Su Wanqing. Shensun, are you asleep? Shensun was startled and quickly sat up from the bed, thinking to himself, what does this mean? Is there a play? He thought for a moment and quickly replied, what's wrong, Sister Qing? Nothing, thank you for today, I'm going to sleep first. Seeing this reply, Shensun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this a test for me, a straight man? Shensun has always adhered to his principles and would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Instead of regretting later, it is better to take the initiative. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Thinking of this, Shensun made up his mind and went straight to Su Wanqing's door. Knock, knock, knock. He mustered up the courage to knock on the door. Who-ah? Su Wanqing's slightly strange voice came from inside the house. Sister Qing, are you okay? Shensun asked with concern. No. It's okay, just wait for me to open the door for you. After a moment, the door opened and the room was pitch black, with no sight of one's hand in front of one's face. Shensun was just wondering when he smelled a faint scent of perfume at his nose, like jasmine after the rain. There was still a hint of sweetness in the air, but Shensun didn't have time to feel it. In the night, a figure staggered towards him, and her slender fingers wrapped around his neck. Shensun quickly grabbed her waist. Su Wanqing raised her head, revealing a delicate face. Her eyes were big and raised at the corners, making her look charming. At this moment, her eyes were a little dazed and her cheeks were flushed with drunkenness. Qing, Sister Qing, are you okay? Shensun asked stumblingly. His palm was still on Su Wanqing's waist, and he could feel her warm body temperature through the thin fabric. I'm fine. Su Wanqing responded softly. Her eyes stayed on Shensun's face for a moment, and she suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, don't go. Then he tried to stand up straight, but stumbled again. Upon seeing this, Shensun, with all his male strength, carried her into the room like a princess and then locked the door with his back foot. At this moment, Shensun's heart skipped a beat, as if he was doing something bad. Smelling the mixture of alcohol and perfume on her body, the hot breath sprayed beside his ears, made Shensun feel itchy in his heart. Shensun did not leave, and asked in a hoarse voice, why? Su Wanqing put her arms around his neck and looked up at him. Did you know? Her voice was full of seduction. From the time you left the house today until you were in the bathroom just now, I have been paying attention to you. Chen Sun's Adam's apple rolled. He could feel Su Wanqing's breath on his lips and smell the faint scent of wine beneath her red lips. Sister Cheng, you are drunk. Chen Sun was afraid that she was testing him again. I don't. Su Wanqing chuckled, I know what I'm doing. Her fingers gently stroked Chen Sun's face, sliding from his brow to his chin. Chen Sun felt that his sanity was collapsing bit by bit. Chen Sun. Su Wanqing's voice was very light, are you going to reject me? This sentence was like the last straw that broke Chen Sun's back. He lowered his head and kissed those red lips. Su Wanqing's lips were soft and had a hint of sweetness. She was in a lower position and embedded her fingers in Chen Sun's hair. Chen Sun felt her body pressed against his, every inch fitting perfectly. He put his arm around her waist and stepped back toward the bed. Su Wanqing's suspender skirt slid to the ground. It was late at night and the only sound in the room was the sound of each other's breathing. Chen Sun never thought that he would be so close to the landlady. Oh, no, to be precise it should be negative distance. Chapter 8 The Gentle and Virtuous Wife. Chen Sun originally thought that he could spend the night in Su Wanqing's arms, but he didn't expect to be driven out by her in the middle of the night. He lay on the bed, sighing helplessly, a woman's heart is as deep as the sea. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chen Sun was surprised to find that the system task had been completed. I got Villa number 1 in Shanshui Manor and the limited edition Lamborghini. He thought happily and wished he could favor the landlady a few more times to show his gratitude. A man is like a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40. This is not just a casual saying. After getting up with difficulty, Chen Sun recalled the exhilarating night and couldn't help but sigh. There was a message from Lin Jiyin on his phone, are you free tonight? Chen Sun immediately replied, yes. There was also a missed call and a new message, both from Su Wanqing, wake up and get ready to come over for dinner. Chen Sun smiled bitterly, the landlady is really giving me a candy after hitting me with a stick. He found that he was increasingly unable to understand Su Wanqing. After washing up, Chen Sun changed into a newly bought Armani suit and groomed himself a little, looking radiant. He walked straight to Su Wanqing's room, opened the door, and found her busy in the kitchen. Su Wanqing in the kitchen had a light blue apron tied around her waist, which outlined her amazing curves, which rose and fell as she cut vegetables. Chen Sun stood at the door, his eyes involuntarily drawn over there. When Su Wanqing put the last dish on the plate and turned around to wake up Chen Sun, she found that he was already standing quietly at the kitchen door, leaning against the doorframe, looking at her with a smile. Are you awake? Su Wanqing was a little surprised, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she looked a little embarrassed with the spatula in her hand. I just woke up. Seeing you were so serious, I didn't disturb you. Chen Sun took a few steps closer, put his hands gently around her slender waist, lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Su Wanqing was a little embarrassed by his sudden intimacy. She gently pushed him and said angrily, stop making trouble and get ready for dinner. I don't know who was so crazy last night, why are you shy now? Chen Sun refused to let go, instead he hugged her tighter and teased her with a smile. Su Wanqing's face turned even redder. She glared at him in pretend anger, patted his hand lightly, and said angrily, if you do this again, I won't give you food. Okay, let me try it. How does it taste? Only then did Chen Sun let her go, smiling and raising his hands in surrender. Su Wanqing made several home-cooked dishes, beef stewed with potatoes, stir-fried water spinach, roasted eggplant, and seaweed egg soup. Chen Sun sat opposite her, looking at the delicious dishes on the table, and couldn't help but praise, what a good wife and mother, with such cooking skills, I will eat with her every day in the future. You have a beautiful idea. Su Wanqing smiled and picked up a piece of beef for him with her chopsticks. Chen Sun took a bite, and nodded exaggeratedly, delicious. It's simply a delicacy in the world. After dinner, Su Wanqing took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Chen Sun sat on the sofa, watching her busy back, feeling warm in his heart. He suddenly felt that this kind of life, although ordinary, was exactly what he longed for in his heart. After finishing the cleanup, Su Wanqing casually untied her apron. As the strings fell off, the loose apron slipped off her body, revealing the lace underwear underneath. She had a plump figure, her underwear was stretched tight, her long hair was casually tied behind her head, a few strands of hair fell beside her ears, and her every move revealed the charm of a mature woman. Contented Chen Sun burped with satisfaction and looked into Su Wanqing's eyes with a wicked smile. A nameless fire was ignited silently, and little Chen Sun became excited instantly. Before Su Wanqing could finish packing, An hour later. Pa. Following the sound of a lighter, Chen-sun slowly stood up. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Yangcheng University at 6 p.m. Lin Jian's message came on the phone, making Chen-sun look at Su Wanqing in his arms with a guilty conscience. Girlfriend? Su Wanqing smiled, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. It would have been great if I had met you earlier. Chen-sun's mouth curled up into a self-deprecating arc, and he smiled bitterly in his heart. What's the point of meeting him earlier? At that time, I was overwhelmed by work every day, my wallet was cleaner than my face, and I looked like a coward. Even if I met him earlier, what's the point? But he could only think about it in his mind. Chen-sun didn't dare to say it out loud. Yes. Chen-sun said tentatively that now that he has the system by his side, it is very likely that he will have more than one woman in the future. Chen-sun, I'm going to tell you the truth. Over the years, I've met all kinds of outstanding men, but I don't seem to have any feelings for any of them. I only have a special liking for you. I can't explain this feeling for the time being. Not to mention Chen-sun, even she herself did not expect that in just one day, she would become obsessed with this young man who was 7 or 8 years younger than her. Although I am in my early 30s, even if I don't say it, my appearance and figure can still beat 99% of the young women on the street when I go out. But now she has fallen for this young tenant whom she had only met a few times before. This would have been unthinkable in the past. When Chen-sun heard this, he didn't expect Su Wanqing to make such a direct and affectionate confession, which caught him off guard. I couldn't help but wonder if I had copied some script about a landlady falling in love with me. Am I really that charming? Sister Cheng, I'm a little flattered by what you said. Chen-sun touched his chin awkwardly, but I might be a little too lucky in love, you have to think it through. Oh, luck with women? Are you hinting that I'll have to share you with other women in the future? Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, looked straight at Chen-sun, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chen-sun laughed dryly and thought, how come Sister Ching's brain circuit is so clear? No, I'm just talking. After all, I'm such a charming person that no one can stop me. He quickly waved his hand. Su Wanqing chuckled and stretched out her slender hand to pinch Chen-sun's face. You are quite narcissistic, little guy. But since I have chosen you, I am not worried. I am confident that no matter how many women are around you, I will always be the most special one. That's right, Sister Chang is absolutely one of a kind. Chen-sun was stunned and nodded quickly. Su Wanqing nodded with satisfaction, and then teased, however, your outfit and the keys to your G-class do surprise me. Are you really some rich second generation who was here to experience life? Chen-sun smiled mysteriously, well, it's a secret. But don't worry, Sister Ching, no matter who I am, my feelings for you are true. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes and said, I don't care what your reason is. Anyway, I am yours now. You have to treat me well. I am alone and don't ask for a name, but you must have me in your heart. Hearing Su Wanqing say this, Chen-sun couldn't help but feel moved. He hugged Su Wanqing's hands more and more tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Being chosen so firmly, thinking back to her departure. Chen-sun lowered his head, staring into the eyes of the beauty in his arms, with a barely perceptible tremor. Sister Ching, thank you. Chapter 9, Busty Female Anchor Ruwashi. After a moment of tenderness, Chen-sun gently kissed Su Wanqing on the forehead, then reluctantly went downstairs. The latest model of Lamborghini Underworld is parked on the side of the road. Chen-sun, who was used to driving a G-Class, had not adapted to such a low chassis for a while. I stepped on the accelerator lightly and heard a loud bang, as deafening as the roar of a wild beast. While enjoying the fun of driving a top-notch supercar, Chen-sun looked at the time. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon and it was still early. Then I started watching the live broadcast in the car. The car glass is made of special material, so people inside can see outside, but people outside cannot see inside. Chen-sun looked at the screen casually, and as his index finger slid, he eliminated one female anchor after another. Suddenly, a pair of extremely beautiful legs came into view. The round thighs and slender calves formed a sharp contrast, just like a red wine glass, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, giving a sense of fleshy beauty. Whether a woman is beautiful or not mainly depends on her thighs. He couldn't help but think of the joke on the internet, young people don't know the good of young women, and mistakenly regard young girls as treasures. The young anchor from the same city in front of me, even though she was wearing a mask, still couldn't hide her delicate eyebrows and eyes. The plump legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings looked silky and tight, not bloated at all, making people want to touch them. A pair of jade feet stepping on black pointed high heels are full of the flavor of a mature woman and full of charm. Following the line of sight upwards, the black high-waisted mini skirt perfectly outlines her waist and hip curves. The tight black top is simple and generous, and the lace pattern on it reveals a hint of sexiness. Chen Sun couldn't take his eyes off this. He glanced at the live broadcast room, but found that there were only a dozen people online. Such a beautiful scenery, but no one is enjoying it with me? He couldn't help but feel a little sorry for the anchor. So he waved his hand, and the gorgeous special effects of the carnival exploded in the live broadcast room, and he naturally became the number one on the list. Wow! Thank you, brother Shang Yue, for the carnival. Thank you, thank you. The female anchor named Ruwashi expressed her gratitude excitedly in the live broadcast room. This was the first time she had received a carnival in her live broadcast career, and not just one. What kind of dance do you want to see me do, brother? Ruwashi's eyes were full of surprise and she spoke quickly. Chen Sun glanced through the program list and found that they were all the popular Yanko dance. Whatever you like, just pick the one you're best at. He was not interested in this and suddenly became a little cold. Okay, brother, I'll dance a myth for you. This is my best. The careful Ruwashi seemed to notice the change in Chen Sun's attitude. It seemed that he was not a vulgar person. This time, she is ready to show off her best skills. You know, most of the people in her live broadcast room are greasy men who want to see big scales. And some collectors with special hobbies were clamoring to buy her worn stockings, high heels, and underwear. And there is also a requirement: the older the thing, the better, and the stronger the flavor, the better. It was so hard to meet a top brother like Chen Sun, who neither made excessive demands nor was willing to let her express herself freely. Ruwashi couldn't help but feel a warm current in her heart, as if she had finally met a soulmate in such a vast sea of people. Brother, I will dance for you alone from now on. She looked solemn and spoke softly with a serious look in her eyes. Before she finished her words, she stood up gently. Her plump figure was still as graceful as ever, and her body was as soft and smooth as flowing water. The bumpy curves bounce out amazing arcs as they rotate and jump, which is extremely sexy. The slender fingertips pass through the air, inadvertently stirring up a sense of temptation, but without revealing any worldly air. This mythical song allowed her to fully integrate the elegance of classical dance and the charm of modern dance. How can this be the female anchor in the live broadcast room? She is clearly the top student in the dance academy. In a trance, Chen Sun was stunned, and then generously gave away more than a dozen carnivals. It didn't stop until the account balance reached 2 million. The high value of gift rewards instantly attracted many newcomers, and the barrage became much more lively at this time. This figure is so sexy. I need to go to the bathroom. Ahem. I'm typing with both hands to prove my innocence. Chen Sun couldn't help but post a comment on the barrage: not bad, there's something there. He originally thought that the live broadcast room was mostly filled with vulgar performances. But with Ruwashi, there is no deliberate showing off, no exaggerated affectation, it is all the essence of dance. After Ruwashi finished dancing, she gently touched her chest, breathing slightly, and her plump curves rose and fell with her breathing. Her pretty face was faintly flushed due to exercise, making her look particularly charming in front of the camera. Thank you Shang Yue for the carnival, thank you for your support. I will continue to work hard, love you all. She smiled sweetly and spoke softly to the camera. After the dance, Chen Sun's impression of her changed greatly. He liked this kind of anchor with real talent. Just as he was still savoring the moment, his cell phone suddenly dinged and a friend request from Ruwashi popped up in the background. The corners of Chen Sun's mouth rose uncontrollably and he nodded his agreement without hesitation. There are so many people. Chen Sun put down his phone, looked up and couldn't help but exclaimed. There was such a huge crowd of people surrounding him that it was almost causing a traffic jam. After all, in a first-tier city like Yangcheng, you can occasionally see a G-Class worth 3 million, but a limited edition top-level supercar worth 30 million is a rare sight even in Beijing. I looked at the time and found that there was still half an hour left before the time I had agreed with Lin Jian. Boom boom boom. Chen Sun started the Lamborghini and lightly pressed the accelerator. In a flash, only the shadows of the taillights were left. Yangzhou University. It is a top-tier university in China, and its cherry blossoms are particularly famous. It has been selected as the most beautiful university in the country. Amid the bustling crowd, Chen Sun drove his limited edition Lamborghini and slowly stopped at the school gate. The raw and unique appearance of the limited edition supercar immediately attracted a lot of people's attention, and people stopped and looked over. The car door opened and Chen Sun stepped out gracefully, his tall and straight figure set off by his branded suit. The originally bustling school gate suddenly became quieter, and everyone's attention was attracted by him. Lamborghini Underworld? Only 20 units were made worldwide. I can't believe I'll be able to see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. A science and engineering man wearing glasses pointed at the car excitedly and said, Look, who is that person getting off the bus? He's so handsome." Several girls huddled together, looking at Chen Sun with somewhat ambiguous eyes. One of them even secretly adjusted her clothes, as if this would get Chen Sun's attention. Is it that exaggerated? One by one. A boy who was watching took a photo curiously and searched for the price. How much? Let me check. What, 8 figures? I can never make that much money in my entire life. Chen Sun gradually got used to the feeling of standing under the spotlight. He swept his eyes through the crowd, looking for Yi Jiyin. At this moment, a bright figure suddenly attracted his attention. Yi Jiyin, who has a slender figure and outstanding temperament, stood in the crowd, as straight as a young poplar. She wore a purple sweater on the upper body and a simple white floral skirt on the lower body, which was neither long nor short, just above the knee. She looked fresh and refined, and her pretty face was looking at Chen Sun shyly. Why don't we walk around the school and look at the cherry blossoms? In the early summer campus, cherry blossoms have entered their blooming season. Okay, I'm not familiar with this place, I'll listen to you. As the sun sets, the two walk into the campus side by side. The eyes of several boys in the distance were involuntarily attracted to Yi Jiyin. Looking at Chen Sun, who was grinning beside her, she wished she could replace him immediately. Isn't that the school beauty? I saw her photo on the school forum. It's really her. She's even prettier in person than in the photo. Who's that boy next to her? Damn it! Chapter 10 Passion in the Woods. This is the first time Chen Sun has returned to university since graduation. Watching the students passing by in groups of 3 or 4 reminded Chen Sun of his wonderful college life. If it weren't for the support of the system, he would still be in the factory, working with machines, day after day. Even Yi Jiyin, a talented girl from the music department of Yangzhou University, could not avoid encountering many difficulties after entering the society. No wonder she started live streaming on the internet. Fortunately, I met her. This is our school's most famous Cherry Blossom Avenue. It is always crowded with people at this time of year, especially those who take photos and check in. Yi Jiyin walked beside Chen Sun with brisk steps, pointing to the road in the distance. Chen Sun looked in the direction where her finger pointed. There were cherry blossom trees on both sides of the road. He could even smell the faint fragrance of the flowers when he got closer. They walked slowly forward. A gust of wind blew and the petals fell like snowflakes, which was very romantic. Are the cherry blossoms at Yangda University beautiful? Yi Jiyin looked up at the cherry blossom trees, with a hint of pride in her tone. Yes, it's beautiful. As Chen Sun spoke, his eyes remained on Yi Jiyin's face. Under the setting sun, her profile looked very gentle and especially pure. I'm not talking about cherry blossoms. Chen Sun smiled and added. It's not sakura? It's... Yi Jiyin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. Her face turned red, and when she thought about what happened last night, she lowered her head in shame. Just when Yi Jiyin was at a loss, a pair of warm hands quietly held her palms. Yi Jiyin subconsciously tried to break free like a frightened deer, but Chen Sun held her tightly, so she had no choice but to let him lead her. Walking along the Cherry Blossom Avenue, Chen Sun led Yi Jiyin into a quiet tree-lined path. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the two had reached the depths of the forest. Chen Sun suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand towards Yi Jiyin. Chen Sun, what are you going to do? Yi Jiyin was a little flustered and asked anxiously. Chen Sun gently brushed away the cherry blossoms that fell on her head. Yi Jiyin then realized that she had misunderstood and looked at him embarrassedly. Sorry, I thought you wanted to. Chen Sun looked at her seriously and said softly, You look really good today. There is no girl who doesn't like to hear compliments, especially when these words come from Chen Sun, whom she has a good impression of. Yi Jiyin's face flushed slightly, and she felt very happy. Really? Yi Jiyin lifted up her white long skirt and spun lightly. The hem of her skirt fluttering slowly in the breeze touched Chen Sun's heart. Are you deliberately trying to seduce me like this? Chen Sun was distracted for a moment, and seeing that there was no one around, he went straight forward and hugged Lin Jian's slender waist, and his thick lips moved forward without hesitation to block those tempting lips. Woo! Yi Jian was somewhat shocked and whimpered slightly, but was held in Chen Sun's arms. She placed her small hands on Chen Sun's chest and struggled, waving them. However, her weak body had no strength at all and she had no power at all. Chen Sun. She whispered softly, her heartbeat quickening and her breathing becoming rapid. Chen Sun's big hands wandered over her body uncontrollably, and every touch made her shiver. No. Yi Jian refused subconsciously, but her captivating eyes looked at Chen Sun in a daze, her cheeks flushed, and she was obviously a little confused. Chen Sun could no longer control himself. He picked him up excitedly and prepared to walk towards the grove. This scared Yi Jian. We were all adults and knew what was going to happen next. Yi Jian didn't want her 20 years of innocence to be exposed here, so she suddenly came to her senses. She pushed Chen Sun away and thought quickly about how to reject him tactfully. Ah! A passionate noise came from the grove. The two looked at each other, holding their breath in tacit understanding. Chen Sun also stopped what he was doing and reluctantly let Yi Jian go from his arms. He is not a pervert and doesn't want to be disturbed when he is doing his work. Seeing Chen Sun let go, Yi Jian quickly got off him, frantically adjusted the hem of her skirt, and instantly regained her usual dignified appearance as a school beauty. If someone had seen me just now, how would I live my life? Luckily it was dark. Chen Sun, you are really brave. Yi Jian muttered to herself, but a trace of shame and anger appeared on her face. She raised her hand and pretended to hit Chen Sun. Chen Sun also felt a little bit reluctant, so he let her little hand fall gently on him. As the strength weakened, Yi Jian's movements gradually stopped. It's too dark here. I'm a little scared. She suddenly whispered, with a hint of uneasiness in her tone. Then let's go to the movies. Chen Sun suddenly thought of his villa number 1 in Shanshui Manor and suggested. Okay, but you can't do anything bad to me. Yi Jian agreed and said playfully with a wink. Don't worry, I promise. Chen Sun smiled and nodded, and then the two of them walked back along the way they came. Chen Sun held Yi Jian's hand and came to the car parked in front of the school gate. Is this your car? Oh my god. Yi Jian's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Even at this time, there was still a group of people gathered around the car, pointing and talking about this luxury car. Chen Sun took out the car key and pressed it lightly. With a beep, the car lights came on, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The crowd was startled and realized that the owner of the car had arrived. They looked around to see what the person driving the car looked like. When their eyes fell on Chen Sun and Yi Jian, envy was written all over their faces. Chen Sun opened the car door gracefully and considerately helped Yi Jian sit in the passenger seat, then started the car and drove towards Shanshui Manor. Shanshui Manor is located in a secluded and elegant area in the new city area and is considered to be the most luxurious residential area in Yangzhou City. The housing prices here are as high as 100,000 yuan per square meter. Although it is not top-notch in Shanghai and Beijing, it is undoubtedly the ceiling in the city of Yangzhou. The manor covers a vast area and has an orderly internal layout. There are a total of 16 villas, arranged according to numerical size, reflecting their different noble status. Of course, this does not mean that villa number 16 is inferior, it is just a little more low-key compared to the villas with smaller numbers. However, even if it is the most ordinary villa in Yangzhou City, people with a net worth of less than 100 million yuan are not even qualified to view the house. Chen Sun followed the navigation and slowly drove the car to the gate of the manor. The two walked hand in hand towards Shanshui Manor. The large gold-plated characters Shanshui Manor sparkled in the night, exuding an atmosphere of luxury. The stone elephant at the door symbolizes auspiciousness and power, silently guarding this pure land. Do you live here? Yi Jian was shocked again and couldn't help asking, his eyes full of surprise. She had never been to such a high-end place before. Today was her first time, so she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. How could she know that this was also Chen Sun's first time here? Then, Chen Sun gently held her hand and said softly. That's right, come on, I'll take you in to have a look. Chapter 11 Island Love Action Movie. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Sun? As the two of them entered the community, a property manager came towards them and asked respectfully. Chen Sun was stunned and confused. How did you recognize me? There are a total of 16 households in Shanshui Manor, and now there is only one household left that has not moved in. Seeing that you are a stranger, I guess that you must be the owner of villa number 1. Chen Sun smiled and nodded after hearing this, thinking, this guy is quite professional and doesn't think too highly of himself. Little did he know that the property manager had seen Chen Sun's limited edition sports car from a distance and had hurriedly trotted out of the office. Follow me closely, this place is very large, and the Chinese-style courtyard design is winding and it's easy to get lost if you're not careful. The manager walked in front and led the way, taking out a stack of documents from his bag. The manager took them directly to a sightseeing bus. Do I have to take this car to go home? Chen Sun was a little surprised. Yes, this will save a lot of time, but I have already registered your car, so next time I can drive it directly to the underground garage of your villa. The two got on the sightseeing bus, which started slowly and finally arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 1 after a while. Compared with other villas, Villa Number 1 looks more imposing. The Chinese-style doorhead, with carved beams and painted buildings, is magnificent. The courtyard in front of the door is spacious and tidy, dotted with rockery and flowing water. The courtyard wall is covered with morning glories, lush and green, with two big words Number 1 hung in the middle, which is very eye-catching. This courtyard is so beautiful. Yi Jiyin couldn't help but admire the flowers, plants, and trees all over the courtyard. If you like this style, we can adjust it according to your requirements, whether it is the layout or the decoration, we can customize it. Seeing how much she liked it, the property manager quickly took over the conversation. You see, this design is a bit like a courtyard house. There is a screen wall after entering the door, which can not only protect privacy, but also ward off evil spirits and eliminate disasters. As he walked in, he began to introduce everyone. After hearing this, Chen Sun nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that rich people still pay attention to feng shui. As he was thinking, he suddenly remembered about watching a movie, so Chen Sun quickly asked, "Do we have a private cinema here?" The property manager immediately replied, "Yes, these are standard features, you can experience them for yourself later." Chen Sun nodded with relief. It's worthy of being Villa Number 1. It's good to have money. Next, the property manager took them into the living room. This living room is so beautiful. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Jiyin couldn't help but exclaimed. The spacious and elegant living room has a ceiling design that is both luxurious and warm, making people feel the warmth of home. The entire outside wall of the living room is designed with transparent glass, with no consideration of cost at all, purely for the visual effect. What is even more amazing is that there is a bamboo forest planted outside the living room. The breeze blows and the bamboo leaves rustle, which not only provides a beautiful view in the living room, but also makes the indoor and outdoor areas blend into one. Every detail is worth exploring, as it has both a traditional Chinese feel and a modern luxurious feel. Indeed, this designer must have put a lot of effort into it. Chen Sun gently stroked the carvings on the wall pillar and couldn't help but sigh. Nowadays, all contracts are signed electronically, and the procedures are simple and can be completed in a few minutes. At this time, the property manager walked up, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Chen Sun. As expected of the staff of Shanshui Manor, they are so efficient. In a short while, all the processes were completed. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. The rest of the work will be handed over to your personal butler. The property manager said this and politely stepped out. Day. Not long after, the sound of high heels stepping on the floor was heard from the living room. A woman with excellent temperament walked in with a pair of long legs. She had a neat ponytail with a strand of hair in front of her forehead, adding a touch of casual beauty. The slim-fitting white silk shirt has a slightly open collar, revealing the collarbone, revealing the sexiness of a working woman. The high-waisted black hip-hugging miniskirt, paired with a pair of black stockings, makes her legs look longer and more charming. Such long legs and such temperament are simply amazing. Chen Sun couldn't help but take a few more glances. Seeing this, Yi Jiyin, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward and took Chen Sun's arm, as if asserting her sovereignty in front of the woman opposite. The woman noticed Yi Jiyin's little action and just smiled slightly without saying anything more. She was very clear about her position, otherwise she would not have been chosen as the housekeeper of Villa Number 1, a position that required multiple rounds of screening. She smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Su Jingya, just call me Jingya." Chen Sun looked at the mature woman in front of him who was only a few years older than him, smiled and nodded. "Then I will call you Sister Ya." "Okay, let me introduce you to the details of the villa." Su Jingya smiled and said, "I am the personal butler of Villa Number 1. I live here and am responsible for the overall work of the villa. In addition to me, there are more than 10 employees who are responsible for various affairs in the villa, and I manage them all. The villa is very luxuriously designed, with a private swimming pool, golf course, cinema, everything is there for you to use at any time. She took the two of them on a tour and gave them a detailed introduction. By the way, the manor will no longer be responsible for the salaries of the villa's employees. Since Mr. Chen has already bought the villa, all future expenses will be borne by you. My monthly salary is 20,000 yuan, and with more than 10 other employees, the total monthly salary expenditure is 160,000 yuan. Of course, Mr. Chen can adjust the staffing freely. She paused and added, "You can use this 500,000 first, and you can add more if it's not enough." After listening to this, Chen Sun nodded, waved his hand, and directly transferred 500,000 yuan to her. Su Jingya was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Chen Sun to be so straightforward. She hurriedly thanked him, her heart filled with gratitude. This feeling of being trusted made her like Chen Sun even more. After quickly exchanging contact information, the handsome and wealthy Chen Sun in front of her instantly left a deep impression on her heart. "Okay, I won't bother you anymore from now on." Su Jingya smiled and said, "Ms. Yi, Mr. Chen, welcome home." After she finished speaking, the sound of her high heels gradually faded away as she turned and left. "How is it? It's pretty good here, right?" Chen Sun and Yi Jiyin stood in the spacious living room and looked at each other. "It's more than good. Even if I work hard all my life, I can never afford a house like this." Yi Jiyin looked around, eyes full of amazement. "Let's go to the movies." Chen Sun took Yi Jiyin's hand and took the elevator to the underground floor. The space here is even larger than that on the ground, which is simply unimaginable. The hotel is fully equipped with gym, yoga room, chess and card room, KTV audio and video box and other entertainment facilities. Yi Jiyin was as excited as a little girl. She strolled around by herself, and her eyes were shining as she looked at Chen Sun, as if they were about to overflow. "Here, here." Yi Jiyin jumped up to Chen Sun and pointed to the front. "Be careful, it's coming." Chen Sun hurriedly followed her. "It's good to have money." They opened the double doors and walked down a flight of stairs. The scene in front of them made them both sigh at the same time. The 6-meter-high space and the starry ceiling design make the whole room dotted with stars, and you won't feel like you are underground at all. The huge IMAX screen is no smaller than that of a cinema. There are more than a dozen white beds and chairs in front of it, and the space is extremely spacious. The retractable bed chair can be used as a seat or unfolded as a bed, fully taking into account the comfort of home. What should I watch? How about a romantic action movie? The two of them excitedly put on slippers. Chen Sun clicked on the movie menu and turned to look at Yi Jiyin. Yi Jiyin was already curled up in the corner, hugging her knees with her hands. She looked as adorable as a well-behaved kitten, which made Chen Sun's heart soften. He couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms. What is a romantic action movie?" Yi Jiyin whispered. Chen Sun looked straight at Yi Jiyin. "It's the kind that has both love and action." Chapter 12: The Beauty of Villa Number 1. "Hate you, you're so bad." After Yi Jiyin understood, her face flushed with embarrassment. Okay, I'm just teasing you." Chen Sun took the quilt and covered her with it. Then, at Yi Jiyin's strong request, Tom and Jerry started playing on the big screen in the room. Chen Sun never expected that the school beauty who looked cool and pure actually had a little girl living inside. Looking at the sweet smile on Yi Jiyin's face, Chen Sun felt warm in his heart. The two of them are like a loving couple, enjoying the leisurely weekend time. It would be nice if we could have something to eat. Chen Sun thought to himself, and as he looked around, he found a row of buttons next to him. It has massage, extension, heating functions, and even a call function. "Hello, Mr. Chen, what can I do for you?" Chen Sun curiously pressed the call button, and the voice of an employee came immediately from the other side. "Oh, it's like this. Do you have popcorn, Coke, or something? Send some over," Chen Sun said casually. The employee then politely responded, "Okay, no problem, please wait a moment." As a top-level luxury villa, it has storage rooms with different categories, which are filled with various snacks, beverages, cigarettes, alcohol and other daily necessities. He once thought that a dream home would have 24-hour hot water and 24-hour air conditioning. "I didn't expect that snacks, drinks, cigarettes, alcohol and tea were available at any time in this villa, just like a 5-star hotel." After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." I saw an employee coming in with a tray with popcorn, Coke, and some snacks on it. "Wow, I didn't expect there was such a service." Yi Jiin's eyes lit up, and he was obviously surprised by such treatment. The employee just raised his head and was about to speak, but his eyes involuntarily fell on Yi Jiin. He was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This girl is so beautiful." At this moment, Yi Jiin was half lying on the bed, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, her skin faintly visible under her white dress. Her facial features are as delicate as a doll, and her big, innocent eyes are captivating. The employee was distracted for a moment and his pace slowed down unconsciously. The tray in his hand tilted slightly and he almost spilled the coke. He quickly steadied his hand, but secretly glanced at Yi Jiin a few times and swallowed unconsciously. However, his little action did not escape Chin Sun's eyes. What made Chin Sun even more upset was that the employee actually turned slightly to the side, trying to take the opportunity to put down the tray to look at Yi Jiin a few more times. Chin Sun saw this and felt very unhappy. He glanced at the employee coldly and said in a bland tone, "Just put your things down, you can go out." After the employees left, Chen Sun's face suddenly darkened. "Sister Ya, from today on, no more male employees are allowed in this villa." He picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Jingya. "As for the existing male employees, give them this year's salary as compensation and transfer them out directly." When Su Jingya saw the message, she immediately understood Chen Sun's intention. After all, many big shots buy villas to keep their mistresses, and no one is willing to take the potential risks. Su Jingya quickly replied, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away and make sure all the waiters in this villa are replaced by women in the future." After finishing, Chen Sun turned around and continued to enjoy the happy time with Yi Jiin. He. Yi Jiin laughed from time to time while eating popcorn. Feeling satisfied, she blinked her big eyes and secretly glanced at Chen Sun out of the corner of her eye. At this moment, Chen Sun looked lazy, his eyebrows were relaxed, and his deep eyes were full of charm, which made her unconsciously feel moved. Yi Jiin quietly moved forward and moved closer to Chen Sun. Chen Sun suddenly felt the movement of the person next to him, and without saying a word, he hugged her in his arms. The warm feeling from the girl's body in his arms made Chen Sun's heart beat fast, and his hands began to wander over her body involuntarily. Yi Jiin was a little shy, but she didn't refuse, which was considered as her tacit approval of Chen Sun's little action. After a while, she raised her head, looked at Chen Sun with her beautiful eyes, and said helplessly, "What is our relationship now?" Chen Sun, a straight man, could understand Yi Jiin's thoughts at this moment, and slowly said, "Are you willing to be my girlfriend?" "Well. Then you promise not to leave me again." Yi Jiin nodded, her voice weak but serious. "I now know that you are not an ordinary person. You drive a luxury car worth tens of millions and live in a villa worth billions. I am afraid that one day you will not want me, or you are just playing around." Yi Jiin nestled in Chen Sun's arms, her small hands gently gesturing on his chest. Chen Sun knew that he had accidentally gotten involved with the landlord's wife, Su Wanqing, and now the school beauty Yi Jiin. He was struggling in his heart, and some words were about to come out of his mouth, but he couldn't bear to see Yi Jiin sad, so he could only stare at Yi Jiin's beautiful eyes. "No." Before he finished speaking, Yi Jiin suddenly stretched out her hand and took the initiative to hug Chen Sun's neck. She raised her head and blocked Chen Sun's thick lips with her soft and fragrant lips. Chen Sun didn't expect Yi Jiin's reaction to be so violent. He looked at Yi Jiin, who was dazed and out of control. He could no longer hold back the impulse in his heart and hugged her tightly, the two of them pressed closely together. Yi Jiin's body seemed to have lost all strength, and she collapsed limply in Chen Sun's arms. After a long time, their lips parted. "Jiin, don't worry, no matter what, you are the woman I love the most." Chen Sun looked at Yi Jiin, whose face was flushed, and said softly, "Really? Don't lie to me." Yi Jiin's hair was disheveled, he was breathing slightly, and his chest was heaving up and down. Chen Sun looked at the sexy scene in front of him with fiery eyes, and couldn't wait to go a step further. Ding! At this moment, the video ended and the ambient lights around the room lit up instantly. Chen Sun, who was still unsatisfied, felt a little helpless, but Yi Jiin beside him had already stood up quickly, staring at him with a cute expression. "It's getting late, I have to go back to school." Chen Sun knew that everything that happened tonight had exceeded her expectations and she needed some time to digest it. Although he felt a little reluctant, he also knew that he couldn't rush for success. As the saying goes, you can't become fat in one bite. Chen Sun is already very happy to have developed to this point. "Let's go. I'll take you back." Chen Sun smiled with relief. Yi Jiin straightened her clothes and looked at Chen Sun, whose expression couldn't hide his disappointment. She couldn't help but go up to him and kiss him. Okay, get up quickly and take me back to school, Yi Jiyin said coquettishly. Only then did Shinsun stand up contentedly, and the two of them walked out of the villa laughing and joking and came to the car. Princess, please get in the car? Shinsun opened the car door for Yi Jiyin in a gentlemanly manner. I'll beat you to death. Yi Jiyin smiled sweetly and sat in the passenger seat. Shinsun stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards Yangzhou University. Arriving at the school gate, Shinsun stared at Yi Jiyin sitting in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Her pure face was particularly charming in the night, and in a trance she looked just like the one in my memory. I'm not ready yet, can I wait until next time, Shinsun? Seeing Shinsun staring at her, Yi Jiyin said a little embarrassedly. Shinsun smiled gently, there's nothing to be sorry about. I want you to fall in love with me freely and wholeheartedly. Do you understand? Yeah, I got it. Yi Jiyin nodded obediently. Watching Yi Jiyin disappear in the distance, Shinsun sighed, tonight is destined to be another sleepless night. I have a headache. Chapter 13 My sister's legs are not legs. Villa number 1 of Shanshui Manor. In the huge private bedroom, Shinsun slowly opened his eyes. He felt an unprecedented sense of lightness flowing through his body, and his whole body seemed to be renewed. I guess it's the improvement brought to me by the martial arts master's skills. He yawned, stretched, and picked up his phone. There were already several unread messages piled up on the screen. What caught my eye was Ruwashi's message, brother, are you free to have dinner together? Shinsun smiled slightly and replied casually, it depends on the situation. I'm a bit busy recently. Then the landlady asked with concern, why didn't you come back last night? Shinsun sighed and replied, I was too tired from work last night, so I didn't go back to the old community to rest. The truth is, the villa is so huge that I need time to get to know it better. After all, it's my first time here and I want to experience it more. The last message came from the school beauty Yi Jiyin, who teased, are you still not up? You big fool. Shinsun couldn't help but laugh out loud, I just woke up, and you come to rush me so early in the morning. I really can't do anything about you. I'm having breakfast and will be going to class soon. Remember to think of me. Yi Jiyin replied immediately. After replying one by one, Shinsun stood in front of the window, staring at the beautiful scenery outside the villa. At this time, the phone that had just been put down rang again. Shinsun was a little surprised when he saw that it was Yang Ming, his good friend from college, who called. He picked up the phone and Yang Ming's voice came from the other end, hello, is this Shinsun? I'm Yang Ming. The familiar voice, unchanged at all, instantly brought Shinsun back to his college days. At that time, we were together all day long, there were not so many worries, and life was simple and happy. But in the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years since graduation. My former classmates and friends have gone their separate ways, we have less and less contact, and life has become busy. Yang Ming? Shinsun was a little surprised, we haven't contacted each other for a long time, why are you calling me suddenly? Yang Ming smiled and said, it's like this. A few of us college classmates just met and suddenly remembered that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so we discussed and planned to get our classmates who are still in Yangqing together. You must come. Don't hesitate. I'm doing well now. I'm treating you this time. It would be a shame if you don't come. Shinsun was thinking about how to turn it down when Yang Ming tempted him. Shinsun smiled. Actually, he didn't care much about money or face anymore. He looked down at his cell phone and saw that there was a balance of more than 3 million yuan in the card. He no longer had any pressure in life. But when he heard Yang Ming mention the past, he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. Okay. Shinsun agreed, let's get together. Great. See you tonight at the Bay Resort Hotel. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he seemed to be busy with work and hung up the phone in a hurry. Shinsun put down his phone and shook his head helplessly. I wanted to chat a little more, but Yang Ming was too busy. He sat down on the sofa, and the scenes from college began to emerge in his mind again. We stayed up late to review together, played ball together, and lined up for food in the cafeteria together. Although no one had money back then, it seemed that we all lived happier lives than we do now. Unfortunately, after graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and life took everyone on different paths. Shinsun sighed softly, feeling a little emotional. Forget it, let's go meet everyone tonight, maybe I can get back some of the old feelings. As he thought about this, he began to feel a little excited. After a simple tidying up, Shinsun looked at the time and found that it was still early for the party, so he opened Fei You Live to kill some time. As soon as he entered the homepage, Ruwashi's live broadcast recommendation popped up. Chen Sun didn't think much about it and clicked it directly. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, the comments were already flying. Wow! Ruwashi's legs are amazing today. This skirt and high heels are a blast. My sister's legs are not legs, they are spring waters by the Seine. Chen Sun took a closer look and saw that Ruwashi was wearing a black silk miniskirt today. The hem of the skirt just reached the middle of her thighs. She paired it with flesh-colored stockings and black high heels with red soles. She was very sexy and it was impossible to take your eyes off her. Ruwashi seemed very satisfied with the reaction of the barrage, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. She sat in front of the camera with her legs elegantly crossed, and the round curves faintly visible under her skirt were exciting. On the gently swaying toes, a pair of high heels seemed to be about to fall, which directly increased the charm. The rosy white heels are as delicate as a girl's, and the light blue blood veins are clearly visible. This instantly made many viewers in the live broadcast room who had this hobby excited. This leg shape is simply invincible. It's so chubby, I really want to pinch it. CC, let me touch your feet. Chen Sun looked at the comments and couldn't help but smile. He sighed in his heart, Ruwashi is really good at teasing people. Under Chen Sun's seemingly calm surface, his right hand had begun to become uncontrollable, and was giving gifts. He lives in Villa No. 1 in Shanshui Manor, and his monthly expenses are not small. Whenever he sees an anchor he likes, he will start with dozens of carnivals. Unknowingly, Chen Sun's account reward level has reached level 80, not far from the highest level 100. Last night's female anchor Ruwashi originally wanted to send a message directly to Chen Sun, but when she saw that he had not contacted her actively, she felt a little disappointed. After getting up in the morning, she quickly sent a message to Chen Sun and even pinned his WeChat account to the top. Now Chen Sun is her most important financial sponsor. The anchor company she signed with had strict requirements. If the gift collection did not meet the target, not only would she not get any commission, but her salary would also be deducted. Ruwashi felt bitter, but she had no choice but to count on Chen Sun, who had once brought her miracles. Ruwashi was live streaming as usual, but she didn't expect to see a familiar name soon after the broadcast started with Xin Xiangyu. She was delighted and quickly greeted him in the live broadcast room. Brother Shang Yue? You're here. Chen Sun was so busy making money that he just focused on the carnival and didn't say much in the live broadcast room. If there is no woman in your mind, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Ruwashi looked up and saw the carnival special effects on the entire screen exploded instantly. She was once again stunned by Chen Sun's generosity. Oh my god? What does he do? Why is he so arrogant? Ruwashi suppressed the doubts in her heart, but still kept a sweet smile on her face and continued to interact with the audience in the live broadcast room. In a rental house in the old city, Ruwashi stared blankly at the carnival special effects flashing on the screen, feeling mixed emotions. She couldn't help but sigh that the fate of each person was so different. Is there a possibility? The big brother in front of her named Xin Xiangyu may be her chance to change her destiny. This thought flashed through her mind and was completely imprinted in her mind. She slowly walked to the floor-length mirror and gently wiped the dust off it. He looked at himself in the mirror carefully, hesitated for a long time, and seemed to have made some decision. She took out her cell phone, carefully took some beautiful photos in front of the mirror, and sent them to Chen Sun via WeChat. Her pretty face was flushed. Other brothers had asked her for this before, but she had never agreed. She is completely different on the internet and in real life. But this time, she vaguely felt that the elder brother in front of her, Xin Xiangyu, was different from those people. Because she had never seen any top brother like him, who would quietly log off after giving gifts and wouldn't even say a few words to her. Sometimes, Ruwashi even wondered if it was because she wasn't charming enough that made him so cold to her. What kind of man is he? Ruwashi was a little confused, and her curiosity grew. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone, waiting for Chen Sun's reply, feeling a little nervous. After a while, Chen Sun received the photos sent by Ruwashi. When he clicked on it, he was shocked by the explosive photos. In the photo, Ruwashi is standing in front of a floor-length mirror, and the smooth mirror surface reflects her entire figure clearly. Ruwashi in the mirror moved with a little bit of deliberateness, with one hand gently on her waist and the other hand casually lifting her hair, exuding charm everywhere. The angle of the mirror just captured her side profile, with the texture of her flesh-colored stockings and the curve of her legs clearly visible. Chen Sun couldn't help but continue reading. In the subsequent photos, she turned slightly sideways, her fleshy legs were wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and the hem of her skirt was slightly lifted, revealing a part of her thighs. Her lines were full and round, full of temptation. This scale is much larger than that in the live broadcast room. Shinsun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sigh. Is this the treatment of the number one brother on the list? It's so delicious. Just as Ruwashi was anxiously waiting for Chen Sun's reply, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly clicked it and saw the message from Chen Sun. Not bad, not bad. Ruwashi was delighted. It seemed that he was very satisfied with her photos. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her fingers quickly typed a reply. Wait until tonight. Whatever style you want to see, I will wear it for you, okay? However, Chen Sun was obviously unable to wait any longer. Without saying a word, dozens of carnivals flew out, and then he domineeringly typed in the live broadcast room, get off the air and have a good rest, otherwise I will be sad. Ruwashi, who was in the rental house, saw this scene and was completely conquered by Chen Sun's wealth, generosity, gentleness, and thoughtfulness. She secretly thought in her heart, if this brother Shang Yue is not over 40 years old and his character is not too bad, then I must try my best to win him over. After all, only she herself knows the bitterness and loneliness of working hard outside. At this time, the little girl next to her shouted incoherently, Mom! I'm hungry. Ruwashi quickly stopped the broadcast, walked gently to the child, and comforted him softly, Mommy will be here soon, dear baby. After that, she walked to the closet, rummaged through the clothes, and wondered, which one should I wear? After a while, Ruwashi sent a video to Chen Sun. When Chen Sun clicked it, his eyes widened instantly. Although her face was not shown in the video, Ruwashi's round figure and sexy curves still made his heart beat faster and he couldn't stop. Chapter 14 The Housekeeper's Secret. Chen Sun glanced at the time. According to the agreement, it was almost time for the class reunion. According to the address given by Yang Ming, he prepared to set off. Chen Sun simply stretched his body and hurriedly prepared to go downstairs. I was halfway down the stairs when I found Su Jingya already waiting there. He looked up and was stunned for a moment. It was only today that he realized that Su Jingya's legs were extremely long, as if she had walked out of a comic book. Those slender and straight beautiful legs, paired with black stockings and high heels, and the perfect length of the skirt, are both elegant and sexy. Chen Sun couldn't help but take a few more glances. Looking at her face more closely, it is small and delicate, with perfect body proportions, and her facial features are almost perfectly distributed on her palm-sized face. She smiled slightly, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing two shallow dimples, looking gentle and lovely. Chen Sun couldn't help but mutter in his heart, why didn't I find Sister Yi so beautiful yesterday? Is it because I am aesthetically fatigued? If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, the girls he has come into contact with during this period, such as Su Wanqing, Yi Jiyin, and Ruwashi, are all top beauties. Especially last night with Yi Jiyin, maybe I was too involved and ignored the other people around me. He shook his head, collected his thoughts, and walked quickly towards Su Jingya. Mr. Chen, you haven't eaten today. Su Jingya said, bringing out a tray. On it was placed a cup of warm milk, a fried egg, and a piece of steak, with a few broccoli florets dotted around, giving off a refreshing fragrance. You've been here all night? Chen Sun was a little surprised and looked up at her. Me? I live in the villa's exclusive butler's room. If Mr. Chen feels disturbed, I can move out. Su Jingya thought Chen Sun disliked her and explained nervously. Hey, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that. Chen Sun waved his hands quickly, but in his heart he actually hoped that she would stay. With his personality, having such a thoughtful, considerate, and beautiful housekeeper by his side was something he could never ask for. You must have worked hard. Chen Sun said casually, his eyes falling on the tray. Did you make this? It looks delicious. It's okay. I asked the kitchen to prepare this. My job is to serve Mr. Chen well. Su Jingya smiled slightly, with relief in her tone. Although time was a bit tight, Chen Sun still sat down quickly and prepared to eat based on the principle of not wasting food. He picked up the knife and fork, but found that he was not using them smoothly and his movements seemed a bit clumsy. Seeing this, Su Jingya immediately turned around and took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to him. Mr. Chen, use this. You are like a worm in my stomach. Chen Sun took the chopsticks with a smile and started eating without any hesitation. He nodded while chewing, well, not bad, delicious. He didn't care about his eating manners at all and was very down to earth. Su Jingya, who was standing by, felt more at ease seeing Chen Sun eating so happily. She had originally been worried that the new owner would be difficult to get along with, but she hadn't expected him to be so easygoing, even a little cute. She breathed a sigh of relief, and two dimples appeared on her cheeks again, with a flavor of pure desire. "Mr. Chen, please take your time eating," she said softly in a kind tone. Chen Sun looked up at her, with food still in his mouth, and said vaguely, "Sister Ya, don't just stand there, sit down and eat something together." "No, Mr. Chen, I've already eaten. Please enjoy your meal. I'm right next to you. Call me if you need anything." Su Jingya was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. Chen Sun nodded and continued to eat, but in his heart he felt a little more favorable towards the beautiful housekeeper. He suddenly felt that it was useless for Villa number 1 to be luxurious alone. It was because of Sister Ya's presence that the villa became more warm. Su Yajing felt more at ease watching Chen Sun eating breakfast in big mouthfuls. Although her job as a personal butler, this job is not as easy as it seems. She had met some very difficult bosses in the past, and once a boss even had bad intentions towards her and tried to tempt her with money. She righteously refused at the time, and although she lost the job because of it, she did not regret it. After all, she had her own principles and bottom line. Later, relying on her professional qualities and reputation, she was introduced to Villa number 1 in Shanshui Manor. The salary here is quite good, 20,000 yuan a month, which is a very good income for her. She is only 28 years old this year. If she works hard for a few more years, she will be able to save enough money to buy a house of her own. You know, it's rare to find a young boss like Chen Sun, and he's also very handsome. She thought that she had to perform well at work no matter what. Chen Sun had no idea what Su Jingya was thinking. He wolfed down his breakfast and stood up contentedly. "Mr. Chen, do the sheets and quilt covers need to be changed every day? Also, does the room need to be cleaned every day?" At this time, Su Jingya walked over and asked softly. Chen Sun scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Just call me Chen Sun from now on. Then please help me clean up, Sister Ya." Chen Sun felt very uncomfortable hearing the title Mr. Chen. "No, it's my duty." Su Jingya smiled slightly and handed over the Lamborghini keys. Chen Sun took the key, feeling a little helpless. He originally wanted to keep a low profile and drive the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, but the G-Class was still parked in the old town, so he could only drive this Lamborghini today. He sighed, it seems that it is no longer possible to keep a low profile. Su Jingya walked in front and led the way, pressing the elevator down button naturally. Her straight and slender thighs were full of temptation under the black stockings. Chen Sun behind him couldn't help but take a few more glances, and then his heart moved. Name, Su Jingya. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Charging, 0 times. Appearance, 95 points. Hasn't she ever had a boyfriend? A thought suddenly popped up in Chen Sun's mind. Or is it because you are too good and don't like ordinary men? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. It was just like those female employees working in banks. Because they often came into contact with big guys with deposits, their standards were raised too high. After returning to real life, it was difficult for them to look down on ordinary people. "Sister Ya, are you married?" Thinking of this, Chen Sun couldn't help but blurt out what he said. As soon as the words came out, he was a little surprised himself. If someone else asked this question, it might be a bit presumptuous, but the words coming out of the man in front of her did not cause her to feel disgusted. Because he is generous and because he is young and handsome? Su Jingya was not sure what she was thinking at the moment. Su Jingya in the elevator was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Chen Sun and said in a complicated tone, "Well, it's a long story." Seeing this, Chen Sun knew that she had something to hide, so he apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Ya, I didn't mean it." "It's okay." Su Jingya responded in a gentle tone. The elevator reached the underground garage. Su Jingya accompanied Chen Sun to the Lamborghini. After watching him get in the car, she turned around and slowly walked back to the villa. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed in the underground garage. Chen Sun looked at his phone and confirmed the location sent by Yang Ming. With a step on the accelerator, the car drove out of the garage and sped towards the destination. When Su Jingya returned to the villa again and watched Chen Sun leaving, she felt a little empty in her heart. When she thought about some of the differences between herself and other women, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior. If it were him, would he dislike me? When she thought of this, her face turned red unconsciously. Chapter 15 Yang Ming's Party Invitation. The Bay Resort Hotel is located in the suburbs outside Yangzhou City. It covers a vast area and is surrounded by green trees, lakes, and mountains. It is a popular place for many tourists and friends to gather and build teams. Starting from the urban area of Yangzhou, a straight and wide avenue leads directly to the suburbs. The road conditions are excellent, and the performance of Lamborghini can be fully demonstrated. However, Chen Sun is a staunch conservative. The limited edition Lamborghini Underworld has a top speed of 400 miles per hour and its performance is astonishingly powerful. But even so, on the highway, Chen Sun used it as a means of transportation and only drove at a maximum speed of 120 miles per hour. For Chen Sun, speed is not important, safety is the first priority. After all, the thing people fear most in life is that they lose their lives and have no money to spend. Drive steadily into the Bay Resort Hotel. Chen Sun drove a Lamborghini and slowly entered the resort gate. The resort is particularly lively today, with cars coming and going in the parking lot, looking extremely busy. The person in charge of directing parking was a young man who looked unhappy at the moment. Today he has received several groups of guests driving Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Not only did these people not park according to the rules, they also ordered him to drive his car into the parking space in a domineering manner, completely ignoring him. He was furious and muttered to himself, "How uncultured. Do you think you're so great just because you drive a luxury car?" Just when he was feeling full of resentment, he suddenly caught sight of a car slowly approaching. He took a closer look, his eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my God! This car, can't it be a limited edition Lamborghini? Underworld?" Obviously, he knew a lot about cars and recognized this rare luxury car at a glance. Who is this important person coming today? He smacked his lips. The car slowly approached, the window rolled down, Chen Sun showed a gentle smile, nodded at him, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. "Thank you for your hard work, brother." "Fuck, so young? And so polite?" The parking guy took the cigarette and was a little surprised. You know, usually those big shots who drive luxury cars are so arrogant and don't even look at him. But the car owner in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was not only gentle in attitude, but also offered him a cigarette, which made him feel flattered. Parking spaces are particularly tight today. After all, the resort is doing a booming business on the weekend and the parking lot is already full. The young man scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Brother, the parking spaces are full today, please come over here with me." After saying that, he quickly walked to the front and led Chen Sun to park the car in a wasteland. In fact, parking is not allowed here, but there is no other way at the moment. "It's okay, just stop here." Chen Sun parked the car, pulled out $200 bills from his pocket, and handed them to the young man with a smile. "Brother, please help take care of it." Although the young man knew that this was just a polite remark, it was so beautifully said that it made him feel warm. No wonder he drives a luxury car. The young man took the money and felt excited. You know, his monthly salary was only 5,000 yuan, which was barely enough for him to spend after working so hard. All of a sudden, he got a day's salary, which made him surprised and happy. "Okay, brother, don't worry. If you need to move the car, I will call you immediately." The young man responded quickly. "Yes, thank you for the trouble." Chen Sun nodded friendly and turned to walk towards the resort. Looking at Chen Sun's receding back, the young man took out the cigarette, took a closer look, and suddenly his eyes widened. "Oh my God. My brother actually asked me to smoke T&I." At this moment, a Mercedes suddenly drove into the venue, speeding without slowing down, and almost hit the young man's body. He immediately came to his senses and shouted, "Hey, hey, you are not allowed to park here." There were already some people waiting in the hotel lobby of the Bay Resort. Chen Sun's eyes swept across the crowd. They were all familiar faces, many of which had changed to the point of being almost unrecognizable. In the center of the crowd, surrounded by everyone, was the beautiful girl in the class, Sun Xian. She was still as beautiful as ever, but with a little more worldliness, chatting and laughing happily among the male classmates. However, unlike the pure girl in my memory, she is now more like a sociable socialite, constantly chatting with different men. Chen Sun couldn't help but think of Tom's funny look in Tom and Jerry when he was fumbling with the trumpet, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Chen Sun didn't have many friends in college. Apart from Yang Ming, the only person he remembered most vividly was his first love, Chen Yanning. Most of the classmates in front of him did not recognize Chen Sun. They just thought he was a member of another team, or simply thought he was a stranger. From childhood to adulthood, Chen Sun has always been a nobody. He is neither humble nor arrogant, and always follows his own rules to do his own things step by step. Chen Sun didn't care about this. After all, these people had nothing to do with him. Chen Sun came here just to catch up with a few good friends and see if he could meet Chen Yanning. That was all. You know, her departure that year had already made Chen Sun feel hopeless. However, an inexplicable emotion was always buried deep in his heart, and even he himself could not explain what that feeling was. He knew clearly that Nian Ning had married in the capital and it was almost impossible for her to appear in Yangcheng again. But people are like this. Sometimes, even though they know it is impossible, they still can't help wanting to confirm it, and even fantasize about seeing her again. Thinking of these sad memories, Chen Sun couldn't help but shook his head and tried to organize his thoughts. He looked at the happy crowd in front of him, silently walked to the sofa beside him, sat down, and waited quietly. Just then, someone patted him gently from behind. Chen Sun looked back and saw that it was a female classmate. She smiled and nodded to Chen Sun with a tentative look in her eyes. In fact, from the moment Chen Sun entered the venue, she felt that this person looked familiar, but her impression of Chen Sun was not so tall and handsome, so she didn't dare to step forward to confirm. After observing for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to step forward and ask, "Are you Chen Sun?" Chen Sun smiled slightly and nodded. "Yeah, why, you don't recognize me?" "Oh my god!" The female classmate exclaimed, "What have you been through in these years? Did you go to Korea for plastic surgery? How did you become so handsome?" "That's not true." Chen Sun responded politely, "You've become more beautiful too." The brief conversation between the two did not last long before the female classmates in the class suddenly became a commotion. Chen Sun looked up and saw that it was the campus celebrity class monitor Yang Ming who came. Chen Sun, who was originally in a low mood, was instantly amused by the scene in front of him. Yang Ming was wearing a neat suit and tie, with his hair combed back in a 3:7 split. He looked like a respectable man, a true elite, and just like the overbearing president in the novels. Chen Sun couldn't help but think back to his college days. If Yang Ming hadn't spoken well of him in front of the teacher, his scholarship would have probably been snatched away by a few of the teacher's favorites. There were also a few times when he didn't have enough living expenses for his relationship and he borrowed money from Yang Ming. Logically speaking, a campus celebrity like Yang Ming would not have much interaction with Chen Sun, but the two of them were assigned to the same dormitory. At first, their relationship was just average and they were all busy with their own things. It was not until they got to know each other for a long time that they found that they were very compatible and gradually became brothers who could talk about anything. "I'm sorry, classmates. My father was delayed for a while because of something. I'm late as the class monitor. I'm really sorry." Yang Ming apologized and called everyone. "Come on, everyone gather together and see if everyone is here." The female classmate who had just talked to Chen Sun shouted at him. "Chen Sun, gather here." Chapter 16: The Charm of Lamborghini. "Chen Sun?" Yang Ming was chatting with them when he suddenly heard someone calling this name and he turned around abruptly. Not far away I saw a tall and handsome young man standing. His temperament was almost the same as the male stars on TV. "Fuck, what's going on?" Yang Ming was startled and looked at him carefully. Although the other party had changed a lot, his eyebrows and expression were very familiar to him. Wasn't he this Chen Sun, his good brother for 4 years in college? He walked over in 2 steps, put his arm around Chen Sun's shoulders, and said boldly, "You kid, you came here without even saying hello. You are such a busy man, how dare I disturb you?" Chen Sun smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. When Yang Ming heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too familiar with Chen Sun and knew that this guy was always low-key, restrained and never ostentatious. At this moment, the elevator was already full of people, so Yang Ming waved his hand and said to the others, "You go up first, I'll wait for the next one." After the elevator door closed, Yang Ming approached Chen Sun and said in a low voice, "Let's go. I ordered a seafood dinner here. I heard it tastes good. Let's have a good meal tonight." After saying that, he pretended to sigh with heartache. "It cost me a lot of money. I feel so sad." Boss Yang has spent a lot of money today." Chen Sun smiled and shook his head. "Come on, we're just following each other." Yang Ming waved his hands, not caring at all. "Let us go upstairs, don't keep people waiting. Life is like an invisible chisel. 4 years have passed and it is enough to carve everything beyond recognition." Chen Sun sat at the table, feeling an unprecedented sense of strangeness in his heart. His once familiar classmates now made him feel out of place. The class reunion became less innocent, which aroused Chen Sun's disgust. Especially the girl who used to wear glasses, was weak, timid, and ordinary. But now she was dressed coquettishly and gorgeously, frequently raising her glass at the table and toasting in a delicate voice. Her artificial posture made Chen Sun feel uncomfortable all over, and even his scalp tingled. There was also the dandy boy who skipped classes in college, was uneducated, and even bought his graduation project with money. After entering society, he opened a factory with the help of his family. He placed the keys to his Mercedes-Benz on the table in a proud manner, fearing that others would not see them. At this moment, he was contentedly accepting the flattery of the most upright boy in the class, while flirting with the coquettish girl. If they weren't at the dinner table, Shinsun even felt that they would be able to do something in the next second. The most ironic thing is that the boy who was once the most upright is now all smiles on his face, trying hard to curry favor with the rich kids he once despised the most. Shinsun saw it all and felt mixed emotions. When we were in college, everyone competed in academic performance. Now, many people have realized the importance of status, and academic performance has become dispensable. No matter how well you learn, you are not as good as others who have connections. They have a distinguished family background, and they can get into big companies and become managers even though they are ranked last. However, many people have no connections. Even if you study well, it is still a question whether you can find a job after graduation. Everyone was chatting and laughing at the dinner table, but no one tried to get close to Chen Sun. In their opinion, Yang Ming was just a wage earner with no background. What was the point of being handsome? Talking to him was simply a waste of time. But it's okay this way. Chen Sun enjoyed the quietness. After a few rounds of toasts, he sat quietly in his seat, lowered his head and concentrated on eating. Yang Ming on the side was still as charming as ever, like a human atmosphere group, constantly throwing out topics and making the atmosphere very lively. Just when everyone was chatting excitedly, someone suddenly said, "Hey, where's Nian Ning? Why didn't she come?" Nian Ning, as soon as this name came out, the atmosphere in the whole box instantly became subtle. As the most mysterious girl in the class, her absence only made everyone realize it at this time. Everyone wants to know how she, the class beauty, is doing now. "Hey, Nian Ning, I heard she is married well now," the flirtatious female classmate said with a little exaggeration, but her tone could not hide her inferiority. Chen Sun glanced at her and recognized the girl. "I remember Nian Ning once complained to me that there was a thief in the dormitory." He didn't believe it at first, but he didn't expect that Nian Ning and other roommates would catch the thief and finally punish him by the school. Thinking of this, Chen Sun completely lost his good impression of her and replied indifferently, "Is it like you? Can't get married? Why can't I get married? Explain it to me." When the flirtatious girl heard Chen Sun's words, she instantly got angry and screamed, breaking the originally harmonious atmosphere. Chen Sun, however, remained calm, not even raising his eyelids. He just slowly picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, not taking her questioning seriously at all. At this time, Sun Qian's eyes turned and she took the opportunity to interrupt. "Yes, Chen Sun, aren't you two doing well?" There was a hint of false concern in her tone, but the smile on her face was meaningful. As a girl who once claimed to be the most beautiful girl in class, she had always been resentful towards Nian Ning. Nian Ning's existence had overshadowed her in the class. She had been holding her breath for a long time, and now that she finally found the opportunity, she naturally would not let it go. Chen Sun put down his chopsticks, looked around, and finally his eyes fell on Sun Qian's face. He smiled faintly. "What's the point of bringing up the past?" Then he lowered his head and took a sip of wine, his expression calm, and there was no trace of emotion in his tone, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. He said this lightly, but it froze Sun Qian's smile on her face. She wanted to take the opportunity to embarrass Chen Sun, but she didn't expect him to be so effective and directly block her words. "Some people just pretend to be noble. I don't know if they are really capable or just pretending." Seeing this, the coquettish woman snorted coldly and said in a sarcastic tone, "Never argue with a fool, because she will drag your IQ down to her level, and then defeat you with her years of experience." Chen Sun always remembered this sentence. Seeing that something was not right, Yang Ming quickly stood up to smooth things over. "Hey, it's rare for us to get together, let's not talk about those unhappy things. Come, let's have a drink together to celebrate our friendship. It's not easy to get together after so many years." The monitor's words eased the atmosphere a lot. Everyone raised their glasses and responded with a smile. "Yes, yes, cheers." Chen Sun raised his glass calmly and nodded slightly. The squad leader came over, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered, "Don't take it personally. They are just rude. They drank some horse urine and lost their names. There was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Come in. Someone shouted impatiently. The door was pushed open, and it turned out to be the young man who helped park the car just now. He stood at the door, glanced around the table, and finally locked his eyes on Chen Sun and hurried over. Brother, your Lamborghini has attracted a lot of attention and blocked the road. Please move your car. He couldn't help but raise his voice because of the noisy atmosphere at the table. Chen Sun smiled bitterly, took out the Lamborghini key from his pocket and handed it to the boy. Please help me move it. I'll leave it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy table suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes turned to Chen Sun, with shock written on their faces. What? Lamborghini? Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Sun drove a Lamborghini here? Impossible. He must have rented it. How is that possible? I don't believe it. The inferiority complex struck again, and the coquettish girl began to shout to comfort herself. Sun Xian was also panicked at this time. She looked carefully and found that Chen Sun was wearing all famous brands, and they were all high-end custom-made. She worked in the Armani store and recognized the value of these luxury goods at a glance. Seeing that the coquettish woman was still embarrassing herself, Sun Xian quickly reached out to hold her back and scolded her in a low voice. All right, stop talking. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Brother, I dare not drive. This car costs 30 million yuan. I really can't afford the compensation if it gets bumped or damaged. The young man looked embarrassed and his hands were shaking. 30 million? The flirtatious girl was almost going crazy at this moment. She stared at Chen Sun in disbelief, with shock and jealousy written all over her face. Chen Sun still looked calm. He smiled faintly and said to the boy, It's okay. Just drive carefully. You don't have to pay if you hit someone. The young man hesitated for a moment, but finally took the key and turned to leave the box. The atmosphere at the table changed completely. Those who had been sneering and mocking just now were now all speechless and their jaws dropped. The coquettish girl's face turned red and white, while Sun Chen lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Sun again. Seeing this, Yang Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter and patted Chen Sun on the shoulder. Brother, you are really low-key. Come on, let's continue drinking, don't let this little thing affect your mood. Chapter 17. The party ended unhappily. After the episode just now, Yang Ming smiled heartily. He looked around at the students present and said in a casual tone, Are you guys full? If not, don't blame me for not treating you well enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the waiter beside him immediately came forward and said respectfully, Hello, sir, the total cost of this meal is 22,500 yuan. Yang Ming calmly took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter. However, not long after, the waiter hurried back and said with difficulty, Sorry, sir, the balance on this card is not enough at the moment. What? This shouldn't happen. Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, as if he suddenly remembered something, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He stammered, Well, the money in the account yesterday was transferred to the finance department to get the goods. Everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the table. Several students frowned and complained, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Chen Sun had already seen through everyone's thoughts at this time. He calmly took out his bank card, handed it to the waiter, and said calmly, Swipe my card. The waiter took the card and then asked, Then will the next activity continue, sir? It doesn't matter. It's all on my account. Just swipe the card. Chen Sun responded calmly. Okay, the total cost for food, KTV and resort is 88,000 yuan. The waiter agreed. Just as she turned to leave, Chen Sun suddenly stopped her and said, By the way, let these two people pay for their own bills. As he said this, he looked up at Sun Xian and the coquettish woman. Yes, sir. The waiter nodded. After hearing this, the flirtatious girl could no longer be flirtatious and became depressed. She had come here to enjoy herself and wanted to post a few pictures to her friends to flirt with rich men, but now, let alone having fun, she had to pay for her meal. Chen Sun, you don't have to go so far. We are old classmates after all. Sun Xian at the side couldn't help but speak, with some dissatisfaction in her tone. You know, the average cost per person is 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 1 month's salary. Even if you don't attend the following activities, this meal alone will cost you 1 or 2,000 yuan. Sun Xian is lucky enough, she works in a luxury clothing store and earns 18,000 yuan a month. The coquettish girl next to her doesn't even have a proper job. Let alone 4 or 5,000 yuan, she has to lie to various men to get even 1 or 2,000 yuan. You have to know that all that comes at a price. Yang Ming saw this and could only scratch his head, his eyes unconsciously turning to Chen Sun. Chen Sun's heart softened, and he said softly, for Yang Ming's sake, "Waiter, please put their meal money on my account, and let them pay for the rest themselves." "Okay." The waiter responded patiently. Yang Ming glanced at Chen Sun gratefully and said in a low voice, "Thank you very much." Chen Sun waved his hand and consoled him, "Good brother, let's not talk about this." Okay, Yang Ming responded with a smile, and the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. As Chen Sun sat down, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a 5-fold consumption return reward. Ding! 440,000 yuan has been credited to your system account, and the balance is 3,240,000 yuan. Ding! Trigger the critical hit reward and obtain 51% of the shares of Nevernight. Nevernight? Chen Sun was slightly stunned, muttering to himself, "It seems to be the name of a bar or nightclub? I rarely come across this place, so it's a bit unfamiliar." He frowned. Although he was surprised by this sudden reward, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. After all this trouble, the two of them had completely lost interest. When everyone happily rushed to the KTV, Yang Ming hurriedly waved his hand, said a simple hello and prepared to leave. But it hardly attracted anyone's attention. After all, the bill had been paid, and the reality of society seemed particularly cold at this moment. Sun Qian's face was extremely ugly. The personality she had worked so hard to build collapsed in an instant, and she could no longer face everyone's gaze. She gritted her teeth, turned around and walked away quickly, her back looking a little embarrassed. When the flirtatious girl saw this, she quickly grabbed the rich guy whom she had been bragging about at the table, and expected him to pay the bill for her. However, the other party was not a fool, and sneered in his heart, "With just a few $1,000s, you can find any girl you want, so why waste it on her?" Seeing that the rich man was indifferent, the coquettish girl realized that something was wrong and her face gradually became ugly. She watched Sun Qian leave, feeling a little regretful. Of course, what she regretted was not her previous insult to Chen Sun, but the fact that she knew she would have to bear the bill alone. She stood at the door, bit her lip, and cursed in her heart, "What bad luck, a bunch of bastards." Chen Sun also lost interest and turned around to leave. Several girls followed him closely, with strange lights flashing in their eyes. "Ah, Chen Sun, are you leaving? Won't you stay a little longer?" One of the girls couldn't help but speak, with a hint of retention in her tone. Several boys nearby also echoed, "Yeah, let's play together and get to know each other better." However, Chen Sun did not have much affection for these classmates with whom he had a dull relationship. He smiled faintly, his tone calm but distant. "Let's meet again when we have time, there is a long way to go." After saying that, he turned around and left without hesitation, his back looking particularly free and easy. Those who stayed behind looked at each other, their faces filled with disappointment and embarrassment. There was a subtle atmosphere in the air, unconsciously reminding them that some distances could no longer be crossed. "Chen Sun, I never thought you've gotten to this point now, it's really amazing," Yang Ming exclaimed with a hint of admiration in his tone. Chen Sun smiled faintly and said calmly, "I'm sorry for ruining the class reunion you organized." "Ah, I finally see it clearly." Yang Ming smiled bitterly, with a complex look in his eyes, "Now I know the complexity of human nature. Come on, I'll take you somewhere to play, hee hee." Yang Ming suddenly spoke mysteriously, with a hint of cunning in his tone. "What place is this? It's weird." Chen Sun was a little confused and asked doubtfully, "Don't you have no money? Where can you go? Damn, I almost forgot again. Look at my memory. Oops." Yang Ming patted his head and said with a smile, "I'll treat you, put it on my account." "Ha, let's go. Let's see what you said. I'll see you off to the west." Chen Sun laughed and joked, "This is the first time I've seen someone treat someone to a meal on credit, ha ha ha." The two of them walked outside while chatting and laughing. Even though Yang Ming heard the parking boy say that it was his first time seeing a Lamborghini, he was still deeply shocked. Following your gaze, the Lamborghini Undertaker at night is truly worthy of its name, with its headlights shining brightly in the darkness, which is magnificent. My second-hand Mercedes-Benz S looks a bit dull standing next to it. No wonder people often say that you have to compare goods before you buy them. Let's go, follow me." Yang Ming, who had recovered from his shock, got in the car and said to Chen Xuandao. Seeing Yang Ming driving a Mercedes-Benz S, it seemed that he was doing well. Knowing that he was living a good life, Chen Sun was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. The parking boy beside him handed the key to Chen Sun respectfully, his tone full of envy. "Brother, it's so cool to drive this Lamborghini." Chen Sun patted the parking guy on the shoulder and didn't say anything like "fill up the gas, you can afford it" or something like that. That's not realistic. You have to know that some things exist when you are born, and if they are not born, you will never have them in your life. Chapter 18, telling you what love is. The city that never sleeps. The locals prefer to call it the city that never sleeps. The name comes from not only its huge scale, but also its magnificent appearance, like a miniature city. As long as you are rich enough, everything here is available. There is nothing you can't think of. The mottled light and shadow under the neon lights, the magnificent appearance, the inhuman decoration, the extreme luxury, every detail is worth watching, as if you were in another world. Is this the city that never sleeps? It's really grand. Chen Sun stood at the door and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chen Sun didn't expect that the place Yang Ming brought him to was the never-sleeping city. Standing at the door of this property that he had just obtained through a system-critical strike, he was still a little dazed, as if all this was not real. This is the most luxurious entertainment venue in Yangzhou City. The turnover in one night can easily exceed several million. Yang Ming stood beside him, his tone somewhat proud, and he obviously knew the place well. He led Chen Sun inside with ease, explaining as he walked, "Ordinary working-class people can't come to this kind of place. I usually come here for clients, and I entertain them while signing contracts." Chen Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at Yang Ming with a slightly suspicious look. Yang Ming felt a little embarrassed by being looked at. He touched his nose and laughed dryly. I almost forgot, I still have a VIP membership card. Based on the principle of not wasting, right? Ha ha ha. Chen Sun laughed, patted Yang Ming on the shoulder, and said jokingly, "You are single, do whatever you want." He knew what Yang Ming loved most, and when he said this, they both smiled knowingly. This was Chen Sun's first time to come to such a place. He thought to himself that since he was already the boss here, he might as well come here to inspect his own business. As he followed Yang Ming inside, he looked around curiously. Pushing open the heavy glass door, the two walked into the dance floor area. The facilities here are complete, including bars, booths, private rooms, and even game rooms and e-sports rooms. It is a complete entertainment complex. The deafening sound of music suddenly hits you in the face, as if to drown you in the noise. Chen Sun was shocked by the scene before him. A huge crystal lamp ball was hung in the center of the dance floor. It emitted bright light under the refraction of light, making the entire space look like a dream. On the dance floor, men and women in bright and beautiful clothes twisted their bodies to the rhythm, leaving all their worries behind. In the VIP area on the second floor, through the gauze curtains, you can vaguely see girls dancing for exclusive VIP customers, and the atmosphere is ambiguous. After the two found a seat and sat down, Chen Sun's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the girl on the stage. They danced to the music with bold and passionate movements, much more aggressive than Chen Sun had imagined. He frowned slightly, feeling a little complicated. Although everything was so beautiful, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yang Ming seemed to see through his thoughts, and patted his shoulder with a smile. "Come and have fun, don't say that I didn't treat you well enough." After a while, a waitress in a black uniform came over with a tray in her hand and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, your drinks are here." Chen Sun was a little confused. He hadn't ordered anything, so how come the drinks were delivered? Was it a forced sale? He frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Yang Ming, who was standing by, saw what he was thinking and said with a smile, "You country bumpkin, the dance floor area starts charging as soon as you enter the door, and drinks are included by default." Ah. Chen Sun was stunned for a moment, then reacted and thought to himself, "That's right, how can such a beautiful scene be free? It makes sense." He shook his head, feeling that he had indeed gone too far. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the performance on the stage again. The sexy beauties were wearing flesh-colored jumpsuits. Under the dim light, at first glance, they looked like they were wearing nothing. The few pieces of cloth barely covered their important parts. Their movements became more and more enchanting as they moved to the rhythm of the music. After a few drinks, Chen Sun felt a little hot and his heartbeat quickened involuntarily. "Do you feel it? Ah, this is the taste." Yang Ming laughed and joked at the side, obviously he was no stranger to such scenes. Although the two of them were sitting in a scattered seat, the location was quite luxurious, in no way inferior to a large private room and a KTV. Opposite the long sofa is a glass cabinet, inside which a striptease girl is twisting her body to the music. Her graceful posture is so attractive that one cannot take their eyes off. After a while, two young ladies came in. Needless to say, this was definitely Yang Ming's arrangement. They sat down next to the two men in a graceful manner. Yang Ming was obviously familiar with this kind of occasion. As soon as he sat down, he let go of the beauty around him, with a cynical smile on his face, and his movements were not restrained. Chen Sun seemed a little embarrassed. He looked at the girl next to him. She had on delicate makeup, sexy outfit, and two bunny girl ears on her head. She exuded an alluring aura. The girl leaned very close, and the hot breath from her mouth almost touched Chen Sun's face, making his heart beat faster. Chen Sun closed his eyes and did not respond to the girl, even though the girl next to him whispered in his ear and made ambiguous gestures. Chen Sun took a deep breath. No wonder men like to come to nightclubs. This kind of atmosphere is really irresistible. Under the influence of alcohol, Yang Ming shared with Chen Sun his experience of coming here for the first time. At that time, Yang Ming, like Chen Sun, had just entered society and had nothing. He picked a girl who was so much prettier than his ex, with long legs and a nice voice. Even when she lost a game of dice with her friends and was asked to say I love you 10 times, she still said it countless times obediently and then poured him wine with a smile. He could hardly remember the last time someone said they loved him. At that time, he was so excited that his hands were shaking and he didn't know how to deal with his emotions. In the end, he really couldn't drink anymore, and the girl next to him came over to block the wine for him, held his arm to stop him from drinking, and supported his shoulders, letting him lean on her legs to rest. At that moment, Yang Ming felt that perhaps it didn't matter whether it was love or not, it was just what he wanted. After listening to Yang Ming's story, Chen Sun couldn't help but blurt out, "What about her? Didn't you go find her?" Yang Ming half lay on the sofa, his eyes a little dazed, pointed at Chen Sun, sighed and said, "You don't understand." Perhaps it was because Chen Sun came to such places rarely, he felt that the girl could do this, at least she had some feelings for Yang Ming. In his opinion, it is not a bad idea to develop one step further, even though he is well aware of the complexity and unpredictability of human nature. But Chen Sun's thoughts are so pure, he thinks what I think and loves what I love. No more talking. Yang Ming waved his hand, as if he didn't want to continue this topic. Let us go get a massage. The two of them then walked into the massage parlor. Of course, the bathing and massage at Never Night are all private rooms, because most people know what happens here. Hello, sir. We have a new young technician here. Would you like to try him out? The receptionist asked with a smile. There's a new person? Okay, let's pick her. Yang Ming agreed without hesitation. He never doubted the service quality of Bai City. Following Yang Ming's arrangement, the two quickly separated and entered a separate private room. Yang Ming's eyes widened until he saw the newcomer appear. This girl is so beautiful, isn't she? He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Why? Such a beautiful girl would come to such a place? Yang Ming was deeply shocked. Hello, sir, would you like something to drink? The girl asked awkwardly. Whatever you want. Yang Ming answered casually, but his eyes remained on her face. Ah! As the girl's back disappeared, her screams were heard in the corridor soon. Chapter 19. You all come together. Xin Yun, who was just about to go out to prepare drinks, was stopped by two young men who looked like gangsters before he could take 2 steps. Xin Yun frowned and tried to go around, but the two young men refused to let her go and blocked her way, one on the left and one on the right. However, Xin Yun knew that they were not good people. She came here to make money and did not want to cause trouble, so she turned around and tried to go around from another direction. This is the never sleeping city. I'm an employee here. What are you doing? However, the two thugs still refused to give in. Their eyes wandered over her unscrupulously with disgusting and obscene smiles on their faces. Xin Yun just felt nauseous and her heart beat faster. She hurriedly raised her voice, trying to attract the attention of people around her. The female technicians walking in the corridor seemed to recognize the identities of the two men. They lowered their heads, quickened their pace, and tried to avoid them. No one dared to step forward to help. Xin Yun's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, and a chill of isolation and helplessness surged in his heart. Employee? Employee, that's even better. Little sister, are you the new technician here? One of the hooligans with dyed yellow hair looked at Xin Yun's face in a very obscene way, looking her up and down, and said in a frivolous tone, "Let me introduce myself briefly, my name is Huang Ziheo." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his hand, pulled Shin Yun hard and forcibly into the private room next to the aisle. No! Go away! Shin Yun struggled in fear, her voice trembling. She thought that the reputation of Nevernight would scare the other party away, but she didn't expect these two people to be so bold and not afraid at all. As the door slammed shut, Shin Yun was completely panicked, and despair surged into her heart like a tide. She leaned her back against the wall, trying to distance herself from the yellow-haired man, but the other party kept pressing forward. If you cooperate well, you will get the benefits. Huang Mao grabbed Shin Yun's wrist and said triumphantly, "Do you know who I am?" Shin Yun struggled hard, but unfortunately her frail body made her no match for the man in front of her, or even for a woman in the same condition. At this moment, she was breathing rapidly, with only one thought in her mind: escape. Rip! The sound of cloth tearing was particularly harsh in the private room. The thug at the side used too much force and tore a hole on the shoulder of Shin Yun's black uniform, exposing her smooth white back to the air in an instant. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it this time. The gangster seemed to be high on drugs, his eyes gradually became crazy and his breathing became rapid. You're a fucking bastard. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man was furious and kicked the gangster to the ground. Go to the corner, put the trash can over your head, and face the wall. He had a gloomy face and was extremely dissatisfied. How could he let someone else get his hands on the woman he had reserved? The yellow-haired man stared at the snow-white skin exposed on Shin Yun's back, and a greedy smile appeared on his face. The tone was pretended to be gentle. Beauty, I am very gentle. By the way, my father is the general manager of Nevernight City. You should know what to do, right? Shin Yun leaned weakly against the wall, her body trembling slightly. She knew she was no longer able to resist, so she could only slowly squat down, bury her face between her knees, and sob. Seeing this, Huang Mao curled up a smug smile, as if everything was under his control. Ah, that's right. The yellow-haired man turned to the gangster and waved his hand impatiently. You, get out. Okay, brother Huang. The gangster responded, hurriedly took off the trash can above his head, and walked hurriedly to the door. The moment he opened the door, Shin Yun knew that her chance had come. There was a flash of determination in her eyes. While the yellow-haired man had his back to her, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked him hard in the lower body. Ah! The yellow-haired man let out a heart-wrenching scream, bent over in pain, holding his lower body, his face twisted almost out of shape. If he fell into his hands at this moment, the end would be worse than death. Shin Yun did not hesitate for a moment. She used her petite body to quickly squeeze through the crack in the door and escaped. Catch her for me! A hysterical roar came from the yellow-haired man behind him, his voice mixed with the pain of broken eggs. When the gangster heard the order, he turned around and chased after Shin Yun. Shin Yun gritted his teeth and ran forward with all his might. In the private room, Chen Sun looked at the female technician in front of him, no longer considering Yang Ming's face. He said calmly, just stay here for a while, and you can leave when the time is up. After saying that, he said no more and stood up to stroll around the city that never sleeps. After all, this is our own business. Since you are here, you might as well take some time to learn about it. Turning a corner, suddenly, a petite figure bumped into his arms. Shin Yun looked up and met Chen Sun's gaze. Their eyes met and she said in surprise, "It's you." Before we could chat anymore, we heard hurried footsteps behind us. Hand him over, and you can leave. The yellow-haired man chased after him angrily, his face gloomy and his tone threatening. Chen Sun ignored the yellow-haired man shouting. His eyes fell on Shin Yun. He noticed that the shoulder of her clothes was torn, revealing her fair skin. He took off his coat without hesitation and gently draped it over her shoulders. The coat, which was obviously several sizes too big, instantly wrapped up Shin Yun completely. Shin Yun felt a warm breath spreading from her heart, and the tense strings in her heart gradually relaxed. She looked up at Chen Sun, her eyes full of dependence. Chen Sun raised his eyes and looked at the two young men who looked like gangsters in front of him, frowning slightly. It seems that the security here needs to be strengthened. He looked indifferent, and his tone was calm but cold. The thug on the side was immediately furious, stepped forward, pointed at Chen Sun's nose and cursed, "Brother Huang is talking to you, are you fucking deaf?" Encountering such a thing on his own territory, Chen Sun's patience had long been exhausted. His eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to give a loud slap in the face. Pa! The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the corridor. The gangster was dizzy and blood gushed out of his nose. He staggered back a few steps. Before the other party could react, Chen Sun gave him another fierce sidekick, directly kicking him 5 or 6 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and could not get up again. It all happened smoothly and effortlessly. The physical strength blessed by the system, coupled with the rewarded martial arts master skills, can actually reach this level. Shinsun thought to himself, if I were to fight opponents like this one by one, I think I would be able to fight until I was exhausted. He turned to look at the yellow-haired man and said calmly, now, it's your turn. The yellow-haired man was frightened by Shinsun's aura, his face turned pale instantly, and he stepped back unconsciously, but it was only on a physical level. But he still said toughly, my father is the general manager of Nevernight City, dare you touch me? Security! Security! Seeing Shinsun approaching step by step, he shouted in panic. In the control room, the security guard who had been watching the surveillance camera heard Huang Ziheo's order and immediately rushed to the scene. When Shinsun saw this scene, he sneered. No wonder they said that the security force was insufficient. It turned out that they were all used to protect people like this. You guys come together, I'm in a hurry. He glanced at the 5 or 6 big men who had gathered around him, his expression surprisingly calm. The security guards looked at each other. They were just doing their job and didn't want to fight with Shinsun at all. If anyone dares to step back, I will fire him. They heard Huang Mao shouting again from behind, and they could only bite the bullet and slowly approach. Stop! Suddenly a loud voice sounded. Chapter 20 The Arrogant Father and Son. A burly, bald, tattooed man slowly walked out of the crowd. His exposed arms were covered with ferocious dragon tattoos, which were particularly eye-catching under the dim light. Seeing this, Huang Mao hurried forward, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his voice, Uncle Chang. However, Uncle Chang, who usually cleans up their mess, acted out of character this time. He frowned and looked at the restless yellow-haired man in front of him. Do you want me to clean up your mess every time you do something stupid? The tattooed man's voice was low, but it was intimidating. He waved his hand and said firmly, everyone, get out of here. Then he turned to the people gathered around him and said loudly, everyone, go away. This is the end of tonight. The tattooed man turned and walked towards Shinsun, with a rather regretful tone, young man, are you okay? Let's go quickly. Huang Mao is a man who holds grudges very much. Don't get into trouble. He had actually just witnessed Shinsun's skills, and the reason why he hadn't shown up was that he wanted to take this opportunity to teach Huang Mao a lesson. Shinsun nodded and was about to thank him, but he saw the yellow-haired man's face twisted. It was obvious that he didn't expect Uncle Chang not to stand on his side. He gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone, and quickly dialed a number, feeling aggrieved and angry. Dad, I was beaten up in Nevernight. Come quickly. At the same time, in the luxurious office on the 5th floor of the VIP building of Nevernight, Huang Yue was indulging in sensual pleasures with his young mistress. The phone rang suddenly, breaking the beauty in the room. Huang Yue frowned and answered the phone impatiently, but when he heard his son's voice, his expression instantly became solemn. Wait till I come back. He quickly straightened his clothes, said these words to the woman under him, and hurried downstairs. Before this, he had just received the appointment notice of the company's new chairman and felt a little uneasy. According to internal information from the board of directors, a mysterious person acquired Nevernight at a sky-high price, and the arrival of the new owner made him feel extremely stressed. As the general manager, he had been bullying others for many years by relying on the background of the former chairman. He was racking his brains to think of how to establish a good relationship with the new chairman. At this critical juncture, his son was beaten again and he was furious. You have to know that his only son is the one who can no longer have children due to his excessive indulgence over the years. Therefore, he doted on this son to the point of almost granting his every request. Damn it, who is so blind and bold as to come to Nevernight and cause trouble? He hurried on his way, cursing angrily. He walked through the crowd in a hurry, his face gloomy, and his pent-up anger was like a loose volcano, ready to erupt at any second. Along the way, when the employees of Baishan saw Huang Yue's face, they all lowered their heads and whispered, "Hello, General Manager." There was a hint of fear in her voice, and she didn't dare look up at him, for fear of offending him. After all, in the entire never-sleeping city, apart from the few old-timers on the board of directors who rarely go out, Huang Yue is the apparent top leader, holding great power and no one dares to neglect him. Huang Yue nodded expressionlessly, but felt a little uneasy in his heart. He knew that now that the new chairman had taken office, his position was in jeopardy. If he could serve the new chairman well, perhaps he could continue to work as the general manager. At the very least, he had to at least appear to be able to do well on the surface and must not offend the other party. Otherwise, the shameful things he has done over the years might lead to him facing imprisonment. Thinking of this, Huang Yue frowned and quickened his pace. Now he must solve the problem as soon as possible and at the same time find a way to perform in front of the new chairman. Ding dong, the cell phone suddenly rang. Huang Yue's heart tightened and he quickly took out his cell phone, fearing that he would miss any news about the new chairman. He quickly opened his mobile phone and what caught his eye was an appointment notice sent from within the company, copied to all employees and leadership. The content of the notice was concise and formal. After research and decision by the group's board of directors, Comrade Chen Sun is appointed as the group's chairman, who will be fully responsible for the group's strategic planning, business management and major decision-making. This appointment will take effect from today. Huang Yue murmured in a low voice, Chen Sun. Chen Sun, wondering who this person was. Soon, with the appearance of Huang Yue, Huang Mao's arrogance was ignited again. Dad, it's them. They beat me. The yellow-haired man pointed at Chen Sun and shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, he gasped, and the intense pursuit caused a sharp pain in his lower body. Now the already broken egg seemed to be thoroughly stirred and fell limply to the ground. Son, are you okay? Seeing this, Huang Yue hurried forward to support him. He was already disabled, and now someone dared to make him childless. The anger in his heart instantly rose to its peak. Huang Yue strode forward, scanned the area with his sharp eyes, and finally landed on the bald tattooed man next to him. Gao Chang, what's going on? You can't even take him down? He asked harshly. Upon seeing this, the tattooed man quickly approached Huang Yue and whispered to him all the bad things that Huang Yue had done recently. You know, the last victim girl is still lying in the hospital and suffering personal threats. Gao Chang really can't stand Huang Mao's bad behavior and has long been full of disgust for him. After hearing this, Huang Yue's face became even gloomier, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You're a piece of shit. You're useless. Why did I keep you here? You can't even do this. You're such a disgrace. He turned around, walked up to the tattooed man, slapped him hard in the face, and cursed angrily. This is a city that never sleeps, and even a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. Even if Tai Sui comes today, you have to leave me your life. Huang Yue said angrily. Gao Chang, who was slapped in the face, lowered his head without saying a word, stepped aside, his eyes filled with helplessness, and silently endured it in his heart. These two are cut from the same cloth. They don't take the people below them seriously at all. Seeing this scene, Chen Sun sneered in his heart. You know, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. If you rely solely on the power in your hands, you will be bitten back one day. Huang Yue walked up to Chen Sun with his head held high, his cold eyes as if he was looking at a dead person. Boy, you are quite courageous. Today, I want to see how capable you are. Then he turned to the crowd and said, break his legs for me. In the room, Yang Ming waited for a long time but the technician still didn't come back. He became suspicious and couldn't help but get up to check. He walked to the entrance of the passage and saw a group of people surrounding Chen Sun outside, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Ming's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted loudly, Chen Sun! Chen Sun! Huang Yue, who was originally so arrogant, suddenly changed his expression when he heard the word Chen Sun, as if he realized something. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, and he woke up instantly. He said in a panic, wait. Chapter 21 Chairman's Methods. The security guards were also confused by this sudden change and stopped their actions. The tattooed man Gao Chang had no intention of taking action. After previous observations, he already knew that he might not be a match for Chen Sun. As the situation changed, he narrowed his eyes, stared at Chen Sun, and quietly stepped aside, curious about what would happen next. You are Chen Sun? There was a slight tremor in Huang Yue's voice. Chen Sun smiled slightly, his eyes as calm as a deep pool, fell on Huang Yue, and responded lightly, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? There are countless people with the same name and surname in the world. The Chen Sun in front of him is only in his 20s, about the same age as Huan Zihao. Even though the facts were too shocking, Huang Yue did not dare to jump to conclusions. Years of experience in the martial arts world told him that the person in front of him was no ordinary person. His intuition was warning him that there was danger. I don't care what your name is, I think you are looking for death. The yellow-haired man obviously didn't understand the situation. Seeing that Chen Sun was still stubborn even when he was in great trouble, he got so angry that he couldn't help but interrupt. Seeing this, the thug next to him immediately echoed provocatively, laughing contemptuously, did you hear that? From now on, you can just change your name to Seeking Death, huh? At this time, Yang Ming quickly walked to Chen Sun and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? Are you okay?" His eyes swept over Shin Yun, who was clinging to Chen Sun's arms and was obviously frightened. He immediately understood and roughly guessed the ins and outs of the matter. "Brother, hurry up. Let's run away while the situation is still calm." He had seen the yellow-haired man in front of him before. He was the son of the boss of Baishan. Knowing that Chen Sun was in big trouble, he hurriedly urged him. However, Chen Sun remained calm and not panicked at all, as if he had everything planned out for him. Even if it was a pure fight, he would never suffer a loss. What's more, just now, after communicating with the system in his mind, he had confirmed his identity as the chairman of Baishan. "It's okay, it's just that someone finally recognized reality." Chen Sun looked indifferent, but his eyes were always on Huang Yue. Just as Huang Yue was hesitating, his cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was a message from the board of directors, which contained a photo of the company's new chairman. He clicked on the picture, his face turned pale instantly, and his eyes were full of shock. It's over. Everything is over. His heart sank to the bottom. No matter how much he refused to believe it, he knew that the winner of this battle had been decided. He muttered to himself, his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. When he looked up at Chen Sun again, his eyes were full of despair. However, Huang Yue was able to reach the position of general manager, and his ability to read people's expressions had already been perfected. After he came to his senses, he immediately realized the situation and quickly adjusted his mindset. He pushed Huang Zihao, who was supporting him, towards Chen Sun, and then looked at Chen Sun with a flattering look. "Oh, you are the chairman? I am sorry for offending you. Please forgive me." As he spoke, he bent over and bowed deeply, his words and actions showing his humility. "Dad, what are you talking about? What chairman?" The yellow-haired man who was pushed touched Chen Sun's body. He was so scared that he crawled backwards and asked with a puzzled look on his face. "What's wrong? What's wrong? How did he instigate you?" Huang Yue asked sternly. Before he could finish his words, he grabbed the gangster next to him, mercilessly pushed him to the ground, and then kicked him hard. While kicking him, he asked loudly, "How did you offend the chairman? You dare to bully the chairman's woman? Tell me. Are you looking for death? Chairman?" There was an uproar, and the people around looked at Chen Sun with wide eyes, their jaws almost dropping to the ground in shock. Chen Sun is the chairman? The real controller behind Nevernight? If someone had said this before, he would have been laughed out loud, as it was simply nonsense. But at this moment, after witnessing Huang Yue's actions, no one dared to doubt it. Woo woo woo. The hooligans wailing on the ground cursed secretly in their hearts, "God damn it, is there anyone worse than him? This is simply alarmist and lies with open eyes." He lay on the ground like a sandbag, allowing Huang Yue to kick and hit him, feeling helpless and miserable. Huang Yue stopped panting. Seeing Chen Sun's half-smile, he seemed still dissatisfied. His eyes turned and fell on Shin Yun again. Chairman, this girl is a new recruit here, and she is specially assigned as a secretary for you." Chen Sun laughed, amused by Huang Yue's clown-like performance in front of him, but his smile was full of playfulness. Seeing that Chen Sun finally smiled, Huang Yue thought that his performance finally met Chen Sun's liking. He quickly took a few steps closer and whispered flatteringly, "As long as the chairman likes it, you can pick whatever you want, ha ha. I want your wife." Chen Sun looked at Huang Yue in front of him and responded in a deep voice, as if he was stating something very ordinary. Huang Yue suddenly raised his head and stared at Chen Sun in disbelief. He saw that Chen Sun looked serious and did not seem to be joking at all. To think that the chairman, at such a young age, actually likes someone else's wife? He thought to himself. As expected of the chairman, you are truly a hero. At this time, Huang Yue forced a flattering smile on his face and continued to flatter him. Then he struggled in his heart, gritted his teeth, and said slowly and painfully, "This can be discussed again, ha 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 ha." As he said this, he stretched out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Chen Sun and make peace, but seeing that Chen Sun didn't move for a long time, he thought that he had not done something well enough. He racked his brains to think about it, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and he shouted quickly, "Oh, right. Gao Chang, come here and apologize to the chairman." Living under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. Gao Chang then walked out from the dark corner and was about to speak. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun stretched out his hand. Gao Chang was stunned for a moment. Although he was surprised, he still shook it. "From now on, you will be the general manager of Nevernight. Chen Sun said lightly, and then patted Gao Chang on the shoulder. Me? Gao Chang pointed at himself, then looked at Huang Yue and asked in disbelief, what about him? I'll leave him to you to deal with. Don't let me down. Chen Sun turned his head away and said coldly. Brothers, let's settle all the old and new scores together. Let's beat them up today to vent our anger. When Gao Chang heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and then he spoke loudly, and years of forbearance burst out at this moment. Huang Yue and his son turned pale when they saw this. They wanted to run away, but found that they were already surrounded and had nowhere to escape. You know, on weekdays, everyone has suffered a lot from this father and son over the years. Being ordered around and beaten has become commonplace. The brothers had already reached the limit of their patience, but due to their status, they dared not speak out. Before he finished speaking, the brothers rushed forward and punched and kicked Huang Yue and his son like raindrops. Screams and pleas for mercy were heard one after another, and the scene was in chaos for a time. Chapter 22 The Innocent Her. Chen Sun stood aside, watching everything that was happening coldly. Chairman, are you satisfied with this treatment? Gao Chang then rolled up his sleeves and finally raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He walked slowly to Chen Sun with a respectful tone. He glanced at the father and son who were lying on the ground in a mess. Chen Sun nodded slightly, his eyes deep, looking at Gao Chang seriously. Very good, from today on, Nevernight City will be handed over to you to manage. Please rest assured, Chairman. I will try my best to live up to your trust. Gao Chang nodded solemnly. You are older than me, so I will call you Uncle Chang. Also, you should investigate all the bad things that the father and son have done in the past and send them to jail. Chen Sun paused for a moment and added. Okay. Gao Chang's answer was concise and powerful, which was a sequelae of his retirement as a special forces instructor. Gao Ziheo's evil deeds over the years are too numerous to list. I have cleaned up too many messes for him and I know the situation very well. Although he would inevitably be implicated, he was now the apparent leader of Nevernight, so naturally he had a lot of room for maneuver. After all, the power of money could often pave the way for him. The three of them walked into the hall and saw that the crisis had been resolved. Xinyun then crawled out of Chen Sun's arms, still wearing his coat, looking petite and cute. Yang Ming moved closer to Chen Sun, looking his face back and forth, his face full of disbelief. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chen Sun spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. No, my brother is actually the chairman? The actual controller of Nevernight? I still feel like I was dreaming. Yang Ming scratched his head, his voice full of disbelief. Can I get free food when I come to Nevernight next time? Hee hee. Yang Ming blinked, revealed a sly smile, and looked at Chen Sun expectantly. Free? I can beat you up for free. Chen Sun replied with a smile, his tone light and teasing. Ah, this is so refreshing, so cool. Yang Ming patted Chen Sun's shoulder, unable to suppress his excitement. Suddenly, Yang Ming seemed to realize something, his eyes moved between Chen Sun and Xinyun, and a sly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You two knew each other before? Should I call you sister-in-law, or? He deliberately dragged out the last syllable, with a hint of tentativeness in his tone. When Xinyun, who was standing by, heard this, her cheeks instantly flushed and she lowered her head shyly. Just a friend, okay, curiosity kills the cat, you know? Seeing that Yang Ming wanted to continue asking questions, Chen Sun frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. I was wrong, brother son. I'll slip away now and won't bother you two anymore. Seeing Chen Sun's serious expression, Yang Ming's heart suddenly tightened. He quickly waved his hands to admit his mistake, with a bit of panic in his tone. Ha, look how scared you are. Chen Sun suddenly laughed heartily, the seriousness on his face disappeared instantly, and he looked at Yang Ming with a playful look. Damn it, you can't play it like this, brother son, you scared me to death. Yang Ming then realized that Chen Sun was teasing him on purpose. He heaved a sigh of relief, his tone somewhat helpless. However, even though he knew Chen Sun was joking, he still changed his address and called him brother son. After all, the chairman of Baishan is such a big shot that it is not appropriate for him to address him by his name. He still understands the etiquette of the world. I'm leaving. Yang Ming waved his hand, turned and walked towards his second-hand Mercedes-Benz S, and soon drove out of the Nevernight City and disappeared into the night. Seeing Yang Ming leave, Chen Sun sat on the high-end sofa in the hall. Even though she knew Chen Sun was her boss, Xinyun was not at all reserved. She sat next to Chen Sun with some dependence. A pair of big eyes kept staring at him, with curiosity in their eyes. Shun Yun. Shinsun spoke slowly, his voice low and gentle. Why are you here? Ha? How do you know my name? Shinyun blinked, a look of surprise on her face. Shinsun laughed secretly in her heart. Not to mention that she had her own system, even the label on her work clothes gave her away. But looking at her cute appearance and thinking of her pitiful situation, such a contrast made his heart soften and his eyes became softer. That's not important. Shinsun didn't answer directly, but spoke in a gentle tone, as if coaxing a child. What's important is, when did you come to Nevernight? Yesterday. Shinyun tilted her head and said, I was on the way to the hospital by bus and saw that they were hiring here. The salary was not low, and food and accommodation were provided, so I came here. Isn't the money I gave you enough? Hearing this, Shinsun felt a little angry. He didn't understand why she would jump into the fire pit even though she knew it was a fire pit. It's enough for now, but I still have to go to school and make money. She waved her little hands, looking forward to college life in her mind. Shinsun lowered his head and thought silently. After a while, he raised his head, walked to Shinyun, and said in a gentle tone, Well, I will find you a place to work. The work is easy and the salary will not be less than here. Are you willing? Okay. I'll listen to you. Shinyun's eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation. She had never been on guard against this man who had saved her twice in a row. Then come with me, Shinsun said, turning around and walking towards the door. Just after taking 2 steps, he seemed to suddenly think of something, stopped, and looked back at Shinyun. Let me take you to buy some clothes first. Really? Shinyun behind him quickly followed, her eyes widened in surprise, and the smile on her face became even brighter. After getting in the car, it slowly drove towards the nearby Xintiandi Plaza. Your car looks so weird. It doesn't look good at all. It's not as good as the last one. Shinyun spoke in an innocent and straightforward tone, and his words were shocking. It was the first time that Shinsun heard someone say this. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Unlike that rainy night, Shinyun seemed to have recovered well today. Her expression was bright, her eyes sparkling with light, and her innocent look touched Shinsun's heart. Along the way, Shinyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked curiously at the various rare objects in the car. It's so annoying. It's all that yellow-haired guy's fault. He messed up my hair. As she muttered, she took off her makeup mirror and carefully combed her hair in front of it, not forgetting to complain to herself. After a while she pointed to the window and said innocently, Look, there's a park over there. Wow, there are so many people there. Look, there's a kite in the sky. By the way, where are we going to buy clothes? Can you open the window? It's a bit stuffy. Drive slower, why are you silent? Chapter 23, Unspeakable Private Affairs. When Shinsun came to New Era Plaza again, he was already familiar with the place. He took Shinyun straight to the Chanel store. Shinyun had never been to such a high-end store before, and she was as excited as a child, jumping in. I want this one. This dress is so beautiful. As soon as she entered the store, she was attracted by the clothes in the window and pointed at them on tiptoe. Shinsun looked at her undisguised love and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, buy it if you like it. Shinsun sat down at the shoe-trying area nearby, waiting leisurely. Pick 2 sets for yourself, and buy them all if you like them. Beautiful lady, if you like, you can try it on directly. At this time, the female receptionist in black silk uniform came over and spoke to Shinyun enthusiastically. As he spoke, he led Shinyun towards the fitting room. At this moment, her eyes inadvertently swept over Shinsun beside her, and she was stunned for a moment. It's him! Lin Shui widened her eyes and exclaimed inwardly. Then her eyes fell on Shinyun again, and she couldn't help but guess in her heart, then this girl is his girlfriend, right? Lin Shui suddenly felt a little disappointed. It turned out that he already had a girlfriend. She tried to look calm, but couldn't help but sigh softly. He turned around and continued to work, but his eyes would occasionally glance in the direction of the fitting room. While Shinyun was changing clothes in the fitting room, Shinsun picked up his cell phone and casually flipped through the messages. Yi Jian sent a video of her practicing in the studio. In the video, she sang affectionately, "We'll be together forever." Listen, how's the singing? Yi Jian attached a message, looking forward to Shinsun's reply. It sounds great. I wonder when you might consider releasing an album. I'm all ears. Shinsun clicked on the video, listened carefully, and couldn't help but admire it. Really? Do you like it? Yi Jiyin replied a little shyly, but her happiness could be felt between the lines. Although Chen Sun is an outsider, he thinks that if it sounds good, it sounds good. He suddenly has an idea that maybe he can help Yi Jiyin release an album and slowly cultivate her talent, which can also pave the way for her future. After all, she not only sings well, but is also pretty enough, so she should have a lot of fans. Thinking of this, Chen Sun felt very happy and even began to imagine that his future wife would be a big singer. I saved it and listened to it every day. Don't forget me when you become a big star in the future. Chen Sun joked. Hate it, it's not that easy. Yi Jiyin blushed and hastily withdrew the video, fearing that her little thoughts would be seen through. Chen Sun smiled and was about to reply when he received another message from the landlord, Su Wanqing. She said she was going back to her hometown in 2 days, and Chen Sun immediately replied, "Do you need me to go back with you? Otherwise, my family will urge me to get married or something." Su Wanqing sent an emoji that said keep working hard and replied, "You work hard, I'll think about it again." Why? Are you afraid that your family will not agree, or that your husband will not agree? Chen Sun knew that their relationship had just begun and there was no need to rush, so he joked. Su Wanqing then rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Get lost." Chen Sun looked at the screen and couldn't help laughing out loud. Just when Chen Sun was chatting excitedly, the door of the fitting room was suddenly pushed open. Shen Yun poked out her little head with a slightly flustered look on her face. Seeing this, Chen Sun hurried forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What happened?" Shen Yun stammered and seemed a little embarrassed. He couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time and his face turned red. Chen Sun's heart tightened, thinking that she was injured, and asked hurriedly, "Did you get injured in Nevernight just now?" "No." Shen Yun lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "Well, I think I'm having my period." "Damn, isn't it?" When Chen Sun heard this, he was suddenly at a loss. As a grown man, how would he know how to deal with such a thing? Where could he find what she needed? In his mind, he was thinking of asking Shen to wait for a while he would go around to see if there was anything for sale. At this moment, Lin Shui, who had been paying attention to the movements in the fitting room, seemed to have heard the conversation between the two. "It's okay, sister, wait for me for a moment, I still have some in my bag, I'll get it for you right away." She walked quickly forward, smiled kindly at Shen Yun, and then spoke softly. Okay, thank you, sister." Shen Yun felt relieved and quickly thanked her. Lin Shui just waved her hand and said, "It's okay, we are all girls, it's only natural for us to help each other." After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly to the staff room. After a while, she brought back what was needed and handed it to Shen Yun. Then Shen Yun went back into the fitting room, and Chen Sun next to her had the opportunity to take a closer look at the girl in front of him. He recognized Lin Shui and couldn't help but look at her with gratitude. "Thank you," Chen Sun said with a sincere tone. "It's okay. It's my duty." Lin Shui saw Chen Sun looking at her, her face slightly flushed, and she responded somewhat embarrassedly. Neither of them spoke for a while, and the atmosphere became a little subtle. Lin Shui mustered up her courage and cautiously asked, "Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is so beautiful." She was unwilling to give in and wanted to confirm whether her guess was correct. You're wrong, she's not my girlfriend," Chen Sun hurriedly explained, somewhat helplessly. "I see." Lin Shui smiled, and her tone suddenly became much more relaxed. "Then you are quite generous to your friends. You know, Chanel stuff isn't cheap." While the two were talking, Shen Yun changed back into her own clothes and walked out of the fitting room. She put a smile on her face again, walked up to Lin Shui, and handed over the new clothes in her hand. "I'm ready, thank you, sister, this one will do." "One set is not enough. Choose another one for her according to this size," Chen Sun said without any regret. After hearing this, Shen Yun nodded obediently and picked out another set of clothes. The total amount was 180,000. As the checkout was completed, the system prompted a 5-fold return reward, and Chen Sun's account had nearly 1 million more deposits. At this time, his savings had exceeded 5 million, and Chen Sun was very satisfied with this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching a deposit of 5 million. The system rewards the music master skill. Ding! Welfare task appears. If you have a second female with a beauty score of 90 or above, you will be rewarded with 51% of the shares of Feiyu Live Broadcasting Company. Just when he thought of music, the system came up immediately. He whispered to himself, with a smile on his face, "Flying fish? Live broadcast platform, not bad." Xinyun was carrying shopping bags, her face full of joy, and she started communicating with Lin Shui at the front desk. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the two, Chen Sun began to have a better impression of Lin Shui. As the two walked out of the Chanel store, Lin Shui was left alone, watching Chen Sun's back with a complicated expression, and no one knew what she was thinking. Xinyun followed Chen Sun, holding 2 large bags of clothes in her arms, and she was extremely happy. Seeing that the clothes had been bought, Chen Sun planned to place her in his own villa at Shanshui No. 1. After communicating with Sister Ye and knowing that his villa also needed people, Chen Sun thought of doing this. Otherwise, with Xinyun's innocent and pretty face and her ignorance of the dangers of society, she would have been taken advantage of if she hadn't met me twice. As the sound of the Lamborghini's engine gradually died down, Chen Sun and Xinyun arrived at Villa No. 1. Xinyun was stunned when he saw the magnificent villa in front of him. If it weren't for Chen Sun, she might never have seen such a mansion in her life. This is undoubtedly a material symbol of transcending class. The two walked to the door, and Sister Ye was already waiting there with a gentle smile on her face. She took the shopping bag from Xinyun and said enthusiastically, "Welcome back, Mr. Chen." Chen Sun nodded and introduced her, "Sister Ye, this is Xinyun. I'll leave her to you." After that, he turned to Xinyun and said, "Xinyun, just follow Sister Ye. She will make the arrangements." "Hello, sister." Xinyun greeted sweetly with a well-behaved smile on her face. Su Jingya looked at the pure and lovely girl in front of her, and she immediately liked her a little, and responded enthusiastically, "Okay, come on, come in with me." As she spoke, she led Xinyun into the villa, but her years of experience told her, this girl is more than just a new employee. Chapter 24: Xinyun's Confession. Chen Sun walked in front, while Xinyun walked behind, holding Su Jingya's hand in a familiar manner. After arriving at the hall and sitting down, Su Jingya began to report to Chen Sun the latest water, electricity, property expenses, purchased furniture and decorations, etc. He also took out the expense details and purchase list from the folder and reported them to Chen Sun one by one. "It's okay, Sister Ye, you can handle these things while I'm away. I trust you." Chen Sun just took a casual glance and felt that there was no need to say more. He trusted Sister Ye very much. You should know that you should trust the people you employ. If you don't trust someone, don't employ him. Besides, you don't need those small things. Su Jingya wanted to explain in more detail, but was gently blocked by Chen Sun's words. Feeling his trust, her heart couldn't help but warm. Coo coo coo. Suddenly, Xinyun's stomach made a noise, and she smiled embarrassedly. The food is being prepared here. Do you need anything to eat? Su Jingya immediately asked considerately upon seeing this. Xinyun subconsciously looked at Chen Sun, her eyes full of anticipation. I'm a little hungry, so let's prepare something delicious. Chen Sun touched his stomach and remembered that he didn't eat anything at the previous class reunion, so he nodded. Su Jingya smiled slightly and nodded in response, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Then she tactfully stepped back, giving the two of them some space to be alone. Xinyun could never have imagined that she would encounter such a thing on her first day at work. What surprised her even more was that the person in front of her was the handsome guy who rescued her on a rainy night. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Chen Sun, and her eyes couldn't help but be a little shy. She thought they would never meet again in this life, but unexpectedly he not only reappeared in her life, but also arranged a job for her. Xinyun was filled with gratitude and whispered to Chen Sun, "Thank you, boss. Just call me Chen Sun. It might sound weird to the boss, huh?" Chen Sun smiled and said in a relaxed tone. Xinyun pursed her lips, and while looking at Chen Sun with her big eyes, she suddenly asked, "Why are you so nice to me? Do you like me?" Chen Sun was speechless for a moment. Indeed, Xinyun in front of him was lively and cute. From the first time they met, Chen Sun had an urge to protect her. He thought for a moment and responded half-jokingly, "Why, are you ready to pledge your love to me?" Xinyun blushed when she heard this. Thinking of the changes in her family, she said helplessly, "Aren't you afraid that I will drag you down? I will advance you a salary. Don't worry about the money. Just tell me if you need anything." Thinking of Xinyun's series of actions, Chen Sun couldn't help but feel a little scared and did not give a direct answer. Xinyun saw him change the subject, then lowered her head and murmured in an almost inaudible voice, "It's not impossible to pledge my love to you." As she spoke, she took out the newly bought clothes and looked at them over and over again, her little face full of satisfaction. Then, she raised her head and looked at Chen Sun expectantly. "That happened just now, and I didn't take a close look. Can you help me check it out later to see if it looks good?" "Of course, no problem. Looking at the lovely Shin Yun in front of him, Chen Sun nodded with a gentle tone. After a while, Sister Ye directed the kitchen to serve the seafood feast. 2 bowls of sea cucumber porridge, steamed lobster with vermicelli and garlic sauce, pan-fried salmon, kung pao shrimp, and Mediterranean-style salad. Wow! Seeing the delicious food in front of him, Shin Yun, who was already hungry, suddenly brightened up his eyes. Then I'll start eating. Shin Yun asked impatiently when she saw Chen Sun not moving his chopsticks for a long time. Eat quickly. Chen Sun finally came back to his senses, smiled slightly, and started eating with her. Wait, I want to take a photo as a commemoration, hee hee. Shin Yun suddenly thought of something, with a cunning look in his eyes. She wanted to record every beautiful moment she spent with Chen Sun. At this moment, there was no room for another man in her eyes. Go ahead and take pictures. Chen Sun nodded gently, thinking that she just wanted to take pictures of the delicious food on the table. However, Shin Yun unexpectedly came up to him, boldly got into his arms, raised her phone and took a selfie of the two of them. Chen Sun was stunned for a moment, feeling her restlessness, but it was difficult to push her away, and he did not refuse for the moment. Shin Yun adjusted her position in Chen Sun's arms, and was dissatisfied with his coat, so she simply took it off and threw it to him. What's wrong? Anyway, you have hugged me before, I don't care, you have to be responsible. Seeing that Chen Sun had a strange expression, Shin Yun pouted, pretended to be righteous, and spoke to Chen Sun in a coquettish tone. In fact, Shin Yun was unsure whether this would be too much. As soon as she said it, she felt a little regretful. Chen Sun looked at her stubborn look, his heart softened, and he smiled softly, just take pictures with peace of mind. Chen Sun lowered his head and looked at the bold Shin Yun in his arms. Without the cover of her coat, the snow-white skin of her back was within reach. His heart was moved and his body reacted unconsciously. Ahem, hurry up and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. He breathed rapidly, trying to hide the embarrassment. Shin Yun could naturally feel the strangeness in his body. She looked at Chen Sun with a sly look and raised the corners of her mouth. I thought you had no feelings for me, huh? Chen Sun felt helpless, not knowing whether it was a good thing or a bad thing for him to bring Shin Yun back to the villa. He took a deep breath, and used his 2 big hands to gently lift Shin Yun from his arms like a kitten and put her back on the seat beside him. Then, he lowered his head and started to eat in big mouthfuls. He didn't dare to meet Shin Yun's gaze. This feeling of embarrassment was rare for him. Even though it was her first time eating sea cucumber and lobster, Shin Yun was still very ladylike and savored them in small bites. But she felt full after eating just a little, so she put down her chopsticks and said, I can't eat anymore. When Chen Sun had no money, he liked to eat buffets the most. Not to mention these dishes, they were just to whet his appetite. After pouring all the dishes together, as Chen Sun sucked them in violently, the battlefield became a mess, with only a few empty plates left. I want to try on new clothes. Shin Yun blinked, where can I change? Chen Sun pointed in the direction of Sister Ye, it's okay, there are so many rooms here, just pick one you like. Shin Yun nodded, thinking that Sister Ye just lived here, so she chose a bedroom next to hers and pointed to it. Is this room good? Should I live here from now on? She turned around, her eyes seeking advice. Chen Sun glanced around and saw that it was the same exclusive housekeeper room as Sister Ye's, so he nodded and said, okay, then you can stay in this room. A happy expression appeared on Shin Yun's face. She turned around excitedly, closed the door, and began to change her clothes. Okay, Chen Sun, come here quickly. I want you to help me see if it looks good. After a while, her voice was heard in the room. Chen Sun pushed the door open and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, his eyes fell uncontrollably on Shin Yun. She was wearing a newly bought classic Chanel-style suit. She wore a white shirt under the tweed jacket, and the light pink skirt outlined her slender waist. The stockings of the Nevernight employee uniform were still worn on her legs. Although there is no exposure on her body, she looks both pure and somewhat seductive. Does it look good? Why don't you say anything? Seeing Chen Sun staring at her without saying anything, Shin Yun tilted her head in confusion. Chen Sun's Adam's apple rolled and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Good, looks good. When Shin Yun heard his answer, a smile appeared on her face, and she jumped off the bed with satisfaction. She walked gently to Chen Sun, took his arm, and looked up at him. Hee, do you like me now? Chapter 25, Love Under the Moonlight. Chen Sun looked at Shin Yun in front of him, and suddenly felt dazed. Her appearance overlapped with his first love Chen Yanning in his memory. The familiar feeling made his heart beat faster and his emotions out of control. He stood by the door and raised his hand to turn off the light. The room suddenly became dark. Then, he closed the door with his backhand in a clean and neat movement. The only thing left in the room was a little moonlight coming in from the window, shining on Shen Yun's pretty face. Shen Sun said nothing and slowly walked towards Shen Yun. Shen Yun saw him staring at her, knowing that her confession might have been successful, and felt a little nervous. So she sat back on the bed obediently, lowered her head, and placed her hands lightly on her knees, like a lamb, letting Shen Sun hold her in his arms. The moonlight was like water, and the room was so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. Shen Yun's charm was so similar to the figure in his memory that Shen Sun couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. He gently held up Shen Yun's pure and flawless little face, his eyes full of tenderness. Without waiting for Shen Yun to react, Shen Sun lowered his head and kissed her sweet lips. Shen Yun didn't expect things to develop so quickly. His heartbeat quickened and his mind went blank. If her feelings for Chen Sun that rainy night were still about his handsome looks and her deep gratitude towards him, this time, her emotions were completely out of her love for Chen Sun. She did not resist at all and let Chen Sun's breath invade her. She closed her eyes and thought to herself that no matter what happened next, she would not regret it, and that was enough. The two of them slowly fell on the big white bed, and the atmosphere was charming. As the critical moment arrived, Shen Yun suddenly realized that he was in a special period. His body trembled slightly and his movements stopped. Chen Sun also woke up from his dream at this time. Looking at Shen Yun in front of him, whose clothes were disheveled and hair was messy, he felt complicated. Shen Yun buried her head in Chen Sun's chest shyly, not daring to look up at him. Chen Sun shook his head and told himself in his heart that he should not let the past affect the present. The Shen Yun in front of us is unique, and she is no substitute for anyone. Then Chen Sun took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner fluctuations. He stroked Shen Yun's hair and whispered, "I'm sorry, I." Before Chen Sun finished speaking, he saw Shen Yun's face flushed and whispered, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can do anything you want." "Hey!" Chen Sun was a little tangled, but finally said in a low voice, "Shen Yun, I have a girlfriend." Shen Yun smiled and said, "What's the matter?" "I don't care. As long as you stay with me all the time, that's enough." After saying that, she hugged Chen Sun tightly. Her body was soft and warm. Chen Sun felt the warmth from her, and after hesitating for a moment, he reached out his hand and held her in his arms. The two of them hugged each other like this, and gradually, as their breathing became steady, they fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, Chen Sun's phone buzzed and a series of messages popped up on the screen. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the messages, and saw that they were all sent by Rawashi. Several tempting photos were accompanied by the text, "Brother, are you free today? I will cook for you at home." Chen Sun's sleepiness was dispelled a lot at once, and he thought to himself that he had indeed missed appointments with her several times, so he might as well go over and see her this time. He turned his head to look at Shen Yun, who was still sleeping beside him, tucked the quilt in for her gently, and then quietly got out of bed. Chen Sun, who was putting on his shoes, heard Shen Yun's voice behind him and turned around to ask, "Are you awake?" Shen Yun mumbled in a daze, "No." After saying that, he closed his eyes again after just opening them, looking like he was going to stay in bed. Chen Sun couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently pulled off the quilt covering her face, teasing, "Get up. I want to sleep." Shen Yun's voice was soft and tender, with a hint of coquettishness. "Ha! If you don't get up, your salary will be deducted." Chen Sun teased her with a wicked smile. "Ah! No, don't deduct my salary." Upon hearing this, Shen Yun immediately struggled to get up, with a serious look on his little face. Chen Sun didn't expect that she would take it seriously, so he quickly moved closer to her and softened his tone, "I was just kidding, go to sleep." Shen Yun then giggled, quickly moved forward, gave Chen Sun a big kiss on the face, then quickly crawled back into the bed like a child. Chen Sun shook his head helplessly, but in his heart he felt that Shen Yun in front of him was very cute. There was nothing he could do, he just fell for it. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly found that the quilt was shaking uncontrollably. It was obvious that Shen Yun was secretly enjoying herself in there. Chen Sun raised the corner of his mouth and pounced on him. The two of them immediately burst into laughter and played around for a while before Chen Sun finally got up and left. As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Su Jingya had already gotten up and was standing by the dining table. Breakfast was already prepared. She saw Chen Sun walking out of Shen Yun's room, her eyes fixed, and she made a rough judgment in her heart. It seems that the girl from yesterday was not a new employee, but the new boss's wife. Chen Sun saw Sister Ye looking at him with a vague gaze, and even though he was usually thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed. He laughed dryly twice and greeted her in a natural way, "Good morning, Sister Ye." After sitting down, he took a few bites and saw Sister Ye still standing aside, so he said, "Let's eat together." "I'm not so particular. It's so early, you probably haven't eaten yet, right?" He pointed to the seat opposite and motioned for her to sit down. Seeing that Chen Sun invited him to eat together again, it would be inappropriate to refuse again. After all, it was the boss's request, and he really hadn't eaten. Thinking of this, she nodded and started eating quietly with Chen Sun. The Sister Ye in front of me had already dressed up early in the morning and put on exquisite makeup. Even if observed closely, there was no flaw in her makeup. Chen Sun couldn't help but sigh inwardly, "I wonder if she has naturally good skin or good makeup skills." As he was thinking about this while eating breakfast, he actually felt his appetite increase and his mood became much happier. Su Jingya noticed Chen Sun's gaze and asked a little embarrassedly, "What's wrong, am I stuck in powder?" As she spoke, she pulled out a small mirror from her inner pocket and looked at herself carefully, fearing that she would leave a bad impression on Chen Sun. Chen Sun smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "No, I just think that the old saying that beauty is a feast to the eyes is true." Mr. Chen, you really know how to joke." After hearing Chen Sun's praise, Su Jingya laughed, 2 shallow dimples appeared, and her tone was a little shy. After finishing his meal, Chen Sun put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he turned to Su Jingya and said, "Please help take care of Xinyun. Thank you for your hard work." Su Jingya nodded and said, "This is what I should do." "Don't worry." Chen Sun set off according to the address sent by Ruwashi. His destination was a residential area in the old city, not far from the house where he rented from Sister Chang. He thought that he could go and see Sister Chang later. After all, he hadn't seen her for 2 days and missed her a lot. The car slowly drove into the Xingfu Garden community. While waiting, Chen Sun looked around and found that the environment of this community was not bad. There is a spacious square garden at the entrance, with a fountain in the center, and the surrounding greenery is also quite good. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers, and the sound of birds singing can be heard from time to time. Although it is not luxurious, it is full of the warm atmosphere of life. Chen Sun immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Ruwashi, "I'm here, at the fountain in Xingfu Garden Square." Most of the people coming and going in the square were old people and children. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared in Chen Sun's sight. I saw that Ruwashi had a beautiful face, relaxed eyebrows and eyes, and she had a gentle temperament. She was wearing a simple and elegant green top with a black A-line skirt, flesh-colored stockings on her legs, and a pair of flat high heels on her feet. For Chen Sun, who was used to seeing beautiful women, these were nothing. What really attracted him was Ruwashi's beautiful legs. Her legs are round and full, plump yet firm, with smooth thigh lines and just the right curvature of her calves. These legs are not deliberately made to be slender and long, but are full of the reality of life, exuding a gentle feeling unique to wives. Chen Sun's eyes lit up, staring at Ruwashi in front of him. This is the real leg playing ear. Chapter 26: The Charm of Dancers. Chen Sun recognized Ruwashi at a glance, but Ruwashi's eyes were still searching around. Her eyes swept over Chen Sun. Although she thought the man in front of her was young and handsome, she felt a little surprised. But he was not associated with Brother Xian Yu, who gave generous tips in the live broadcast room. Seeing this, Chen Sun couldn't help but find it interesting, so he walked forward slowly. "Beauty, who are you looking for?" He stretched out his hand and waved it gently in front of Ruwashi's eyes teasingly. Ruwashi's thoughts were interrupted by this sudden action, and she looked up at the young man in his early 20s in front of her. "I mistakenly thought he was trying to chat with me, and I was not surprised by such things. So I responded calmly, 'It's okay, I'm waiting for someone.'" "Oh, I see." Chen Sun responded briefly, with a hint of amusement in his tone. Seeing that Brother Shang Yue had not shown up yet, Ruwashi became anxious and quickly took out her cell phone and made a WeChat call. Chen Sun's WeChat sent a clear voice, "Where are you?" "I'm at the fountain." Ruwashi's heart tightened, and she thought to herself, could it be that Brother Shang Yue walked into the wrong neighborhood? She was about to ask, but she saw Chen Sun in front of her holding a mobile phone, a smile on his face, looking straight at her. You are Brother Shang Yue?" Ruwashi's eyes widened and she exclaimed in disbelief. "Yeah." Chen Sun smiled and nodded in response. "My God, you are so young." Ruwashi was still immersed in shock. "What else? You hope that I will be satisfied only if I am an old man?" Chen Sun joked half-jokingly. Oh, who would have thought? Brother Xiang Yue, how old are you this year? In your early 20s, right? Ruwashi came forward and looked at Chen Sun in front of her. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a bright smile and handsome eyes. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a college student. Don't call me big brother, just call me Chen Sun. Chen Sun smiled and waved his hand, then asked, "What about you, what's your name?" "What about me?" "My name is Ruwashi, Lu Ruwashi." Ruwashi introduced herself generously. "Wow, you are using your real name to surf the internet." Chen Sun teased, "You are too honest." I didn't understand at the time. I thought I had to fill in my real name. Ruwashi explained with a smile, and then invited warmly, "Come on, Chen Sun, come to my house and sit down, don't stand outside." The two walked side by side from the community fountain into the residential building, and the elevator door opened in front of them. In the elevator, an old lady with kind eyes greeted Ruwashi with a smile, "You're back." "Yes, Grandma." Ruwashi responded with a smile. "This boy is your boyfriend. He's so handsome. You two are a perfect match." The old lady's gaze then turned to Chen Sun. She looked him up and down, and the smile on her lips became even more intense. "Grandma, he is a friend of mine." Hearing this, Ruwashi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she waved her hand gently, her voice slightly shy. The old lady blinked her eyes, and that little look seemed to say, I understand, I understand." She turned her head and looked at Chen Sun, and said seriously, "Young man, cherish her. Ruwashi is a beautiful girl, and she is patient in taking care of children. You must seize this opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door finally opened slowly, and Ruwashi stepped out of the elevator with a sense of relief. "You already have a child?" Chen Sun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ruwashi nodded gently and smiled tenderly, "Yes, there is a little girl who was taken back by my parents these 2 days." She paused and continued, "I earn money by myself, and sometimes I am too busy to handle it. Without my children around, I have more time to livestream." "Oh." Chen Sun nodded thoughtfully, "So she's a single mother." Thinking of this, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Ruwashi. Ruwashi in front of him had a voluptuous and well-proportioned figure, a slender waist, and a gentle temperament in her every move. She didn't look like a mother at all. "You've maintained a good figure." Chen Sun felt a surge of excitement in his heart and couldn't help but admire her. "I'm a dance teacher. I exercise regularly and pay attention to maintenance, so I'm in pretty good shape." Ruwashi chuckled when she heard this, with pride in her eyes. As they chatted, they walked to a door. Ruwashi took out the key from her bag, gently turned the door lock, and the door opened. She stepped aside and smiled at Chen Sun, "Come in and have a seat." Although the room is compact, the layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room appears warm. Every space is used reasonably, and a breath of life is in the air. Ruwashi guided Chen Sun to sit on the sofa, then she turned and walked into the kitchen to pour him a glass of water. "By the way." Chen Sun looked at her seductive back, with a hint of curiosity in his tone, "You are a dance teacher, why are you still thinking about doing live broadcasts at night? Why are you so hardworking?" "I have a mortgage. I bought a house at a high price a few years ago, but now the price has dropped a lot. If I don't work harder, I won't be able to pay off the mortgage." Ruwashi walked out of the kitchen holding a cup of water, gently handed the cup to Chen Sun inside. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chen Sun nodded in understanding. Afterwards, Ruwashi adjusted her mood, turned around and asked, "Have you eaten? I'll make something for you." "I didn't expect you to come so early." Chen Sun laughed and said in an ambiguous tone, "Didn't I want to see you earlier? I've already eaten." "Okay." Ruwashi nodded, and then her eyes lit up. "Chen Sun, do you eat durian? I bought it online, and the courier just arrived." As she spoke, she bent down and prepared to pick up the huge durian from the ground. "Don't move, don't move. I'll do it. There are thorns on this skin. Be careful not to get pricked." Seeing this, Chen Sun quickly stood up and walked over, speaking considerately. "Oh." Ruwashi immediately took a step back and watched Chen Sun pick up the durian easily. She was still thinking about using a knife to cut it, but she saw Chen Sun had already pried it open with force, and the durian opened, and a rich aroma instantly filled the air. The two sat on the sofa, tasting durian and chatting. "It's really amazing, look." Chen Sun watched the dance on TV and couldn't help but admire it. The girl in the picture performed a split easily with smooth and natural movements. Ruwashi smiled slightly, with pride in her eyes. This is nothing, it's not even half of my skills. Chen-sun then realized that Ruwashi was a dancer, and such moves were a piece of cake for her. Chen-sun's mind couldn't help but start to wander. Those romantic action movies flashed through his mind, and the corners of his mouth began to rise unconsciously. How could the considerate Ruwashi not understand the thoughts of the little man in front of her? She winked at Chen-sun and said in a coquettish tone, "Do you want to see it? I'll give you something difficult." Really? Can the intensity be increased? Chen-sun nodded with satisfaction, his eyes shining. Ruwashi quickly spread the yoga mat on the ground, and after a simple warm-up, she began her performance. She was as light as a swallow, and could perform various difficult folding movements with ease. Her body was so soft that it seemed as if she had no bones. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, and every seductive posture was full of charm in Chen-sun's eyes. As the action deepened, beads of sweat appeared on Ruwashi's face. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and her chest rose and fell gently with the rhythm, with sweat dripping down her face. After dancing, her body still had the afterglow of exercise, and her lazy posture lying on the sofa seemed like a seduction to Chen-sun. Chen-sun couldn't help but think of some disgusting scenes, and his eyes became even more fiery. He could no longer suppress his inner impulse, so he strode forward and picked her up. Ruwashi did not resist, and she was not an innocent girl. The Chen-sun in front of her was not only brother Xianyu, who spent a lot of money in the live broadcast room and made her feel good about him. He is also a young, handsome man, and all these are enough to make her let down all her defenses. Thinking about what might happen next, Ruwashi's breathing became rapid and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Chen-sun gently placed her on the sofa, and when he was about to take further action, Ruwashi's cell phone suddenly rang. But the charge horn had already sounded. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot, and Chen-sun still launched a fierce attack. "Hello? I'll get ready and start the show later, okay? Yeah, I got it." Ruwashi's voice was a little hurried, but she didn't hang up the phone yet. Chapter 27, Rivals Emerge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the welfare task. The 51% share reward of Feiyu Live Broadcasting Company has been received. Snap! With the sound of the lighter, Chen-sun lay leisurely on the sofa, enjoying the warmth brought by the beauty in his arms. Thinking that he is now the boss of Feiyu Live Broadcasting Company, maybe he can really make Jiin into a female singer. Just as Chen-sun was thinking about this question comfortably and in a good mood, he turned around and found that Ruwashi beside him was worried. Chen-sun thought about the call Ruwashi had just received, which should be about the live broadcast issue. Now that he has become the boss of Feiyu Live, there is nothing that cannot be solved. "What's wrong?" Chen-sun asked with concern. "I have to go live and can't continue to accompany you," Ruwashi said reluctantly. Chen-sun said with some nostalgia, "It doesn't matter if we don't broadcast it today. But I signed a contract with the live streaming platform. I must complete a certain amount of live streaming every month. If I fail to do so, I will be fined," Ruwashi explained. "Didn't I give you so many gifts? Hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent. Isn't that enough?" Chen-sun was a little confused. "At the beginning, I thought that the monthly goals would be easy to achieve, but I didn't expect there were so many traps in the contract. After the platform, the union, and the operation divided the hundreds of thousands of gifts, the actual sales I received were only more than 10,000, which is still far from this month's goal of 20,000. Ruwashi was a little helpless. How heartless. It turns out that exploitation exists not only in factories, but everywhere. Chen-sun sighed inwardly. Just as Ruwashi stood up and prepared to go live, Chen-sun grabbed her hand. "If you don't want to broadcast it, don't broadcast it. Wait for me," he said confidently and took out his mobile phone. When Ruwashi heard Chen-sun say this, although she didn't know what Chen-sun did, she knew that the person who could give her hundreds of thousands of gifts in the live broadcast room was definitely not that simple. Then she took Chen-sun's hand trustingly and pretended to lie in his arms again. At this time, Chen-sun had been automatically invited to join the executive group of the Feiyu platform. He immediately started at ing everyone in the group, "Help me check what's going on with anchor Ruwashi's contract. Which union did she sign with?" After a while, the phone vibrated and a message came, "Mr. Chen, Ruwashi has signed a contract with Yangchang Lashang Media Company. Okay, return every penny Ruwashi has earned from live streaming on the platform to her." After Chen-sun finished speaking, he turned to look at Ruwashi. "Do you want to continue broadcasting in the future?" "Yes, I want to show my dance to everyone." Ruwashi nodded without hesitation. "Very good. Chen Sun replied, re-sign her contract, treat her as a top anchor, and do our best to promote her. Okay. Please rest assured, Mr. Chen. The other party replied quickly. After seeing the message, Chen Sun put down his phone with satisfaction, his lips slightly raised and his eyes filled with relief. Ruoshi beside him widened her eyes and looked at Chen Sun in disbelief. He can actually control Feiyu lives so easily, it is obvious that he holds an extraordinary position. Ruoshi couldn't help but ask curiously, what do you do for a living? Chen Sun narrowed his eyes, smiled slightly, and said calmly, let me introduce myself. I am the boss of Feiyu Live, Chen Sun. Wow, what? Ruoshi was so shocked that she could hardly speak. It turned out that he was the boss of Feiyu Live, one of the best live streaming platforms in China. No wonder he can easily create hundreds of carnivals, and no wonder he can change his contracts so easily. The look she gave Chen Sun was full of admiration, and youthful success was embodied in this moment. It was incredible that I had just had such close contact with such a big shot. After a while, Ruoshi's cell phone rang, and it turned out to be an announcement of contract changes. She raised her head and said to Chen Sun with joy, thank you, Chen Sun, you were so kind. There will be more traffic support in the future. You must seize the opportunity and work hard towards the goal of becoming a big anchor. Chen Sun said in a gentle tone. Really? Thinking that she would become a big anchor, Ruoshi was filled with excitement. That's great. Before I knew it, several hours had passed. I'll come see you next time. Ruoshi originally wanted to keep Chen Sun at home for dinner, but Chen Sun politely declined when he thought about visiting the landlady. Ruoshi nodded and reluctantly sent Chen Sun out the door. Chen Sun drove the Lamborghini into the old town and slowly stopped in front of an old residential area. He went straight to the fourth floor, and just as he stepped onto the stairs, he heard a fierce quarrel coming from the corridor. Wan Qing, please give me a chance to pursue you. For you, I have traveled thousands of miles to Yangcheng just to see you. He quickened his pace and went forward to take a look, only to see a thin man in his 30s, wearing a black suit, holding flowers, standing at the door of Su Wanqing's room with an anxious tone. Su Wanqing frowned, her face full of disgust. The emotions between people are inherently complicated. Some people can make your heart beat faster at first sight, just like her to Chen Sun. But for someone she doesn't like, no matter how hard the other person tries, she can't develop any good feelings towards him or her. The Songhao in front of her is her college classmate. He actually found out her address through her best friend and went to her house to confess his love for her, but he didn't know that such behavior would only make her more disgusted. Give up, Songhao. I really don't have any feelings for you. Please don't bother me anymore. Su Wanqing's tone was calm, but her attitude was firm, and she had already given this old classmate enough face. However, Songhao remained unmoved and said sincerely, I will definitely be able to move you. I may not have been able to do so before, but now my career is stable. I don't believe that you have no feelings for me at all. His words sounded so sincere that if someone who didn't know the truth heard them, they might actually believe them. Su Wanqing sneered in her heart. If she didn't own this 4-story building and collect rent, and if there was no recent news that this place was going to be planned for demolition, how could Songhao suddenly be so attentive to her? He just wanted to avoid taking a detour for 10 years. She knew all this, and her tone became even more indifferent. I already have a boyfriend. Impossible, I don't believe it. Songhao still asked unwillingly, trying to make a final struggle. Give up on this idea. Su Wanqing refused mercilessly. Hearing this, Songhao's face instantly became extremely ugly. He snorted coldly and thought to himself, just as I expected, she has a gigolo, no wonder she looks down on me. His eyes gradually became vicious, and when Su Wanqing refused, he threw the flowers in his hand to the ground. He then reached out and tried to force his way into her room. Seeing this, Su Wanqing quickly struggled to resist. Ah! Chapter 28 The Taste of Grilled Oysters. Seeing Su Wanqing being bullied, Chen Sun rushed forward. He grabbed Songhao's collar and suddenly exerted force, throwing him out of the room even though he had already stepped into the room. Songhao was thrown heavily against the wall by Chen Sun. The pain from the impact on his back made him breathe rapidly and unable to speak. He pointed at Chen Sun angrily, his voice trembling, You. Then, he glared at Su Wanqing fiercely and said through gritted teeth, He is the pretty boy you keep, isn't he? Su Wanqing looked coldly at Songhao who was lying on the ground. She walked forward and gently took Chen Sun's arm. Seeing this, Songhao's eyes turned red, his face twisted, and he kept saying, Okay. Chen Sun walked up to Songhao and said coldly, if you dare to disturb Sister Chang again, you can try again. Roll. As Chen Sun uttered this word, Song Hao's face turned pale, he climbed up from the ground tremblingly, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He dragged his disheveled body along the wall and slipped away silently. Sister Ching, are you okay? Chen Sun turned around and looked at Su Wanqing with concern. I was so scared. Fortunately you were here. Su Wanqing then woke up as if from a dream and threw herself into Chen Sun's arms, her voice filled with some fear. Chen Sun hugged the frightened Su Wanqing and walked into the room, helped her sit down on the sofa, and listened to Su Wanqing's story. It turned out that Song Hao was Su Wanqing's college classmate. He was idle, lazy, and had never had a proper job. He had developed a crush on Su Wanqing when he was in college, but he never expressed it. At some point, he heard that the area was about to be demolished, and when he learned that Su Wanqing lived here, he came to her house. Obviously, he wanted to take this opportunity to hook up with a rich woman and become rich overnight. After hearing this, Chen Sun couldn't help but comfort him. Then won't you be a rich woman soon? Isn't it now? Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him, her tone a little arrogant. Indeed, as a landlord's wife, the rent from a building was enough for her to live a carefree life. Chen Sun had seen the Porsche in her basement garage. Chen Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became serious. I think it's better not to stay here for the next 2 days. This Song Hao might be a threat. I'm not as easy to bully as a little girl. I'm not afraid of him. Su Wanqing said, rolling up her sleeves, with a bit of anger on her face, looking very heroic. Chen Sun looked at Su Wanqing in front of him, with her beautiful face, tall figure, and proud curves. No wonder Song Hao was so persistent in pestering her. However, with Song Hao's weight of 180 kilograms, he could probably only fight Su Wanqing on equal terms. You have to be on guard against others. After all, you are a woman. Chen Sun spoke in a serious tone, but in his heart he began to think about whether he should bring Sister Qing to his villa to live temporarily. A picture emerged in his mind: all his close female friends could live harmoniously in that big villa. That would be the ultimate life. Chen Sun lowered his head and thought seriously, occasionally raising the corners of his mouth. What are you thinking about? Your mouth is watering. Su Wanqing looked at Chen Sun's absent-minded look and couldn't help but laugh and joke. Oh, really? Ha ha. Chen Sun came back to his senses, touched the corner of his mouth, and showed an innocent expression. Anyway, we still have to be careful. Who knows what Song Hao will do? Seeing Chen Sun caring about her so much, Su Wanqing felt warm in her heart and asked softly, why do you care about me so much? Of course. Chen Sun answered without hesitation, his eyes gentle and firm. I said that Sister Chang will always be the most important woman in my heart. I don't want my woman to be hurt in any way. It's okay, I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow. I haven't seen the elderly at home for a long time, so it may take some time for me to come back. Su Wanqing smiled slightly, her tone relaxed. Yeah, I know. Chen Sun nodded, and then his eyes showed expectation. I performed so well, can you take me with you? He stared at Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes happily with an ambiguous look. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes, pinched Chen Sun's face and teased, it depends on your performance. Her eyes met Chen Sun's, and a charming atmosphere flowed in the air. Staring straight at Su Wanqing in front of him, Chen Sun felt a surge of heat in his heart, and suddenly felt hungry and thirsty. Snap! Chen Sun took a cigarette from the table, lit it and took a deep breath. In the smoke, he slowly said, I'll take you there tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Su Wanqing nodded slightly and agreed. It's settled then. Chen Sun responded with a smile, in a good mood. As the sky outside the window gradually darkened, Chen Sun remembered that he had not eaten much and his stomach began to growl. Let's eat something together? Chen Sun suggested. Let's go out to eat. There's not much food at home. Let's go shopping at the same time. Su Wanqing thought about the empty refrigerator and said it. Okay, let's go. Chen Sun put out the cigarette in his hand and stood up. Okay. Chen Sun agreed. The two of them walked out of the room hand in hand and followed the path in the community to the outside. There is a bustling food street outside the old community, with the smell of fireworks in the air. This is the advantage of living in a mature community. Whatever you want to eat, you can find it nearby. There are so many delicious foods. Let's take a look. Chen Sun said that he could already smell the aroma wafting from the surrounding stalls. What should we eat? Su Wanqing muttered to herself. The two of them walked and stopped, weaving through the crowded crowd. This one looks good. Su Wanqing pointed to the lean meatball stall nearby. Okay, let's have this. 2 bowls, please. Chan Sun said readily. No, 1 bowl is enough. There are so many delicious foods, let's try more. Su Wanqing said with a smile. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chen Sun nodded, his eyes full of pampering. Grilled oysters, 10 yuan each, 10 yuan each. A gas station for men and a beauty salon for women. While waiting for the boss to make the lean meatballs, loud shouts came from the loudspeaker at the grilled oyster stall nearby. Chen Sun pinched Su Wanqing's little hand and teased with a smile, Listen, do you want to have a beauty treatment? I don't want to. What are you thinking about in your little head every day? Su Wanqing glanced at him with a hint of anger in her tone. Then I have to fill up the gas first, otherwise I won't have the energy to work at night. Chen Sun leaned close to Su Wanqing and said in a low voice. Speak more quietly. Su Wanqing blushed and pinched Chen Sun's hand hard. Chen Sun smiled and walked forward and bought 10 grilled oysters. When Su Wanqing saw that he bought so much, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. You're going to die, eating so much. 10 is a lot. Chen Sun disagreed. Then you can help me share some of the burden later. Brother, the lean meatballs are ready. Okay. Chen Sun pulled Su Wanqing to sit at the stall. On a summer night, the cool breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of comfort. The two of them took turns eating, and the lean meatballs were soon finished. No one disliked the other, and sitting next to each other, their lives felt complete. After a while, the grilled oysters at the stall next door were ready. Damn! Such a beautiful woman. The boss came over with a plate, glanced at Su Wanqing quickly, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. To be honest, he has been setting up a stall here for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a woman who has amazed him so much. Then he looked at Chen Sun beside Su Wanqing, who was stuffing oysters into his mouth. Chen Sun's muscular figure matched the big oysters. The boss muttered in his heart, I guess someone is going to suffer tonight. Thinking of this, the boss felt a pang of heartache. Why? It's not that Chen Sun is not worthy of Su Wanqing. On the contrary, the two of them standing together are simply a match made in heaven. The boss just wailed helplessly in his heart, why isn't that person me? Suddenly, a woman in an apron rushed out from the side. Grabbing his ears, she said, What are you looking at? You're looking at beautiful women again. Seeing this scene, Chen Sun and Su Wanqing couldn't help but smile at each other. In the night, laughter and the smell of fireworks were intertwined. With Chen Sun's violent inhalation, there were soon not many oysters left. He picked up a piece with chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, held it in one hand, and gently put it into Su Wanqing's mouth with the other hand. Is it delicious? Chen Sun asked curiously. He wanted to share something he thought was good with her. Su Wanqing rarely eats oysters. When she tasted the delicate flavor of oysters, it immediately slid into her mouth. The smooth and juicy taste made her eyes light up. It's really good. As he said that, he couldn't help but eat a few more. Chen Sun looked straight at Su Wanqing in front of him with a fiery gaze. Sensing that something was wrong with him, Su Wanqing exclaimed. Ah! It worked so quickly? Chapter 29 I Want a Baby. You really can't eat anymore. Su Wanqing frowned slightly and spoke in a serious tone. She knew that if Chen Sun continued to eat like this, she would be the one who would suffer. So she glared at Chen Sun fiercely, trying to stop him with her eyes. Chen Sun felt a little guilty when he was looked at. He had eaten too many oysters and felt his face getting hot. He rubbed his face with both hands. The boss's grilled oysters are highly praised. Even if it is a small barbecue stall, it should not be underestimated. The boss handles hundreds of oysters every day and his skills are extraordinary. Although the ingredients may not be healthy enough, the taste is impeccable. Chen Sun couldn't help but give the boss a thumbs up. After paying the bill, Su Wanqing also slowly ate the last oyster. Hand in hand, the two walked out of the barbecue stall and strolled into the night. Before they knew it, they arrived at a forest park with the words Bihu Park written on a stone tablet. It was dark and the lights on the park's walking steps were turned on. Chen Sun held Su Wanqing's hand tightly and led her down the stairs step by step, being considerate and considerate. The wooden sidewalk creaked slightly under Su Wanqing's high heels. The mileage sign on the side of the road stood quietly, and jogging enthusiasts passed by from time to time. It's so beautiful here. There's a lake. Look, there are two swans. Su Wanqing's voice was filled with the surprise of a little girl, and she took Chen Sun's hand and shook it gently. That's not a swan, it's a mandarin duck. Chen Sun glanced at her helplessly and said in a teasing tone. Ah. So they are mandarin ducks. No wonder they come in pairs. Su Wanqing then realized it. As she stared at the pair of mandarin ducks leaning against each other in the lake, a blush appeared on her face. Then are we like this pair of mandarin ducks? We have to be together forever. Her voice was soft, yet firm, like a vow. Su Wanqing couldn't help but think of the expectations of her elders at home, and her eyes fell on Chen Sun in front of her. Her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken a little. Perhaps he was the one worthy of entrusting her life to. Thinking of this, Chen Sun, I want a child. Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. Whose child is this? Chen Sun didn't react for a moment and was a little confused. I mean, I want to have a baby with you. Su Wanqing plucked up his courage and boldly expressed his thoughts under the cover of night. He had waited so long for his sweetheart to come and he didn't want to miss any opportunity. She is already 30 years old this year. Even though she is young and beautiful, how many more years can she last? Chen Sun in front of her is tall and handsome, and as delicate as a college student. If you meet the right person, why not give it a try? She asked herself silently in her heart, then made a decision and looked at Chen Sun gently. Chen Sun looked up at Su Wanqing in front of him with a serious expression. He thought about how he was now in his 20s and was born in a small county in Chengdu. Back in my hometown, those classmates from elementary and junior high school have already started their own families and careers, and their children are already able to help with household chores. In the past, I always thought that it was good enough if I could take care of myself, and I never dared to hope to take on more responsibilities. But now, everything is different. He owns a listed company, Kuayu Live, and a nightclub, City That Never Sleeps. Money has long ceased to be a problem for him. The most important thing is that he believes that he has the ability and responsibility to be a good father. This thought flashed through his mind, and Chen Sun made the decision without hesitation. His eyes fell directly on Su Wanqing. Under the soft moonlight, her eyes and brows revealed a pure newborn beauty, as if she had never been tainted by the world. She is smiling and gentle, maybe she is born to be a virtuous wife. This was enough to make Chen Sun trust her without reservation, and he blurted out, okay, of course. After hearing what Chen Sun said, Su Wanqing felt relieved and felt a sense of happiness. The two of them strolled along until they came to a patch of bushes and tall trees in the distance, with a pavilion hidden among them. Chen Sun couldn't help but said, time waits for no one, let's do it now. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Su Wanqing with quick and decisive movements. Su Wanqing's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and an unprecedented sense of excitement surged into her heart. Her breathing was rapid, but she cooperated with Chen Sun wholeheartedly, allowing him to lead her into the darkness. The figures of the two gradually disappeared into the night, and from the small pavilion in the woods, a few startled birds flew into the night sky. An hour later, Chen Sun lay contentedly on the chair in the pavilion, looking lazy. Do you have any sense of merit? Su Wanqing snuggled in his arms, looking at the traces left in the pavilion, and couldn't help complaining. Ha ha! Chen Sun responded with a big laugh, feeling very happy when something good happens. Buy me a new one. Su Wanqing said coquettishly. No problem, no problem. Chen Sun agreed readily, and then the two of them walked towards the direction of the old neighborhood. The evening breeze blew gently, and Su Wanqing shivered unconsciously. Chen Sun considerately took off his coat and put it on her shoulders. However, his smirk made Su Wanqing feel annoyed and embarrassed, and her face blushed unconsciously. After returning to the old neighborhood, Chen Sun wanted to live in the same room with Su Wanqing. Unexpectedly, after completing the task she mentioned in the middle of the night, she was still kicked out. I don't understand. Are you afraid that I will snore at night? He stood outside the door, bewildered, muttering to himself that this problem might have to be left for later. Returning to his old rental house, the small space of 12 square meters was where he had lived for a year. Although it was very simple, it carried many memories for him. Just as he was about to lie down, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Yi Jiyin. It's so late and she's still not asleep. What is this girl doing? Chen Sun muttered to himself and clicked on the message. Chen Sun, I feel so useless. They are all so amazing. There was a sense of loss in Yi Jiyin's tone. Her musical talent, which she was so proud of, had been hit hard. Ever since she agreed to be Chen Sun's girlfriend, she has not done any live broadcasts and has devoted herself to her studies. Even though she practiced hard, there was always someone more capable. Chen Sun quickly comforted her. "It's okay, you've been great, why are you still not asleep so late?" "I can't sleep, I want you to be by my side," Yi Jiyin replied softly. Immediately, Chen Sun made a WeChat video call, and after Yi Jiyin answered the call, the two started chatting. "It's okay, when you have time, believe me, I have a way." Chen Sun thought that his music master skills might be able to help her, so he quickly spoke. Now he is one step closer to fulfilling his wish of turning Yi Jiyin into a female singer, so that she might be more confident and go further on the road of music. "Yeah, I'm free tomorrow night. I've been preparing for the campus top 10 singers competition these days." Yi Jiyin heard Chen Sun comforting her confidently and replying with trust. "Okay." Chen Sun nodded, put the phone next to the pillow, and listened quietly to Yi Jiyin's thoughts. As the night deepened, the two of them exchanged a few words from time to time, and before they knew it, the whole night had passed. Chapter 30 Ruwashi is punished. Huff. Early in the morning, Chen Sun was awakened by the faint sound of his mobile phone. He leaned forward to listen, and it turned out to be the sound of his soulmate's gentle breathing. She has been very busy with her studies these days and must be exhausted. Thinking of her cute appearance when she fell asleep tiredly, Chen Sun couldn't help but feel a little pity in his heart, and he wished he could fly to her side immediately. However, today he had already promised to send Su Wanqing back to her hometown. Chen Sun sighed softly, slowly got up from the bed, and began to tidy up quietly, for fear of waking up Yi Jiyin, who was still sleeping. He carefully picked up the phone from the bedside. "Chen Sun, are you there? I have a PK later." On the screen was a message from Ruwashi. "It's okay, just do it boldly, I will help you." Chen Sun smiled slightly after seeing this, and said with a domineering attitude. When I opened Kuayu Live, the recommendation of anchor Ruwashi popped up on the screen. It was obvious that the platform was pushing her vigorously. At this time, Ruwashi was competing with a female internet celebrity who had more than 5 million fans, and the scene was very intense. Chen Sun couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, thinking that he had just instructed the streaming yesterday, but he didn't expect the people below to act so quickly. Such a strong opponent was arranged right at the beginning. I wonder what the situation is like over there. Thinking of this, he clicked on Ruwashi's homepage and found that the number of her fans had exceeded 50,000. Chen Sun then nodded with satisfaction. It was only less than a day. Ruwashi's number of fans began to increase rapidly, which shows that the effect of the official promotion is indeed good. In order to avoid being too conspicuous in the live broadcast room, Chen Sun deliberately changed his identity to a mysterious person. Because whenever he came online, the notification sound of private messages would come like a tide, one after another, never stopping. Not to mention that after he gave me a gift as a reward, I couldn't even receive normal private messages. In the live broadcast room, the battle between the red and blue teams is in full swing. Ruwashi is on the red side, and the female internet celebrity Xiaogui on the opposite side is on the blue side. Chen Sun glanced at Xiaogui's live broadcast room. This little cutie is worthy of being a female anchor. She is quite good at flirting. Chen Sun looked at Xiaogui in the live broadcast room. Her face was indeed delicate, with a hint of charm between her eyebrows. No wonder she could stand out among so many anchors. At this moment, she had charming eyes and a seductive figure. She licked the screen from time to time, and her actions were full of teasing and suggestion. The movement of bending down was done in one go, and the twisting of the hips was very rhythmic, with a bit of wildness in the sexiness that made people unable to take their eyes off. However, after a careful look, Chen Sun found that although her face was good, some traces of plastic surgery could still be found. Her nose was too straight, with harsh lines, and her chin had a deliberate curve, which obviously showed that she had had surgery. Despite this, Xiaogui still attracts a large number of fans with his face and his casual style. At this time, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 40,000 and is approaching 50,000 at an alarming speed. Chen Sun pondered in his mind, and with a light tap of his fingertips, he entered Ruwashi's live broadcast room. Ruwashi's dancing skills are not inferior. Although there are not so many people in the live broadcast room, her style is obviously more fresh and natural. The current situation is very unfavorable for Ruwashi. After losing the last round, she needs to accept punishment and do 50 squats. This was already the second time she had lost. In a best-of-5 format, if she lost another one, she would be completely nailed to the pillar of shame. At this moment, Ruwashi was squatting down, doing squats one after another, counting seriously, 1, 2, 3. Her waist arched back, leaving faint marks on her clothing every time she stood up, the lines of her hips rising and falling with her movements. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, soaking her hair, making her stubborn figure even more charming. Your movements are not up to standard, little anchor, try again. Xiaogui's voice came from the screen, with a bit of disdain, and it was obvious that he didn't intend to let her go easily. Ruwashi heard this and did not refute it. Since I chose to PK with her, I was prepared to be punished. So she squatted down again and continued to do squats seriously until her calves trembled slightly, and she finally finished 50. I counted, how come there are only 40? It's not enough, anchor, please stop cheating. However, Xiaogui, relying on the support of his big brother in the live broadcast room, rolled his eyes at her in a sarcastic manner. A small anchor like you is qualified to compete with me? Xiaogui snorted coldly, her eyes full of contempt, and she was extremely dissatisfied. She felt that the official arrangement for her to compete with a small anchor like Ruwashi was to belittle her status. Because of the presence of Big Brother in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments from Xiaogui's side was refreshed very quickly. A small number of fans shouted impatiently. Hang up, there's no point in connecting with this little anchor, it's just a waste of time. Forget it, forget it. It's not easy for them either. Don't take it too seriously, host. Most of the fans also felt sorry for her, thinking that Ruwashi was not only pretty and had a good figure, but also a person of her words. Not wanting her to lose too badly, I started speaking for her in the barrage. The most surprising thing is that some of Xiaogui's fans couldn't stand her bullying behavior and simply stopped being her fans and sided with Ruwashi. Brothers, come to Ruwashi's live broadcast room to find me next time. Ahem. I found that I still prefer mature women. I admit, I am obsessed with legs. They all sighed in the barrage. After saying that, he couldn't help but run to Ruwashi's live broadcast room, followed Ruwashi, and began to support her silently. Mute those fans of Fan Ruwashi and don't let them make trouble here. Xiaogui glanced at the barrage and quickly discovered these rebellious fans. Her face darkened and her tone was cold as she immediately gave orders to the house manager, obviously still upset about Ruwashi's behavior of stealing the limelight. The room managers acted quickly, and soon, the names of the fans who spoke for Ruwashi disappeared from the live broadcast room. Xiaogui nodded in satisfaction and continued to smile sweetly at the camera, as if nothing had happened just now. After Ruwashi finished a whole set of punishment movements, she was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and her plump breasts rose and fell with her breathing. She raised her hand to tidy up her sweat-soaked bangs, took a deep breath, and sat back in her chair. In the live broadcast room, fans typed to cheer her up. Hey, the guy on the other side is too strong. We can't handle it. This is the last chance, brothers, charge ahead. Don't worry about life or death. Just fight. I'm from the other side. Xiaogui just muted me. If the host wants to attack, I can also send a love to support him. Ruwashi looked at the heartwarming messages from fans and felt both moved and helpless. She took a deep breath and slowly said to Xiaogui in the camera. How do you want to play the third game? Chapter 31 The Bad Taste of Number 1. 10,000 for one squat. Do you dare to do it again? Xiaogui looked at Ruwashi with disdain. In the last game, Xiaogui got 550,000 diamonds, while Ruwashi only got 50,000 diamonds. After finishing 50 squats, Ruwashi was no longer afraid and instead developed a spirit of not admitting defeat. She nodded immediately and agreed without hesitation, okay. Everyone, spend wisely. It's okay. If I lose, I lose. I can still afford to do a few dozen squats. She typed in the live broadcast room to tell her fans that seeing so many fans support, she would accept it even if she lost. A new round of PK has begun, and both sides are making every effort. At the beginning, Ruwashi's fans united in giving small gifts and actually had the upper hand. When fans saw this scene, they cheered in the comments, "There is hope, keep going brothers." Unfortunately, it didn't last long. After several big brothers in Xiaogui's live broadcast room on the opposite side took action, the situation was instantly reversed. Swish! The appearance of 10 carnivals directly brought Xiaogui 200,000 points. Seeing the score gap widening rapidly and only 3 minutes left, Ruwashi's heart gradually sank to the bottom. However, at this critical moment, a mysterious man in Ruwashi's live broadcast room suddenly took action. If he doesn't take action, it's fine, but once he does, it will be earth-shattering. A mysterious person brings Carnival X1 to the anchor. A mysterious person brings Carnival X1 to the anchor. A mysterious person brings Carnival X1 to the anchor. The screen was instantly filled with a series of Carnival gift special effects, and the points rose rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who is this boss? Oh my god. That's too fierce. I overtook you straight away. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Chen Sun waved his hand, and 100 carnivals were swiped out, and the points reached 2 million. Chen Sun, is that you? Thank you. Ruwashi guessed that it was most likely Chen Sun, so she sent him a message. With the arrival of Chen Sun, she couldn't help but feel at ease. The peak showdown between the two main anchors in the live broadcast room has reached the top 10 of the list, and the number of viewers has exceeded 100,000. What's going on? 100 carnivals. The host Xiaogui on the other side was stunned for a moment. Brothers, please help me. If I lose, I will have to do nearly 200 squats now. Seeing this, she quickly used all her strength to act coquettishly and cutely, looking very pitiful. As an undefeated warrior in the PK world, she has never tasted the feeling of being punished. Her small body has never been trained, so how could she bear it? Seeing that there was not much time left, although there were many gifts in his live broadcast room, they were still not important enough and could not compete with Ruwashi at all. So she gritted her teeth and made a heavy decision. She took out her cell phone and sent a WeChat message to her top brothers in the group. Xiaogui has an exclusive VIP group, which is filled with top friends whom she has carefully maintained. As long as these big brothers ask, she must be there at their call to meet any of their needs. She knew very well that these top brothers on the list were the backbone of her live broadcasting career, but they were also a double-edged sword that could take her life. When she went there for the first time, there was only one person opposite her. Although the man was a little ugly, she could still barely accept him. When he went there for the second time, there was a group of people on the other side. Xiaogui had no choice but to cooperate. He dragged his weak body and barely recovered the next day. When she went for the third time, there was no human on the other side. She struggled as if she had a serious illness. After she came out, she vomited for 3 days and 3 nights and was almost exhausted. This time, she had already made a harsh statement, and she would not lose to the young anchor on the opposite side no matter what. She quickly sent a message in the group. Brothers, please help Xiaogui, I can't lose this PK. The older brothers who received the news came to help. In a short while, the number of gifts in Xiaogui's live broadcast room skyrocketed, and the number of carnivals actually reached 110. The points instantly surpassed Ruwashi, and the situation was reversed again. Humph, don't you even look at who your opponent is? Just a small anchor like you, do you think you are qualified to fight me? Xiaogui sneered proudly at the camera with an arrogant expression, as if he had already won the PK. I didn't expect the other side to be so difficult to deal with. Chen Sun's hands were a little tired from ordering the gifts. He couldn't help but frown and decided not to hold back. As my fingertips slid across the screen, swish. 500 carnivals appeared instantly. Based on the price of 2,000 yuan per carnival, the value of this wave of gifts has reached 1 million. This peak showdown instantly topped the live broadcast list, attracting the attention of countless viewers. The number of anchors on both sides has exceeded 500,000. The barrage of comments flashed by quickly, and the gift special effects filled the entire screen. Ruwashi watched Chen Sun's continuous carnivals, and the changes in the points on the screen showed that he had won more than 10 million points over Xiaogui. In just this one live broadcast, Chen Sun contributed more than 1 million in real money to her. She suppressed her excitement, took a deep breath, and said to Xiaogui calmly, "You lose." Xiaogui's face turned pale in an instant. She never expected that she would lose so completely. Although she could get more than 100,000 yuan from the gifts, the punishment she would face next would be more than just 1,000 squats. Why? This woman didn't have to do anything and she received over 600 carnivals. Why? She was extremely angry, but she was powerless to change the reality. What follows is 1,000 squats. Xiaogui felt his eyes go dark and his legs go weak. Who could bear this? She gritted her teeth, turned off the PK connection, and wanted to run away. Blue Team Xiaogui has lost, anchor please strictly abide by the live broadcast rules. However, the next second, an official announcement sounded in her live broadcast room. It was like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing Xiaogui's lucky mentality, and she could only bite the bullet and accept the punishment. But more than 1,000 squats, I recall those nights of serving the big brothers. The painful memories came to her mind, and a look of despair appeared on her face. It's over. After one live broadcast, Ruwashi's fans reached 500,000. It directly promoted her from an unknown small anchor to a big anchor. Thank you so much. Ruwashi excitedly sent a message to Chen Sun. Haha, you want to thank me, you know? Chen Sun joked. Ruwashi blushed when she saw the message sent by Chen Sun. You are so bad. I will stop the video and send it to you later. Chen Sun was satisfied and sent a happy emoticon. Ah. Before Ruwashi's message came, Chen Sun heard Su Wanqing's exclamation coming from the door. Chapter 32 Mysterious Boyfriend. When Chen Sun heard Sister Qing scream, he lost his balance and almost rolled off the bed. He quickly got up and ran out the door without even having time to put on his shoes. When he ran to Sister Qing's door, the scene in front of him made his heart tighten. The gate was maliciously splashed with red paint, and the already old walls of the community were now even more dilapidated, exuding a horrifying atmosphere. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was night, the red paint on the walls would probably be creepy. The red paint slowly flowed down the wall, forming a mess on the ground. Who did this and why? Su Wanqing was frightened and turned pale. She threw herself into Chen Sun's arms and asked in a trembling voice. Chen Sun had a gloomy face. He already had the answer in his mind. He knew without thinking too much that it was most likely the work of that villain Song Hao. He has the will but not the courage, and only dares to do some shameful little actions behind others' backs. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Go sit inside for a while, and I'll ask the property management to help clean it up. Chen Sun felt very angry. He patted Su Wanqing on the back gently and spoke softly. Chen Sun never expected that Song Hao's revenge would come so quickly. He thought carefully and realized that when Song Hao left last night, he was clearly like a lost dog. He must have been unwilling to give up and quietly returned. Thinking of this, Chen Sun couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, Sister Qing did not suffer any substantial harm, otherwise he would never be able to forgive himself. Sister Qing, please tell me the details about Song Hao. Chen Sun pondered for a moment, then turned to Su Wanqing with a serious tone. What? Do you have a solution? Su Wanqing looked at him with some confusion. She really couldn't think of any way her boyfriend could deal with a troublesome scoundrel like Song Hao. But out of trust in Chen Sun, she nodded and told Chen Sun Song Hao's basic information. After listening to this, Chen Sun turned around, took out his cell phone, and called Gao Chang, the general manager of Baishan. Hello, is this Uncle Chang? Chen Sun tried hard to keep his voice calm. At this time, in the Nevernight nightclub, Gao Chang was sitting in the general manager's office handling daily affairs. When he saw that the caller ID showed it was Chen Sun, he immediately stood up and walked quickly out of the office. He answered the phone respectfully. It's me, boss, what's the matter? Chen Sun said directly, it's like this, help me find someone named Song Hao. I will send you his information later, and you warn him for me not to have any ideas about Su Wanqing again, otherwise he will be in trouble. Can you do it? Gao Chang narrowed his eyes and replied without hesitation, okay, no problem. He thought to himself, who is so ignorant as to dare to mess with the boss's woman? He waved his hand to call his men over and ordered in a deep voice, go and check for a man named Song Hao immediately. When you find him, give him a good beating. As soon as possible, I want to know the result. Chen Sun added on the other end of the phone. Gao Chang agreed quickly. He knew that this was the first thing Chairman Chen Sun had personally instructed him to do since he became the general manager. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, he was afraid that his position in Chen Sun's heart would be greatly reduced, and he might even be replaced at any time. Thinking of this, his mind was no longer on work. He quickly stood up and prepared to handle it himself. Chen Sun hung up the phone and thought silently, I hope Uncle Chang's handling of the matter will satisfy me. Su Wanqing, who was standing beside him, heard the entire conversation between Chen Sun and Chen Sun on the phone, and her heart was filled with turmoil. She couldn't imagine that Chen Sun, the handsome and harmless man in front of her, had such ability. It seems that this boyfriend of mine is not only financially strong, but also seems to have considerable influence in Yangzhou. Thinking of this, there was a little more complexity in Su Wanqing's eyes when she looked at Chen Sun. Feeling Sister Qing's gaze on him, Chen Sun turned around and asked, what's wrong? Su Wanqing smiled slightly, with a hint of melancholy in her tone, nothing, I just feel like I still don't know you well enough. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side. Don't worry, I will always be myself and my feelings for you will never change. Chen Sun looked into Sister Qing's eyes, gently held her hand, and spoke in a gentle tone. Yeah. Su Wanqing nodded and snuggled obediently in Chen Sun's arms. As long as Chen Sun was there, everything felt so solid and warm. She knew that everyone had their own secrets, and she would not ask about Chen Sun's secret. As long as he treats me sincerely, nothing else matters. Okay, pack your things. I'll take you off. Chen Sun patted Sister Qing's back gently. Su Wanqing raised her head from his arms, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Okay, I'll listen to you. Then she stood up, turned back to the bedroom, and began to pack her belongings. This time I will only be back for a short period of time, it won't be too long, so one suitcase and a few sets of clothes will be enough. Chen Sun sat beside Su Wanqing's bed, looking around boredly. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a thin plastic stick in the trash can. Is this a pregnancy test? Chen Sun widened his eyes, feeling that it looked familiar, so he reached out to pick it up and examined it carefully, only to find that there was only one line on it. Su Wanqing, who was packing clothes, caught a glimpse of Chen Sun holding the thing in his hand. Her face immediately turned red with shame, and she quickly snatched it away, staring at Chen Sun. You get out, you're so annoying. Do you want to be a mother so much? Why don't we try harder? Chen Sun couldn't help laughing. As he spoke, he gently hugged Su Wanqing from behind, picked up the brush he was packing, and put it to his nose to smell it. You're such a pervert. Su Wanqing turned her head with a look of disgust on her face. Seeing that he was being disliked, Chen Sun unwillingly stretched out his hands and gently wandered around her waist. What are you doing? Wait until I finish cleaning up. Su Wanqing slapped Chen Sun's rebellious hand away and said angrily. Thinking about Su Wanqing's departure, I don't know how long it will take before we see each other again. Chen Sun felt reluctant to leave and suggested softly, why don't you stay here and bring your uncle and aunt over to live with you? Su Wanqing shook her head and began to explain. No way, the elderly are not used to living in these commercial houses. They are nothing like the private houses in their hometowns where they can chat with neighbors and villagers freely. Seeing that Sister Qing was determined to go home, Chen Sun could only sigh helplessly. Okay. The entire bed was filled with clothes, looking a bit messy. Su Wanqing stood aside, hesitantly choosing the clothes to take home, muttering, does this one look good? Or this one? As she spoke, she put the two sets of clothes on her body and turned to show them to Chen Sun. Chen Sun sat on the edge of the bed, his eyes swept across the pile of clothes, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of an indescribable OL lingerie set. The fabric of the jumpsuit was so light that I could hardly feel its weight in my hands. There is such a good thing? He took advantage of Su Wanqing not noticing and quietly hid it in his hand, then praised it as if nothing had happened. It looks good, it looks good. However, his mind became more and more active, and his gaze towards Su Wanqing became increasingly heated. When Su Wanqing bent down to put the clothes into the suitcase, Chen Sun, who was sitting behind her, saw this exciting scene. Unable to suppress the impulse in his heart any longer, he pounced on her. Su Wanqing was stunned at first, but thinking that they were about to part ways, she acquiesced to his behavior. Ahem, how about trying this? But Chen Sun opened his hand, handed the underwear in his hand to her, and said with a wicked smile. Su Wanqing rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Remember to wash and hang them up for me, you hear me? An hour later, she said with a blushing face. After some physical exercise, the two felt a little hungry, so they went downstairs to eat together. Don't mess around outside when I'm not with you. At the dinner table, Su Wanqing looked at Chen Sun with a hint of warning in her tone. How could that be, Sister Qing? Do you think I am that kind of person? Chen Sun responded innocently. It's not a question of whether you look like it or not, you are it. Su Wanqing snorted arrogantly. After dinner, Su Wanqing already knew that her boyfriend was no ordinary person. She was still deeply shocked until the limited edition Lamborghini appeared before her eyes. She couldn't help but grab Chen Sun's ears and asked in a pretended angry tone. How many secrets are you hiding from your sister? Tell me. Chapter 33 Nian Ning's background. Security checkpoint at Yancheng Airport. In the bustling crowd, Su Wanqing waved her hand lightly and prepared to turn around and leave. Just as she took a step forward, Chen Sun suddenly stretched out his hand. He held her face domineeringly, and then kissed her tender red lips twice. Inside the airport, passengers passing by all turned their eyes to the young couple. Su Wanqing felt very embarrassed, her pretty face turned red, and she wanted to dive into Chen Sun's arms. She frowned slightly and glared at Chen Sun pretending to be angry, but saw that his eyes were full of tenderness. Su Wanqing's heart softened instantly. Forget it, we're going to break up soon, so I won't be angry with him anymore. Thinking of this, she curved her eyebrows and approached Chen Sun. You must behave well here, and when I come back, I will definitely give you a big reward. What? You make it sound like I'm serving a sentence. Chen Sun curled his lips in dissatisfaction and pretended to complain, but only Su Wanqing's sweet laughter remained in the air. When Su Wanqing left, Chen Sun suddenly felt a little lost. He walked in the airport hall with melancholy. But when he thought about seeing Yi Jiyin in the evening, his depressed mood became better again. He suddenly realized that when you find yourself missing the past and unable to get out of it, you might as well think about whether your current life is not good enough. When beauties came one after another, Chen Sun had no time to be sad. He was busy enjoying this ultimate life. Yancheng Airport is very large. Chen Sun walked alone and unknowingly walked into the luxury shopping area of the terminal. In his impression, Patek Philippe is synonymous with top luxury watches, especially the overseas series, which symbolizes identity and status. In the past, he could only watch it from afar in magazine ads and never thought that one day he would actually own it. When I saw the Patek Philippe store in front of me, I thought about how I still don't have a watch that shows off my status. Then I walked slowly into the store, and each of the dazzling array of watches in the display cabinet was unique. Sir, which one would you like to see? The beautiful clerk in OL uniform saw Chen Sun's imposing and handsome appearance, and walked towards him with light steps. Excuse me, please take this out and let me see it. Chen Sun's gaze stopped on a Zhonghun Si-High Platinum model and he pointed at it and spoke. Sir, you have a good taste. This model. She carefully opened the display case, put on white gloves, gently took out the watch, and introduced it in a gentle tone. Chen Sun took the watch, put it gently on his hand, and raised his hand to look at it carefully. The platinum light reflected from the metal surface seemed to announce that the watch had finally found its owner. It's really good. This is it, let's wrap it up. Chen Sun praised, feeling very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful consumption and receiving a six-fold consumption return reward. Your system account has received 3 million yuan, and the balance is 9.28 million yuan. Is there a women's watch comparable to this one? Just as the clerk was about to pack for him, he suddenly thought of his date with Yi Jiyin in the evening, and added with an idea in his mind. As for women's watches, we have a treasure here that you can take a look at. Please follow me. When the beautiful clerk saw Chen Sun's generosity, her eyes were filled with surprise and her tone became even more enthusiastic and respectful. She slightly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that Chen Sun should follow her to the real VIP area of the store. Chen Sun nodded and followed her through the display cases to a more luxuriously decorated area. The lighting here is soft and warm, the air is filled with a light fragrance, and every inch of space exudes nobility. The two walked to a separate glass display case, only to see a customer looking at a watch in front of them. Chen Sun couldn't help but shook his head and sighed in his heart. It seems that there are quite a lot of rich people in Yangcheng. Looking ahead, I saw a girl with an extraordinary temperament and a slender figure that was breathtakingly beautiful. Chen Sun couldn't help but take a few more glances, and felt vaguely that he looked familiar. Not far behind the girl, there was a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. He had an ordinary face, walked steadily, and always kept his eyes on the girl, keeping a distance from her that was neither too far nor too close. Miss, take a look and see which one you like. The man in the Zhongshan suit saw that the girl was a little absent-minded, and then spoke lightly. The two shop assistants who were in charge of receiving the girl couldn't help but feel excited, hoping that the beauty in front of them would really buy the watch. Patek Philippe, the most beautiful watch in the world. After all, this is the most expensive watch in the store, no doubt about it. It was brought from Shanghai in cooperation between Yangcheng and the airport to create a high-end luxury positioning for the airport. The price is 8.88 million. If you have not purchased other Patek Philippe models, you are not qualified to see this watch. Those who are eligible to be introduced by the store clerk are all top figures who have already owned Patek Philippe. Well, let's do this. The girl nodded, her eyes wandering, as if she didn't care about the valuable watch in front of her. Okay, seeing the girl nodded in agreement, the middle-aged man was very pleased and asked the clerk to pack up without saying anything. The shop assistants were dumbfounded. This was a watch worth nearly 10 million yuan, and he bought it without even trying it on. The female clerk who was responsible for receiving Chen Sun was also stunned. She could never have imagined that someone would buy this watch. I'm sorry, sir. This watch is out of stock. After recovering from the shock, the clerk said to Chen Sun regretfully. Whose group CEO's daughter is this otherworldly girl in front of me? Such generosity made the shop assistants speculate about the girl's identity. After the middle-aged man paid the bill and picked up the packed watch, he stood silently beside the girl. Seeing that the mission had been completed, the girl slowly turned around. At that moment, Chen Sun's pupils suddenly contracted, and when their eyes met, it was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the long-standing peace in his heart. He felt his heart suddenly sink, and then began to beat wildly. That familiar figure, that face that had appeared in his dreams countless times, now appeared before him without any warning. His mind went blank, his breathing became rapid, and all his thoughts were occupied by the figure in front of him. Nian Ning? Chen Sun moved forward, trying to make his voice sound calm. The girl's gaze stayed on Chen Sun's face for a few seconds, then quickly moved away, as if trying to hide her inner turmoil. She turned around and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man beside her in a brief and hurried tone, then quickened her pace and left without looking back. Chen Sun was left standing there, following her figure with his eyes until she completely disappeared from his sight. Chen Sun wanted to catch up and ask for clarification, but then he felt that it was no longer necessary. "Sir, are you okay?" The beautiful saleslady next to him asked cautiously. "I'm fine." Chen Sun came back to his senses and forced a smile. Chapter 34 Uncle Chang's Threat. His eyes continued until Nian Ning's figure gradually disappeared from his sight. That familiar voice, that long-missed face, how could I possibly be wrong? However, her coldness invisibly separated the two of them. "We broke up peacefully at the beginning, so why are we so distant now? Is it possible that we can't even be friends after breaking up?" Chen Sun let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of sadness in his heart. To this day, he is still completely confused about Nian Ning's affairs. Didn't she say that she was planning to marry in the capital? Why did she appear in Yangchang? Moreover, from the middle-aged man's address, he vaguely realized that her identity did not seem simple. Being able to buy a watch worth tens of millions without hesitation made Chen Sun even more confused about her current situation. Chen Sun's heart was in turmoil, his mind was full of thoughts, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He walked out of the Patek Philippe store slowly with heavy steps. At this time, Chen Sun's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was a call from Uncle Chang. Chen Sun picked up the phone. He didn't expect Uncle Chang to be so efficient. "Boss, the matter has been handled, please rest assured." The respectful voice of Gao Chang, the new general manager of Baishan, came from the other end of the phone, and then he sent a video to Chen Sun on his mobile phone. Chen Sun clicked on the video and watched it patiently. In the video, Song Hao was curled up in the back seat of a black van with a pale face. His hands and feet were tied tightly with rough ropes, a ball of cotton cloth was stuffed in his mouth, and he stammered incoherently with a look of horror on his face. The background light was dim, and only the simple seats and dilapidated windows inside the car could be vaguely seen. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" In the darkness, Uncle Chang's figure slowly appeared. He looked down at Song Hao, who was huddled in the corner with an icy voice. As a gangster in the surrounding area, Song Hao also followed his elder brother to the Nevernight City. He recognized the man in front of him at a glance, Uncle Chang from Nevernight. As Huang Youwei's right-hand man, he looked tough but had a delicate mind. All illegal activities related to Nevernight City were handled by Uncle Chang. He didn't know that Uncle Chang was already the boss of Nevernight City at that time. What on earth did I do to deserve Uncle Chang from Baishan to come to my door in person? His heart sank and his back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Song Hao shook his head desperately like a rattle, looking at the burly men surrounding him, his eyes full of fear. However, before he could react, the strong men started punching and kicking him. He cried out in pain, his voice hoarse, "Stop hitting me, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen her things, I was wrong, I was wrong." Uncle Chang raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. This didn't seem to match what the boss had told him to do. He sneered, "Oh? Keep going. I say. I shouldn't have stolen the technician's bag. There were only 3,000 yuan and a cell phone in it. I threw away everything else." Song Hao endured the pain and answered in a trembling voice. "You are such a scumbag." Uncle Chang laughed after hearing this, and turned to his men and ordered, "Keep fighting." Song Hao, who collapsed on the ground, was shocked, his eyes full of innocence. Aren't they the heads of the technicians? It turned out that he had ordered a girl to spend the night at Yangcheng Bath Center 2 days ago. Not only did he get the service for free, he also stole the technician's bag. He tried hard to think about what he had done in the past, wondering how he had offended Uncle Chang. "I haven't even asked the boss about what he told me to do, but this kid confessed everything. Looks like I'll be busy tonight. Uncle Chang stood aside, watching Song Hao being beaten coldly, secretly calculating in his heart. Could it be that you are the people Su Wanqing invited? Song Hao slumped on the ground and suddenly seemed to think of something. His eyes flickered and he asked tentatively. When Uncle Chang heard Song Hao's words, he raised his eyebrows and sneered, "You dare to touch the boss's woman?" What? Su Wanqing is the woman of the boss of Never Night. Hearing this, Song Hao's head was buzzing as if struck by lightning. At this moment, he was regretting it to the core. As a small-time gangster, he was well aware of the importance of Baishan in Yangcheng. It would only take a few minutes to make him disappear. I really don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to throw red paint on her house even if I had 10 times the courage. You are a magnanimous person. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. Thinking of this, he immediately bent down, came forward, hugged Uncle Chang's feet, and cried with tears and snot. You regret it now? It's too late. There was no warmth in Uncle Chang's tone. After he finished speaking, he turned around, pulled out a fruit knife from the back seat, and waved it in the dim light. Ah! I was wrong, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Song Hao had never seen such a scene before. He was trembling all over, banging his head one after another like pounding garlic, and muttering frantically. As he spoke, he moved backwards desperately until he had nowhere to retreat and leaned against the wall of the car as if he saw his grandmother. He was almost frightened to the point of fainting, and before he could prepare, a warm liquid flowed out from under his body. The fortune teller told me that I shouldn't commit so many murders in this life. I'll give you one last chance. Go away. The farther the better. Don't come back to Yangcheng. Otherwise. Uncle Chang saw Song Hao, who was scared to death, and shook his head, and couldn't help but sneer. Okay. I'll get out of here right now. Song Hao breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had been pardoned, and his voice almost changed in pitch with excitement. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand at all, so he had to use his hands and feet to get out of the black van. The sky gradually darkened, and outside the car was a deserted wilderness. Only after he had staggered a long way did Song Hao dare to look back, fearing that the other party would regret it. As Song Hao's figure disappeared into the darkness, the video footage froze here and ended. Well done. Chen Sun was very satisfied with the way Uncle Chang handled the matter. Then he thought about Nian Ning's matter again. He was still worried and felt that there was something strange about it. Would a girl who can afford a multi-million-dollar watch despise her down-and-out boyfriend who she has been with for 4 years? Maybe there is a secret in it that I don't know about? Help me find out Chen Nianning's true identity and her experiences in recent years. The more detailed the better. He picked up his phone, quickly edited a message and sent it to Uncle Chang. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away. As soon as the message was sent, I received a reply from Uncle Chang, and his tone was as crisp and clear as ever. Shensun put down his phone, walked to the window, looked into the distance, and his thoughts drifted away. Her appearance, the changes in her, and the respectful attitude of the middle-aged man made him feel uneasy. The truth may be more complicated than he imagined. Nian Ning, what on earth have you been through? Chapter 35: The Temptation of White Silk. Shensun organized his thoughts, temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, and prepared to meet his friend in the evening. Just now he had been thinking of buying a watch for his friend, but he didn't expect that Nian Ning would buy it directly, so he had to give up. He glanced at the time and it was not far from the agreed time. Shensun left the airport and walked straight to his Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. He started the engine skillfully, and after a low roar, he sped towards Yangcheng University. Along the way, Shensun turned on his mobile phone and started searching for nearby restaurants. Of course, now he only wants expensive things and nothing else. Suddenly, a restaurant with an English name came into view, the Grand Nautilus, and the average consumption per person was as high as 8,888 yuan. That's it. I want to see what's so expensive. Shensun pondered in his heart. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the restaurant's name, he firmly thought, it's okay if I don't understand it. It's expensive, so it must be right. He took a quick look at the location of the restaurant, which was located next to the Han River in Yangcheng. There was also a cruise hotel nearby, and the environment looked quite high-end. Shensun clicked on the hotel information and glanced at the price, 28,888 yuan per night. It's really not cheap. He raised his eyebrows, then clicked the reservation button without hesitation. However, it doesn't seem appropriate to go to meet my soulmate empty-handed. As her boyfriend, I have to prepare something. Chen Sun thought about it for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to him. He immediately made a phone call, gave a few brief instructions, and then smiled with satisfaction. The car quickly arrived at the gate of Yangcheng University. Chen Sun couldn't help but slow down the car, searching for Yi Jiyin in the crowd. He stopped the car, took out his cell phone, and was about to call her when he heard a soft knocking sound outside the car window. Yi Jiyin saw Chen Sun's car from a distance. After all, it was hard not to attract attention with this conspicuous Lamborghini. "Can't you find me, idiot?" She walked up to the car window, tapped on the glass gently, and smiled brightly. "Sorry to have kept you waiting, my friend." Chen Sun rolled down the window and turned his head to look at her. "No, I just arrived." Yi Jiyin is particularly pure today. She was wearing a white shirt and a floral skirt that was neither too long nor too short, just above her knees. Her makeup is elegant, her eyes and eyebrows are pure, and there is a pearl hairpin in her soft long hair. She has a kind of gentleness that is indifferent to the world. The hem of the skirt swayed gently in the breeze, and you could vaguely see the slender thighs underneath the skirt. The students passing by couldn't help but look at her sideways, and wanted to take a few more glances at her before she got on the bus. Chen Sun saw two girls not far behind Jiyin, staring at him. "You are friends of bosom friend, right?" One of them was Xiolu, who had accompanied Jiyin last time, and there was also a fat girl that Chen Sun didn't know. He greeted them with a smile. "I'm right, right? Jiyin's boyfriend looks like a celebrity." "Really? He's even more handsome than the school hunk. Oh my god, I need to take 2 pictures to show everyone." Seeing Chen Sun greeting them, the two of them looked at each other implicitly and then started chattering. Xiaolu was still trying hard to control herself, but the fat girl next to her looked at Chen Sun with a strained look in her eyes and was almost unable to walk. Jiyin had just finished her professional class. When Xiaolu saw her dressed up so carefully, she knew something was wrong. She must be going on a date with her boyfriend. "I had to pester my friend to see her handsome boyfriend again. When I met my fat roommate on the way, I came over to join in the fun. Do you want to come together?" Chen Sun said politely to the two girls. The fat girl seemed very excited and was about to follow. Xiaolu, who was standing by, quickly stopped her and said, "It's a date between friends, why are you a light bulb?" "No, handsome. Maybe next time." Seeing this, the fat girl shook her head at Chen Sun with some disappointment, her brows full of dissatisfaction with Xiaolu. "See you later, sisters." Jean walked around the front of the car, sat in the passenger seat, and waved in the direction of his roommate. With a roar, it disappeared in front of them. "Are you trying to steal your boyfriend from your friend?" Xiaolu looked the fat girl up and down and gave her a blank look. "They said I have great potential if I lose weight, and I will definitely be prettier than Jiyin." The fat girl gestured on her 3-layer swimming ring. Yes. You should lose weight first. The restaurant is booked, let's go straight over there." "Yeah, all up to you." Jean nodded and smiled brightly, just like most girls who fell in love for the first time. At this moment, her eyes were full of admiration and attachment as she looked at Chen Sun. Meeting his soulmate's clear gaze, Chen Sun smiled slightly, and the gloom just now disappeared. He was glad in his heart that no matter what the past was, at least now, he still had someone worth cherishing. Jean finally found time for a date, and along the way she enthusiastically talked about the interesting things that happened at school. Although most of them had been shared with Chen Sun on WeChat, she still couldn't help but want to tell them again in person. She had been stuck in school practicing singing these days and was almost feeling suffocated. Today she was finally able to come out and relax, and she was in an especially good mood. While driving, Chen Sun secretly glanced at Jean, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The white shirt is slightly slim-fitting, with the collar slightly open, revealing a slender collarbone, looking fresh and casual. The hem of the floral skirt swayed with the slight bumps of the car. What attracted Chen Sun's attention the most was the white silk stockings that Jean had specially put on today, and she unexpectedly wore a pair of high heels. The stockings tightly wrapped around her slender legs, especially the top of the stockings, which left a slight mark, making Chen Sun's casual glance at her seem as if it would spit fire in the next second. This kind of unintentional teasing was the most deadly. Chen Sun couldn't help but reach out to touch it, leaving only his left hand on the steering wheel. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of his confidante who was looking at him, her cheeks slightly flushed, but with a faint smile in her eyes. It turned out that she bought this pair of stockings specifically for today's date and asked her best friend Xiaolu for advice. Xiaolu told her that men like girls who wear stockings, no matter what color. Jean also wanted to give it a try to see if he could attract Chen Sun's attention. Now it seems that the effect is quite significant. Why did you suddenly think of wearing stockings today? Chen Sun coughed lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. He turned his head and asked calmly. Oh, I just think this combination looks better, what do you think? Yi Jian blinked and pretended nothing happened. Xiaolu was right, you boys are just not honest. Seeing Chen Sun's big hands groping on her stockings, Jian immediately said in a tender voice. No, I'm the most honest person. As he said that, he pinched it hard with his big hand. Feeling the softness and elasticity in the palm of my hand is so exciting. This girl has really learned bad things. She is getting better and better at teasing people. Chen Sun secretly sighed in his heart and wished he could park the car on the highway. Chapter 36, Strangers. Ah, Chen Sun. Please pay more attention when driving. Seeing that Chen Sun focused all his attention on her, Yi Jian became a little nervous and quickly reminded him. Oh, okay. Chen Sun then reluctantly looked forward, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. If you keep touching me, my stockings will be ruined, humph. Yi Jian muttered softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling both ashamed and angry. Finally, the two arrived at the restaurant. Jian gently adjusted her skirt and got out of the car feeling relieved. She had an angry look on her face, her arms folded across her chest, and walked straight ahead. The high ponytail sways from side to side as the pace quickens, exuding youthful vitality. Where are you going? The restaurant is this way. Chen Sun quickly caught up from behind and shouted with a smile. Jian then stopped, turned around, and glared at him angrily. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Okay, I was wrong. As an apology, I'll buy you new stockings later. How about that? Chen Sun looked at her like this, and instead of being angry, he found her very cute and couldn't help teasing her. He walked forward and gently took her little hand, colorful, all kinds of styles. I'll buy them all for you, is that good enough? Humph, I think you have a nice idea. Is this an apology, or is it to seek benefits for yourself? Yi Jian rolled his eyes at him. Jian is really smart. Let's eat first. I have prepared a surprise for you. Chen Sun's little thoughts were exposed and he smiled shamelessly. That's more like it. It depends on whether you can satisfy me. Yi Jian then turned from anger to joy, took Chen Sun's arm and smiled again. Sure enough, girls still need to be coaxed. Chen Sun sighed inwardly. The Grand Nautilus restaurant is located on the bank of the Han River. The lighting in the restaurant is warm and soft, and the terrace extends outward, looking from a distance like an island floating on the water. As night falls, the neon lights on both sides of the river light up, and the sky is dotted with stars. From time to time, ships slowly shuttle across the wide river, creating ripples on the lake surface. The gentle breeze brings the unique freshness of the river water, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The two walked into the Grand Nautilus hand in hand. Before coming, Chen Sun had communicated with the restaurant over the phone. Hello, Mr. Chen. Please follow me over here. A French waiter, speaking fluent Chinese, led them enthusiastically. The two followed the waiter to the terrace, which was the best spot in the entire restaurant, with a panoramic view of the beautiful surrounding scenery. Chen Sun took a step forward, pulled out a high-end leather chair for his friend like a gentleman, and sat her down. Then he considerately handed her the menu handed over by the waiter. Jian was a little surprised when she saw the high prices on the menu. This is too expensive. Seeing that she was embarrassed, Chen Sun waved his hand and ordered everything, such as pan-fried cod, Australian lobster pasta, shark fin soup. That's enough. Yi Jian said quickly. Oh, by the way, give me another bottle of this red wine. Chen Sun pointed at the Raphael that cost 100,000 per bottle on the menu and added. As the waiter left, Jian finally became active. Wow, this place is really beautiful. She stared at the scenery in front of her in amazement, took out the new Apple phone that Chen Sun bought for her from her pocket, and started taking pictures non-stop. As long as you like it. Chen Sun responded with a smile. After a while, the waiter came up with the dishes, which included Dungeness crab meat, mango salsa, avocado puree, and crispy chips. Hello, both of you. These are the appetizers. I'll serve them to you first. Chen Sun looked at the two walnut-sized pieces of crab meat on the plate and signaled Jian to try it first, as he was afraid that he would eat it all in one bite. You know what, this crab meat is really fresh, and it's chewy. Try it. Jean took a sip and then picked up the remaining piece of crab meat with a fork, pretending to feed it to Chen Sun. Ah! Chen Sun opened his mouth cooperatively and saw the crab meat sliding directly down his esophagus. Just like eating ginseng fruit, he didn't even taste it. Ha ha! Jean looked at the silly Chen Sun, was stunned for a second, and then burst into laughter. Who will eat this much? If the foreigners next door see us, they will think we can't afford it. Chen Sun looked at Jean angrily, thinking to himself, this restaurant is not as good as the Shaxian snacks next to the rental house. I will definitely give it a bad review later. A long-haired young man at the next table turned his head, attracted by his friend's sweet laughter. When he saw Jean's pure and lovely appearance, he was shocked. Suddenly, he felt that the blonde girl in his arms was not attractive at all. He stood up slowly and walked over, followed by a man in a suit. Hello, beautiful lady, can I get to know you? The young man smoothed his hair, smiled confidently, and spoke in a frivolous tone. My last name is Qin, you can just call me Fei Yang. He bowed slightly, his eyes fixed on Yi Jian. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Jean looked up at him and refused without hesitation. Chen Sun glanced at the young man in front of him and noticed that there was a man in a suit standing behind him, who was obviously from an important background. Oh, really? Qin Feiyan looked down at Chen Sun with a provocative look in his eyes, but a smile still on his lips. Do you have anything else to say? If not, you can leave now. Chen Sun's tone was cold. He didn't want the date to be disturbed. This guy actually flirted with his soulmate in front of him? If he didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, he would have exploded long ago. You. Qin Feiyan was about to speak when he was stopped by the man in a suit next to him. The other person leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. After Qin Feiyan listened, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and he turned and left. What a strange person. Jean frowned slightly and said timidly. Don't worry about it, we'll eat ours. After a while, the waiter came up with the main course. She leaned close to Jean and whispered, Beauty, your table is free today. Jean was very confused. Could it be Qin Feiyan just now? She quickly told Chen Sun about this. Chen Sun put down his knife and fork, asked the waiter for a pair of chopsticks, and asked, who is the one paying the bill? He is Qin Feiyan, the second young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 major families in Yangcheng. Brother, you don't even know him, right? A young man's surprised voice came from the back table. Chen Sun looked in the direction of the voice and saw several young people gathering together. Is the Qin family very powerful? Chen Sun asked. It's more than just amazing. Many companies in Yangcheng rely on them for their livelihood. This restaurant is under their group. The young man described it with great excitement and his tone full of awe. I see. Chen Sun replied calmly. He turned his head to look at Yi Jian and comforted her softly, don't think too much. Since someone is treating us, isn't it better? Chapter 37, Completely Defeating the Suit Bodyguard. Without the interruptions of others, the two could finally enjoy the dinner without distractions. With Chen Sun by her side, Yi Jian felt extremely relieved. After the meal, she ate a lot more than usual. Should we let her live in Villa number 1 of our Shanshui Manor? We can also hire a driver to pick her up and drop her off at school every day, so that her life can be more comfortable. Chen Sun looked at her, thinking that maybe the school food was not good enough, and he couldn't help but have an idea. As he thought about it, he poured the cooled Lafite into the glass, shook it, and gently handed it to Yi Jian. In Chen Sun's opinion, his alcohol tolerance was already very poor, but he didn't expect Jian's alcohol tolerance was even worse. He was a little tipsy after just a few sips. Chen Sun ate the food and drank the wine with big mouthfuls, making gurgling sounds. Yi Jian's eyebrows relaxed, and he chuckled and teased, who drinks like you? You think this is soda? We can't waste it. You can't drink it. Let's not order it next time. As he said that, he simply picked up the bottle and blew directly into it. You know, in the past Chen Sun could only drink 2 bottles of beer at most, but now he can drink a bottle of red wine without feeling any discomfort at all. He couldn't help but wonder, to what extent has his body reached? Do you remember the surprise I prepared for you? Chen Sun tiptoed to Jean's side, slowly approached her, with a smile in his eyes, and asked in a low voice. What surprise? Jean blinked, her heart full of anticipation. Chen Sun just curved his eyes, raised his hands and patted gently. The professional staff hiding behind the scenes immediately shouted through the intercom, action. Immediately, fireworks filled the sky and rose from all directions of the restaurant. Brilliant colors bloomed in the night sky, which was a beautiful sight. Looking at the fireworks blooming in front of her, Jean's heart seemed to melt, and she couldn't help but fall into Chen Sun's arms. Just like the Chinese New Year, the entire fireworks display lasted for more than 10 minutes. The guests in the restaurant stood up one after another, looking for the best angle and taking out their mobile phones to capture this spectacular scene. "Thank you, Chen Sun, I like it very much." Jean leaned against Chen Sun's chest, looked at the fireworks in the sky, and spoke softly. Are you satisfied now?" Chen Sun pursed his lips proudly and teased, "Is there no expression?" Seeing this, Jean blushed and gently moved her rosy lips forward, responding tenderly. Chen Sun's heart was burning, and he deepened the kiss, using the tip of his tongue to gently probe, trying to pry open her pearly teeth. Slowly, until he felt the invasion of a foreign object, Jean came to his senses. She quickly pushed Chen Sun away, her face flushed, and said shyly, "What are you doing?" "There are too many people here." "Oh, there are too many people. Let's find a place where there is no one." Chen Sun stared at her. I don't want to pay attention to you." Originally. Jean hesitated, stood up and walked towards the river. Looking at Jean's slender back, Chen Sun felt that tonight might not end here. "I forgot to tell you, I am actually a singer." He raised the corner of his mouth, followed quickly, and spoke slowly. "You are a singer? Then I am a big star." Jean raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Chen Sun with suspicion. Chen Sun was seen standing there in a nonchalant manner, with his left hand casually resting on the railing and his right hand tucked into his trouser pocket, looking lazy and relaxed. "Is this true? Why don't I believe you?" His eyes seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and it was obvious that he was lying, but Jean couldn't help but continue asking. "I have booked a hotel on the ship. I was planning to go over and teach you a lesson. Don't you believe me?" "Okay." Chen Sun smiled slightly, quickly searching for the most difficult music in his mind, and then spoke easily. "Who dares to break through the barrier of love? Looking at the bright moon, my heart is sad and cold." There are 15 bends in just a few words. The melody is complex, the range of the notes is very wide, and the difficulty is extremely high. As a professional music student, Yi Jian immediately recognized the difficulty of this song. She was now completely convinced, her eyes sparkling with stars, and she looked at Chen Sun with surprise. In his heart, Chen Sun is not only handsome, gentle, and considerate, but also a perfect man with many talents. "Then you must teach me well later." Thinking about the upcoming Top 10 Singers competition, Yi Jian humbly asked Chen Sun for advice with an academic attitude. "No problem, I'll teach you step by step tonight." Chen Sun looked at her with a wicked smile. You are always so dishonest." "Disgusting." Yi Jian's face suddenly turned red, and the admiration that had just risen in her heart was dispelled by Chen Sun's words. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I just drank a bottle of Lafite," Chen Sun said with a smile. He looked around and saw that there were many people watching the fireworks on the terrace. It was lively and safe, so he walked into the restaurant with peace of mind. Before leaving, he paused again. "Wait for me to come back, don't run too far." It was not until Chen Sun's figure disappeared around the corner of the restaurant that Jean took out her cell phone from her bag. Several unread messages appeared on the screen. "Are you really not coming back tonight, Jean?" She clicked on the latest message, which was sent by her roommate Xiaolu. Looking at the message on the phone, I couldn't help feeling a little conflicted. Jean looked up in the direction where Chen Sun left, and his clumsy yet sincere appearance emerged in her mind. And the caring words he said before leaving made her stunned and couldn't help laughing out loud. She lowered her head, tapping the screen lightly with her fingertips, and then replied firmly, "Well, I want to be with him tonight." Chen Sun walked out of the men's restroom. He had just washed his hands and had not had time to dry them. A man was blocking the toilet door, and the two of them bumped into each other. Chen Sun looked up and saw that this was Qin Feiyang's bodyguard. He raised his eyebrows and said in a cold tone, "Is there something wrong?" The man in the suit didn't answer. He just turned sideways and threw a right-back swinging punch with great force, showing that he had received professional training. If an ordinary person was caught off guard and got hit by this, he would probably have collapsed to the ground. It's a pity that he is facing the martial arts master Chen Sun. Chen Sun quickly raised his left hand to his face, easily took the punch, and gently turned his wrist. The expression on the suit man's face suddenly became painful, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and endured it without making a sound. Chen Sun was a little surprised, then stretched out his right hand and wiped the clothes of the man in the suit. Who told you not to give me time to wipe my hands? Shin family, right? Shin Feiyang, very good, I'll take note of it. Chen Sun said coldly, and he exerted force on his wrist again. There was a crisp crack and the sound of broken bones was heard instantly. The man in the suit finally couldn't hold on any longer, and he slid down weakly with his back against the wall, holding on to his arms. A customer who was passing by and thinking of going to the toilet lost all urge to urinate after seeing this scene and was so scared that he quickly turned around and left. Shensun kicked away the man in a suit who was blocking his way, walked out of the bathroom slowly, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and looked leisurely as if nothing had happened. Shensun, why did you take so long? Yi Jin's anxious voice came. Oh, maybe my kidneys are too good. Shensun didn't want to make her worry, so he said casually. Idiot, you'll be on duty for so long only because your kidneys are not in good condition. Yi Jin couldn't help but complain. I see. I didn't realize you knew so much. Shensun looked at her with a smile, teasing in his eyes. Then Dr. Yi, can you help me check it out tonight? Chapter 38 Red Stains on the Sheets. Woo woo. The distant sound of a ship could be heard from the restaurant. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can clearly see the huge ship slowly approaching the shore. Is this the ship hotel? Jean said softly, his eyes attracted by the scene before him. At this moment, she felt Shensun's nose tip gently touching her neck. The warm breath spread throughout her body like an electric current. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Looking at Shensun who was so close, his breath became hotter and hotter. Let's go in and take a look. She pulled away and spoke in a slightly flustered tone. Shensun raised his head and his eyes fell on the ship hotel. The entire hotel was converted from a ship and is magnificent, like a moving palace. Not only is its appearance stunning, but the way it looks when docked seems to have the ability to sail, which is a unique experience. It's really impressive. I wonder what it looks like inside. Shensun looked up and couldn't help but feel curious. Let's go and take a look together. He took a deep breath, suppressed the impulse that had just arisen, gently held his friend's hand, and the two of them walked towards the ship hotel tacitly. Hotel lobby reception. A young man who had just graduated was sitting there with a blank look in his eyes, doing nothing. Hearing footsteps coming from afar, the young man hurriedly stood up to greet the guests. This girl is so pretty. I have been studying for so many years, but I have never seen anyone so beautiful. When his eyes swept across Jean's face, his heart trembled, and he turned his face away embarrassedly, not daring to look at her any longer. Jean stood at the front desk with a gentle temperament. He has a standard oval face, big, confusing eyes, skin as delicate as a peeled hard-boiled egg, so moist that it seems like water can be squeezed out of it, and straight, long legs that are almost longer than his life. The white stockings that were squeezed to the base of his thighs made him exclaim in his heart, "White stockings are so tight that even gods can't save me." Okay, both of you please come over here and scan your face. The young man tried hard to calm his inner excitement, hiding his panic while pretending to concentrate on operating the computer. In most cases, there is no need to scan faces when connecting to the hotel network, but young people still deliberately slow down the process. He wanted to see the beauty in front of him one more time through the extremely low pixel camera. Shensun standing aside couldn't help but sigh, beautiful women are different. They attract attention wherever they go. Brother, are you okay now? Jean did not notice anything unusual around her. She leaned forward slightly and looked at the camera with a smile in her peach blossom eyes. Okay. The young man blushed and hurriedly completed the registration. He was too shy to look directly at his friend. He smelled a faint fragrance coming from his soulmate and couldn't help feeling intoxicated. The gentle voice of Jean was heard, which sounded like the sound of nature to the young man. After getting the room card, Shensun naturally reached out his hand, put his arm around Jean's shoulders, and walked towards the inside of the hotel. If I could have such a gentle and beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to live 10 years less. It wasn't until the two of them walked away that he couldn't help but look back, and sat down on the chair with a bit of disappointment. He looked at the empty lobby, and life returned to normal again. When you push open the door of the ship hotel, you will see that the room retains the original structure and decoration of the ship. The layout of the cabin, the round portholes, and the nautical maps and compasses on the wall make you feel like you are on a real ship. Wow, this is so interesting, look at this. Jean's eyes lit up with excitement as he pointed at the exquisite ship model ornament on the bedside table. She looked around like a curious baby. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Chen Sun responded patiently, somewhat absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on his friend. As her high heels made a clattering sound in the room, Chen Sun's heart also rose and fell. When her voice gradually faded away, the room suddenly became quiet and an ambiguous atmosphere quietly arose. She sat on the big white bed, lowered her head slightly, and grabbed the sheets nervously. The light shines on her profile, making her extremely beautiful. At this moment, Chen Sun was already extremely anxious. He quickly locked the door and took a step forward to draw the curtains. Why don't you say anything? Jean felt a little helpless when she saw Chen Sun stop talking. You look so beautiful today. Chen Sun suddenly spoke. Jean was very happy to hear Chen Sun's praise. When she thought of what was about to happen, she hurriedly said, I want to take a shower first. Then she quickly ran into the bathroom and started washing. Looking at the white mist rising from the bathroom, Chen Sun felt itchy in his heart at the beautiful figure. He tiptoed to open half of the glass door and slipped in. What are you going to do? Let's go together and save water, okay? Chen Sun slowly walked towards his friend. The two of them walked out slowly only after the hot water ran out. Chen Sun's eyes fell on Jean. Her hair was wet with water droplets dripping from the ends. Wearing the hotel's white bathrobe with her hair blowing and her neckline slightly open, she looks like a perfect blend of purity and desire. Chen Sun's heart was no longer calm, his eyes were filled with strong desire, and he pounced on her. Jean didn't say anything, but gently closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes curled up slightly, which looked particularly beautiful. Chen Sun lowered his head and kissed Jean's slightly opened lips. As early as when Jean replied to her roommate Xiaolu, she had already made the decision in her heart. Now that it has come to this, she naturally would not reject Chen Sun. Chen Sun hugged his friend and said slowly, Do you have to go back to school tonight? Xiaolu has found a good excuse for me and the dorm auntie to accompany you tonight. Seeing Chen Sun's slightly soliciting tone, Jean couldn't bear to see him suffer, so she imitated him and gently stroked Chen Sun's chest with her trembling fingertips. Chen Sun shuddered, and the fire of desire in his heart was completely ignited. He hugged his friend from behind, his thick lips covering her directly. From the trembling eyebrows to the bridge of the nose, from the rosy lips to the white neck. Like most men and women in love, they don't need too many words, and express their love to each other through body language. An hour later. You are pressing down on my hair. Jean looked at Chen Sun, who was clumsily lying beside the pillow, and got up with difficulty. She squatted at the head of the bed, hugging her knees, like a weak kitten, lost in thought. Don't look at it. Go away now. There was a bright red stain on the bed sheet. She embarrassedly pulled the quilt from Chen Sun's hand and covered herself with it, avoiding Chen Sun's gaze. Ha ha. Chen Sun stretched out his finger and moved Jean's chin with a smirk. Why, are you shy? Boom boom boom. There was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. The voice of the young man at the front desk came out at an inopportune time. I'm so sorry to bother you, sir. The hotel has just been notified that there is an emergency on the ship and all guests need to be temporarily evacuated to a safe area. For your safety, please come downstairs with me as soon as possible. Chapter 39 I am a martial arts champion. Emergency, what do you mean? Chen Sun frowned slightly, with a look of confusion on his face. The ship's firefighting system detected an abnormality. The hotel requires all guests to evacuate temporarily. Please cooperate. We won't keep you too long. The young man's voice was then heard, and he was just following the instructions. What's wrong? What happened? Jean quickly stood up, packed her things, and walked to Chen Sun with a look of worry on her face. The hotel said there was an emergency and asked us to go downstairs first. Chen Sun turned his head to look at Jean and explained in a low voice. Then let's go quickly and don't waste time. Jean nodded, with urging in her tone. Chen Sun took a deep breath. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he decided to cooperate for safety reasons. Okay, we'll follow you. Chen Sun observed the situation outside through the peephole. After making sure it was safe, he opened the door and spoke to the young man. The young man stepped aside to make way. Please follow me, this way. The two followed the young man out of the room. Some guests in the corridor were already being led towards the safe passage, and the atmosphere was a little tense. When Jean saw this scene, she was a little scared and held Chen Sun's hand tightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Chen Sun held Jean's hand tightly and patted it, trying to calm her down. While waiting anxiously in line in the aisle, Chen Sun took out his mobile phone and did a quick search. The information that popped up on the screen made his pupils shrink. The Ship Hotel and the Grand Nautilus restaurant actually belonged to the same company, the Qin and Han Group. Chen Sun remained calm on the surface, but alarm bells were ringing in his heart. He knew that all this was no longer a coincidence, and he vaguely felt that it might be related to Qin Fei Yang at night. Soon, as the young man led the way, Chen Sun noticed that he was taking him into a different passage from the other guests. Why do we take a different aisle than other guests? Chen Sun, who sensed something was wrong, looked gloomy and asked coldly as he stared at the young man in front of him. I don't know either. The people above told me to do this. The young man was suddenly stared at by Chen Sun like this. He shrank back a little and spoke quickly. He couldn't understand how he was discovered. Chen Sun looked at the flustered young man and felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't get anything out of him just by talking. He suddenly grabbed the young man's arm, pulled it back, and then punched the wall near the young man's ear with great force. Bang! With a dull sound, the wall made of steel plates was actually dented. The young man only felt the whistling of wind in his ears. He turned his head and was immediately scared out of his wits. I can't imagine if I would still be alive if this punch hit me on the head. Aye. His legs were shaking, his face was pale, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. It's okay, tell me what happened. Jean said softly and soothingly. Feeling the kindness from a soulmate, the young man calmed down a little. Yes, it was young Master Qin's order. He quickly spilled the beans. Qin Fei Yang? Chen Sun's brows were furrowed, his eyes were like knives, and his tone was cold. Yes, that's him. He even specifically asked me to take you to the warehouse next to the safe passage. The young man nodded repeatedly and pointed to one side. The warehouse is at the end. After saying that, he struggled subconsciously, trying to break free from Chen Sun's big hands. After hearing what the young man said, Chen Sun's eyes turned cold. He suddenly exerted force with his right hand and punched the young man in the stomach. Even though he held back a lot of strength, his fist was still full of intimidation. Chen Sun's seemingly light punch felt like a heavy punch when it landed on him. Vomit. Only the sound of vomiting was heard. The young man had been rewarding himself for years and his body was weak, so he could not withstand such a punch. His face turned pale instantly, and he staggered around in a circle dizzy. Then his legs went limp and he fell to his knees against the wall, holding his stomach and vomiting violently. Jean, follow the direction of the safe passage and stay where there are many people, it will be safer. Chen Sun said in a steady tone. In the entire city of Yangzhou, the guests who can board this ship are not ordinary people. No matter how powerful the Qin family is, they would not dare to do anything in public, otherwise they would not have designed to let the two people enter the warehouse. Thinking of this, he raised his chin and gestured in the direction of the safe passage, letting Jiyin leave first. He knew in his heart that if he had a soulmate around, he would inevitably be distracted by taking care of her and would find it difficult to give his full strength. Thinking of this, he secretly made up his mind, I must develop my own power as soon as possible, otherwise, no matter how many beauties I have, what's the use if I can't protect them? What about you, Chen Sun? Jean said worriedly, with slightly red eyes. Actually, I'm also a martial arts champion. Do you believe it? Chen Sun smiled easily, trying to ease her mind. You're still joking at this hour. Jean's voice was slightly choked, and her anxious look made Chen Sun feel distressed. Believe me. Hearing Chen Sun's words, she raised her head, looked at his sharp eyes, and glanced at the dents on the wall. Thinking of his actions just now and his confirmed identity as a music master, she knew in her heart that staying here would only cause trouble for Chen Sun. If I don't see you in an hour, I will come to find you no matter what. She then raised her head and said reluctantly. Chen Sun was deeply moved by Jian's words. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chen Sun's heart warmed, and he reached out his hand with tender eyes, gently wiping away the tears on Jian's eyelashes. He was very happy. At least, the girl in front of him would not leave him easily. That was enough. Jian stood on tiptoe, put her hands on Chen Sun's neck, and raised her red lips without hesitation. Jian, don't worry. For your sake, I won't make any mistakes. After a while, Chen Sun let go of his confidant, and touched her hair with his big hands, rubbing it. Let's go quickly, young Master Qin will be here soon. Ugh. Seeing the goddess in his mind crying, the young man next to her couldn't help but remind her. Take me to the warehouse. Not until Jean's back disappeared from his sight did Chen Sun turn around and kick the young man who had just stood up. In order to avoid Qin Feiyang's suspicion, Chen Sun decided to let the young man continue to take him into the warehouse. Okay, follow me. Chen Sun looked towards the warehouse and whispered to himself. Qin Feiyang, I want to see what tricks you are playing. Chapter 40, 1 versus 10 is reasonable. This is it. The young man stopped and pointed at the half-open warehouse door in front of him, his voice a little nervous. Then the two of them walked in slowly. The light in the warehouse was dim. There was only an old chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the weak light could barely illuminate the surroundings. There was a stale smell in the air, which made people feel depressed. The ground, which had not been visited by anyone for a long time, was covered with thick dust, and gray mist would be raised with every step. The corner was filled with all kinds of debris, including wooden boxes, iron barrels, and discarded equipment, and it looked like no one had touched them for a long time. Chen Sun's eyes quickly swept around, trying to adapt to the current environment to ensure that everything was safe. Brother, can I leave now? He did not complete the task assigned by Qin Feiyang and only brought Chen Sun here, feeling a little uneasy. Thinking that Qin Feiyang would be here soon, he became even more frightened and took a few steps back unconsciously. Without waiting for Chen Sun's response, the young man turned around and ran away. As soon as he stepped out of the warehouse door, he heard hurried footsteps. He looked up and his face turned pale instantly. Qin Feiyang was rushing towards him with a group of people. The young man was so scared that he froze in place. When Qin Feiyang glanced across the warehouse, he found that the woman was nowhere to be seen. Where are the people? Where is that woman? You're a piece of trash. He frowned and grabbed the collar of the young man in front of him and said. Seeing Chen Sun's figure from the corner of his eye, he immediately loosened his hand, smoothed his hair back, and slapped the young man in the face with his backhand. Get lost. The young man ignored the burning pain on his face and nodded fearfully, repeatedly responding with a sense of relief. Hey. He lowered his head, put his hands in front of him, hunched his shoulders, and used his thin figure to squeeze out of the dark crowd at the warehouse door. Qin Feiyang turned around and met Chen Sun's half-smile eyes with a hint of mockery. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and the expression on his face became even more angry. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, but just waved his right hand, and the 10 black-clad bodyguards behind him immediately rushed into the warehouse like a tide. They marched in unison, with indifferent expressions on their faces, obviously well-trained. Bang! The warehouse door slowly closed behind them, making a dull sound. Chen Sun's eyes quickly swept over these bodyguards and noticed that the suited bodyguard he met in the restaurant before was among them. Seeing the look Chen Sun was giving him, the bodyguard in suits gritted his teeth in hatred. Although he was somewhat unwilling, he also knew that he was no match for Chen Sun. You are very strong, but I don't believe that, no matter how good you are at fighting, you can beat 10 of us by yourself? The bodyguard in a suit said coldly, with full confidence in his heart and fierce eyes, Boy, you are done today. This group of people have received professional training since childhood and are responsible for the safety of the young men and women of wealthy families. Their skills are far superior to those of ordinary bodyguards. Some of them are even retired professional kickboxing athletes who can easily split pebbles with their bare hands. Gradually, as the footsteps stopped, the originally narrow warehouse was instantly filled with more than a dozen people, and dust flew all over the air. Cough. The dust choked Qin Feiyang and made him cough violently, his face turning red. He waved away the dust in front of his eyes and picked the dust off his hair in annoyance, cursing, This damn place is so unlucky. Your name is Chen Sun, right? You know my identity and yet you dare to attack me. Are you from the Chen family? He looked at Chen Sun sarcastically with cold eyes. The Chen family, is it one of the 4 major families in Yongcheng? Listening to Qin Feiyang's words, Chen Sun's heart moved, but his eyes remained sharp. When Qin Feiyang saw Chen Sun was silent, he knew that he just happened to have the surname Chen and had nothing to do with the Chen family. He held up 2 fingers, and his tone became even more proud. Before you do anything, I'll give you 2 choices. First, give the girl to me, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake. Maybe I will forgive you when I feel better. 2, was Qin Feiyang's words came slowly. I choose 2. Chen Sun interrupted him directly, twisted the corner of his mouth and revealed a disdainful smile. Okay, let's see how long you can laugh. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly darkened, and he laughed in anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart, waved his hand and ordered coldly, Go. Following his order, the 10 bodyguards behind him moved quickly and immediately surrounded Chen Sun. Seeing this, Chen Sun's eyes darkened and he squatted slightly, ready to attack like a wild beast. The first bodyguard rushed forward first, and his fist hit Chen Sun in the face with a loud whistling sound. Chen Sun dodged sideways and easily avoided the attack. Then he stretched out his right hand, grabbed the other person's arm and twisted it hard. As he lost his balance, the left leg kicked out quickly and hit him in the abdomen. The bodyguard groaned and fell to the ground. However, the other bodyguards did not retreat. Someone took the opportunity to rush up from behind Chen Sun, locked Chen Sun's neck with his arms, and tried to knock Chen Sun to the ground. Chen Sun felt someone strangling his neck, but his reaction was not slow at all. He quickly grabbed the opponent's arms with both hands, sank his body suddenly, and with the help of the opponent's strength, threw him to the ground over his shoulder. The bodyguard let out a scream and fell on his back, unable to breathe for a moment. In just 1 minute, the two well-trained bodyguards fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Chen Sun stood there, adjusted his breathing, and glanced at the remaining bodyguards with a cold light in his eyes and sneered, "Who else?" The bodyguards around were shocked by this scene. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they did not dare to move forward rashly for the moment and could only surround him and look for the next opportunity to attack. Even though the bodyguard in a suit told Qin Feiyang that Chen Sun was stronger than him, Qin Feiyang still didn't believe it. He finally found 10 people, all of whom were masters. He thought that no matter how good Chen Sun was at fighting, he couldn't fight 10 people alone. However, the scene before him surprised him. Qin Feiyang was a little flustered and retreated far away, fearing that he would be hurt. He looked at the bodyguards surrounding Chen Sun in front of him, his face gloomy, and shouted loudly, "Don't waste time! Come on, everyone, take him down!" Upon hearing this, the bodyguards swarmed forward again. Looking at the crowd surrounding him from all directions, Chen Sun remained as calm as ever. He quietly retreated to a corner so that he wouldn't have to worry about being attacked from behind. Then he picked up discarded iron barrels and waste materials from the side and threw them at the crowd. The bodyguards all moved away, and taking this opportunity, Chen Sun threw waste materials at the chandelier. The warehouse suddenly became dark and the scene was in chaos. The locked door prevented anyone from getting out. In the dim atmosphere, Chen Sun took action. Chapter 41: The Assassination Game begins. In the darkness, Chen Sun's figure completely blended into the environment. His ghostly movements were swift and silent, and every move and attack he made was extremely accurate. From the dark warehouse, there were the bodyguards' screams of pain and the dull thud of heavy objects falling. Chen Sun arrived at the warehouse earlier than them and was more familiar with the surrounding environment. With the help of the system, his vision and perception abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Etc. 2 bodyguards were fighting in the dark, and one of them suddenly cried out, "You hit the wrong person, brother." "It's me." "Oh. Oh no, I'm sorry." The bodyguard who was fighting scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Just as he was rushing to apologize, the next second, Chen Sun's flying kick was already in front of him. Before he could react, he was kicked and flew away, hitting the wall hard with a groan. The bodyguards looked particularly embarrassed in the darkness. Not only did they have to guard against Chen Sun's attack, they also had to pay attention to their companions at all times, for fear of accidentally hurting one of their own. As a result, their movements became restrained and they dared not attack with all their strength. The more they fought, the more frustrated they felt. However, Chen Sun was like a fish in water in the darkness. Alone and without any constraints, he could do whatever he wanted. No matter who the fist hits, it's a bloody profit. "Everyone, don't move. Be careful." One of the bodyguards remained calm in the face of danger and was trying to stabilize the current situation. As he spoke, he calmly took out his cell phone, trying to use the light on the screen to observe Chen Sun's whereabouts. "That's a good idea." Seeing this, Chen Sun in the dark snorted coldly, not giving him any chance at all. The next second, Chen Sun jumped up and hit him accurately on the back of the neck with a knife, causing his body to go limp and fall down. The phone fell straight to the ground. Chen Sun stepped on the phone and crushed it hard. The screen shattered instantly and the light disappeared. However, just before the light disappeared, the 2 standing bodyguards looked at each other and rushed towards Chen Sun tacitly. The 2 of them cooperated to take Chen Sun down by surprise and capture him in one fell swoop. Bang! With a dull sound, the bodyguard who attacked first just grazed Chen Sun's ear with his fist and did not hit him. Chen Sun quickly kicked forward and hit the opponent's knee. The bodyguard screamed and fell to his knees in front of Chen Sun. Then Chen Sun followed up with a knee strike. The bodyguard collapsed in pain and could not stand up again. Seeing this, another bodyguard immediately attacked from the side and punched Chen Sun in the ribs. However, Chen Sun still dodged it. Chen Sun turned around and kicked him in the face. The bodyguard staggered backward and fell heavily to the ground. The last remaining bodyguard didn't dare to act rashly at this moment, for fear of being noticed by Chen Sun. Even so, Chen Sun showed no mercy. He stepped forward and kicked him in the knee, causing him to fall to his knees. In just a few minutes, every second seemed like torture for the bodyguards in the warehouse. At this moment, in Chen Sun's eyes, they were like docile sheep who could only passively take the beating and had no power to fight back. Chen Sun defeated them one by one with clean and neat movements. Soon, the sounds of fighting in the warehouse gradually subsided. Only the bodyguards were left lying on the ground. The scene was a mess. Qin Feiyan leaned against the wall, hiding to one side, not daring to breathe. He held his breath and carefully felt the wall, trying to find the door and quickly escape from this purgatory-like place. In the darkness, his hand suddenly touched something sticky, warm and moist, sticking to his hand. His heart tightened, and then he heard the bodyguard's wail beside him. Ah! Blood, it's the bodyguard's blood. Qin Feiyan finally reacted and trembled with fear. He wiped his hands hurriedly on the bodyguard and continued to crawl past him, groping his way forward. Hey, a bodyguard? Qin Feiyan touched a pair of calves, secretly rejoicing in his heart, and hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, "Protect me, let's go." Go, where are you going? Chen Sun's teasing voice sounded slowly, and he looked at Qin Feiyan in front of him with amusement. Ah! When Qin Feiyan heard Chen Sun's voice, his eyes widened and he felt horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Ah! He grimaced in pain and turned around subconsciously trying to escape, but Chen Sun grabbed his long hair and dragged him towards the warehouse door. Chen Sun dragged him while opening the door of the warehouse. As the door slowly opened, the dazzling light from the passage instantly shone into the warehouse. The bodyguards who had been wailing suddenly became quiet. The light shines on this man, like a god of war descending to the earth. Seeing Chen Sun's back, they couldn't help but feel despair in their hearts. Why would we provoke such a person? The game is over. Chen Sun took off his bloody white shirt and spoke calmly. Qin Feiyan slumped down at Chen Sun's feet, his face as pale as paper, but he still threatened, "You are finished, the Qin family will not let you go." Oh, really? Chen Sun repeated Qin Feiyan's words to him verbatim. You. Before he could finish his words, he started coughing violently. Since I have already made a feud with Qin Feiyan, why not break up with the Qin family? Thinking of this, Chen Sun raised his foot and kicked it, just like kicking a stray dog on the side of the road. This kick seemed light but was actually very powerful. Qin Feiyan felt as if all his internal organs had shifted position and he fainted on the spot. The bodyguards looked at Qin Feiyan, knowing that if he was not sent to the hospital immediately, this kick might be life-threatening. So they struggled to get up, wanting to get closer to him but were afraid of Chen Sun who was beside him. Chen Sun stroked his neck, rubbed his sore muscles, said nothing more, and turned away. This battle made him realize that 10 well-trained bodyguards were not his limit. Only after Chen Sun left did the bodyguards dare to gather around him. After safely passing through the passage, Jean on the deck anxiously looked at the time on his mobile phone. Half an hour had passed. She frowned and looked towards the warehouse from time to time. These days, her world has undergone tremendous changes, all caused by that man. Perhaps a person's life is not about living a lifetime, but about living for a moment. Thinking of this, Chen Sun's face appeared in her mind, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. As if he had made up his mind, he turned around and ran towards the warehouse. Day. In the deserted passage, the sound of Jean's high heels stepping on the floor could be heard. Finally, at a corner, Chen Sun, shirtless, appeared in front of her. Jean accelerated and rushed into his arms, her voice choking with sobs. Wow! Do you know how worried I am about you? Chapter 42. What's pressing against me? I'm fine. Looking at his confidant with red eyes, who seemed about to cry in the next second, Chen Sun hurriedly comforted her. Idiot, I'm glad you're okay, woo-woo. Jean could no longer suppress her emotions, buried her face in his shoulder, and sobbed softly. Chen Sun patted her back gently, letting her tears soak his chest. After a long while, Jean's sobbing gradually subsided. She pressed herself against Chen Sun and suddenly felt a warm breath coming. That was the heat emanating from Chen Sun's body after a fierce fight, slowly lingering in the air. Jean finally reacted, a blush instantly appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly turned her head away shyly. But his eyes fell on Chen Sun's arm, where there were several abrasions, and the fist tip was even rubbed and bleeding. What happened to your hand? Why is it injured like this? Jean said this with some heartache. She reached out and took Chen Sun's arm, gently stroking the scars. Only then did Chen Sun notice the injuries on his body. The fight in the warehouse just now was too intense. With the adrenaline rushing through him, he didn't even react to these minor injuries. He smiled bitterly. Even if the system was powerful enough, he was still a flesh and blood body after all. How about this? Will it feel better? Will it still hurt? Jean sensibly stretched out her two little hands, gently held Chen Sun's big hands in her palms, and spoke while blowing air into them. It was quite painful at first, but I felt much better after you blew on me. How about blowing on me for a while longer? The warm airflow brushed across his skin, bringing a comfortable coolness, and Chen Sun felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Seeing his crooked eyebrows and squinting eyes, Jean knew that everything was fine. She pretended to be angry, shook his hand away, and glared at him. Don't give me that. Ha ha. Chen Sun raised his hand, gently pushed aside Jean's bangs that were messy due to running, and gently tucked the hair behind her ears. A pair of big hands took her soft hands and walked out of the passage. The radio voice sounded in the studio, explaining that the alarm was a misunderstanding caused by equipment failure. It was so scary, I thought something really happened. After all this fuss, it turned out to be a false alarm. What a waste of time. The crowd on the deck gradually dispersed and returned to their respective rooms in twos and threes, still muttering dissatisfaction. Only Chen Sun and Jean knew that this was a crisis targeting them, but fortunately the crisis has now been resolved. Chen Sun's trouser legs were covered with dust. He patted it casually and walked slowly to the observation deck on the deck. He held onto the railing, felt the breeze, and took 2 deep breaths of fresh air. Are you really okay? Jean asked worriedly. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Sun said confidently. The sky was completely dark at this time, with only faint moonlight shining on the water and a few stars twinkling in the night sky. The breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Chen Sun was fine, but Jean shuddered unconsciously and hugged herself with her arms. Seeing this, Chen Sun smiled slightly and hugged her with his hot body from behind. His chest was pressed against her back, and his hands were naturally around her waist. The picture was extremely seductive. Jean twisted her body a little embarrassedly, but felt a strange touch on her buttocks, and her ears suddenly felt hot with shame. Stop it, take your hand away. Jean lowered her head and spoke in a coquettish voice, but she didn't dare to look back at him. Chen Sun innocently stretched out his 2 hands from behind her and spread them in front of her. Isn't this taken away? Jean reacted and let out a soft cry, broke free from Chen Sun's arms, and ran towards the room with a red face. This girl is so shy. Chen Sun shook his head lovingly, looked at her receding back, and followed her slowly. An hour later. In the ship hotel room, the panting sound gradually weakened. Chen Sun threw back the quilt and got out of bed. Where you go? Jean's soft voice came, and now she couldn't leave Chen Sun for a moment. I'll stay on the balcony for a while. Chen Sun's voice came out slowly. Jean straightened Chen Sun's quilt and then lay down again with peace of mind. The light from the screen shone on Chen Sun's face. It was a call from Uncle Chang. Boss, I have a clue about the person you asked me to investigate. You say? Chen Sun stared at the screen and listened attentively. Chen Nianing is an orphan who was adopted by the old man of the Chen family. What? Chen Sun was shocked. He had met Nian Ning's parents. Could it be that all those scenes were fake? Past experiences quietly emerged before his eyes. Take all these things away, we don't need them. When I was your age, I had already made a name for myself. What about you? You don't even have a decent place to call home. The father-in-law sat in the living room, holding a cup of tea in his hand and said sarcastically. I don't agree with this marriage. You can't even afford the down payment for a house, so how can you say I will give my daughter a future? The mother-in-law was minding her own business, not even looking at him, and speaking with contempt. Nian Ning, who was standing aside, sat there quietly, with her eyes lowered and her lips pursed. She seemed to have something to say, but she never opened her mouth. The look she gave him also became complicated, no longer as warm and bright as before, but rather a little cold and distant. For a moment, it seemed as if there was some invisible barrier between the two of them, and for the first time he began to doubt this relationship. Chen Sun stood in the middle of the room, looking at the cold things in front of him, feeling terrified, and stepped back repeatedly until he heard the sound of shattering. Boss? Are you still listening? Uncle Chang's voice brought Chen Sun back to reality from his thoughts. Keep going. For some reason, the Chen family fell into a financial crisis a year ago, so they decided to get out of the predicament by marrying into the Qin family. Is the Chen family also one of the 4 major families in Yangzhou City? Who from the Qin family? Chen Sun took a deep breath and spoke slowly. That's right. Now that the Chen family has weakened, the Qin family is the only one that is strong, and the other 2 families, the Su and Gu, are mostly cooperating to compete. The other party is the eldest young master of the Qin family, Qin Mingyuan. After listening to Uncle Chang's words, Chen Sun thought to himself, the Qin family again? How does the Qin family compare to Nevernight? Chen Sun had never come into contact with this kind of people before, so he asked about the doubts in his mind. The former chairman of Baishan is from the Qin family. By the way, there is a charity auction going on these 2 days, and we at Nevernight have also received an invitation. Boss, you can go and take a look and learn about it yourself. Seeing that Chen Sun was so interested in the Qin family, Uncle Chang told him everything he knew. After learning the details from Uncle Chang, Chen Sun hung up the phone. At this time, he had a rough idea in his mind. It seemed that the Qin family was indeed influential throughout Yangzhou City. At the same time, he also knew everything that happened in the past. It turned out that it was all just a trick carefully laid out by the Chen family. Their purpose was nothing more than to force Nian Ning to separate from themselves. A huge rock fell from his heart and he breathed a long sigh of relief. His eyes became more determined than ever. Nian Ning, wait for me. He muttered to himself, his hands clenched unconsciously. At this time, a gentle voice came from inside the house. Idiot, isn't it cold outside? Come inside quickly. Chapter 43 Twice, 3 times, 4 times. Jean's sweet voice was like a feather brushing past him, making him feel itchy. As the saying goes, things never happen more than 3 times, but Chen Sun, who was in a state of panic at the moment, had no time to care about these rules. Luckily I have a strong body, otherwise I wouldn't be able to handle it. Chen Sun thought silently in his heart, then reached out and pulled the sliding door of the balcony, and slowly walked into the house. His eyes were burning as he stared at the seductive figure on the bed. When Jean saw Chen Sun's malicious smile, she quickly sat up from the hotel's big white bed. Jean, who was experiencing sex for the first time, inadvertently added a bit of charm to her face, which was undoubtedly a fatal temptation in Chen Sun's eyes. You, come again. This is not good for your health. Jean's voice was a little shy and worried, and her little hands grabbed the quilt beside her in panic. She wanted to cover her smooth and round shoulders, hoping that this would extinguish the lust in Chen Sun's heart. However, Jean didn't know that her actions only made her more charming. This completely aroused Chen Sun's inner desire. He couldn't help swallowing, his eyes full of possessiveness. As Chen Sun got closer and closer, Jean was forced into a corner against the wall. She turned her face away shyly, not daring to look up at him, a blush spreading from her neck to her entire body. Chen Sun pounced on her gently. Another hour passed. The confidant beside him had a rosy face after being nourished by Chen Sun, and she collapsed on the bed, like a flower wet by dew, delicate and beautiful. I wonder if my efforts can help the beauties around me improve their physical fitness. After Chen Sun had his hearty meal, he was thinking in high spirits. You haven't taught me the technique of singing yet. Jean turned around with difficulty, looked at Chen Sun's back and said in a soft voice. At this time, she still couldn't let go of the top 10 singer competition. As a school belle, she was more competitive than anyone else. When Chen Sun heard Jean say this, he hurried forward and taught her all the music master skills he had mastered without reservation. Chen Sun patiently taught her how to control her breath and use advanced techniques such as nasal resonance and brain resonance. Although Jean didn't quite understand, he still nodded seriously and imitated Chen Sun step by step. Just as the two were having an in-depth communication on the spiritual level, Jean's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Xiaolu calling. Jean looked up at Chen Sun, and seeing that he didn't seem to notice, she quickly picked up the phone and went into the bathroom to answer it. Chen Sun had already noticed it out of the corner of his eye, but he pretended not to see it. After all, everyone has their own space and privacy. Even if it wasn't Xiaolu calling, he was still confident in himself. He knew that in a relationship, trust is the most important thing. At this moment, Chen Sun's cell phone screen suddenly lit up. When the caller ID showed Su Wanqing, his heart tightened and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Luckily my friend just left, otherwise this would be really awkward. He quickly lowered his voice and answered the phone. Hello, Sister Qing, what's wrong, do you miss me? Let me see if you are doing something bad behind my back. Su Wanqing's charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, how come Sister Ching is so smart? Seeing Chen Sun remaining silent, Su Wanqing seemed to have noticed something. Are you with your girlfriend? Su Wanqing asked tentatively in a lazy tone. However, Chen Sun heard a hint of bitterness in her voice. Sister Ching on the other end of the phone seemed a little disappointed. After all, no one wants to share their boyfriend with others. Yeah. Chen Sun responded with some guilt, and at the same time secretly glanced in the direction of the bathroom, fearing that Jean would suddenly come out. Am I disturbing you? Su Wanqing's words made Chen Sun feel uncomfortable. He quickly changed the subject and joked, when will you come back, Sister Cheng? If you don't come back, I will go find you. Okay, sister will wait for you to come over. Su Wanqing took over the conversation. He wanted to know if she was still in Chen Sun's heart. I'll come to see you as soon as I finish my work these 2 days. Chen Sun promised firmly. Ha, take good care of your girlfriend. Not everyone is as generous as me. Hearing Chen Sun's serious tone, Su Wanqing chuckled, I'm going to sleep, you should take care of yourself and don't tire yourself out, or your sister will be sad. After saying smacking to the screen, Su Wanqing hung up the phone. Hey! Chen Sun was still thinking about saying a few more words when he heard the phone being hung up with a beep. Sister Ching's words woke him up, and Chen Sun realized that he had not yet considered how to talk about this with his friend. He shook his head and put the thoughts behind him. At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Thinking of this, he lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and recalled Sister Ching's every smile. In the bathroom. Is it over? Xiaolu asked in a mischievous voice. Jean's blush that had just dissipated rose again. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Xiaolu said in a low voice. Eat that, or? Really? This really helps with singing? You're not lying to me, Xiaolu. Hearing Xiaolu's bold words, her whole body turned red instantly and a feeling of shame surged in her heart. If you don't believe me, just try it. You are his anyway. Xiaolu continued to instigate. Jean is her best friend, whose heart and eyes are as fresh and innocent as her pure appearance. When she did not return home at night many times, it was Jean who covered for her and the dormitory manager. Xiaolu grew up in an ordinary family. She knew well how hard life is, so she started live streaming when she went to college. If it weren't for the fact that Jean was a school belle, she would have wanted to take the initiative to fight for the young and handsome sponsor Chen Sun, just like her fat roommate. As Jean's best friend, she sincerely hopes that Jean can seize this opportunity. Not only did she teach Jean to wear white stockings, but now she even asked her to try something more daring. After hanging up the phone, Jean walked out of the bathroom hesitantly and took a deep breath. When she saw Chen Sun lying on the bed with a silly smile on his face, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose and she made a decision in her heart. Chen Sun realized that there was something wrong with the way Jean looked at him, so he quickly sat up from the bed. Jean, this isn't good. Chen Sun grabbed the quilt beside him with his big hands. The two people's identities were swapped. Another hour passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, learn from it. The system will give you the skill of rejuvenation. The system's voice rang out after a long absence, and Chen Sun was delighted, this thing is so useful. Then Chen Sun got up with difficulty and looked at his friend who was sleeping soundly beside him. He stroked his chin, recalling the wonderful experience that his soulmate had just brought him. Chapter 44 Sister Ya's Hot Body Temperature. Ding ding ding. The early morning light shone into the room through the curtains, accompanied by a burst of rapid cell phone sounds. The noise woke up Jean beside him. Chen Sun heard Jean mumbling in her sleep, she turned her back and fell into deep sleep again. Looking at her tired sleeping face, he smiled bitterly in his heart, it seems that she was really exhausted yesterday. Chen Sun picked up his phone, Shen Yun's name appeared on the screen. He glanced at his soulmate beside him, put on his slippers, and walked gently to the balcony. Chen Sun, Sister Ye is sick and her condition is a bit serious. Will you come back today? Shen Yun's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. As Chen Sun's personal butler, he still has a good impression of this gentle and considerate elder sister. Thinking of her meticulous care, Chen Sun couldn't help feeling a little worried and decided to go see Sister Ye. After a while, Jean's confused voice came. What have you been doing, Chen Sun? You're awake. Oh, it's Sister Ye from the villa who's sick. Chen Sun looked at Jean who had just woken up and spoke honestly. After all, Jean had also met Sister Ya. Oh, is she seriously ill? I don't know the details, I'll tell you when the time comes. Then let's get up now. I also need to get back to school as soon as possible. There's a lot to do in the next 2 days for the top 10 singer competition. Jean spoke slowly. She didn't know whether what Xiaolu said was true or not. Last night, she was so strong that she did that. After finishing their preparations, the two of them quickly walked out of the ship hotel. I'll take you to school first, and then go back to the villa. As Chen Sun spoke, he started the engine of the Lamborghini and drove towards Yangcheng University. The feeling was completely different from when they came here, and the two people who had had an intimate relationship became more natural. Jean lay lazily on the passenger seat, squinting his eyes slightly, as if he wanted to sleep a little longer. Her slender white legs were casually draped over the front windshield of the passenger seat, and she looked comfortable and relaxed. Chen Sun's eyes swept between the road ahead and Jean's beautiful legs from time to time. He placed his right hand on her thigh and kneaded it gently. Feeling Chen Sun's touch, Jean's lips curled up slightly, but she didn't open her eyes. She murmured coquettishly, "Hate it." The car quickly drove to the gate of Yangcheng University. Jean opened the door, turned around, gave Chen Sun a kiss on the face, and ran away excitedly. Chen Sun touched his face and looked at Jean's slender back, lost in thought for a moment. After coming to his senses, he turned the car around and drove towards Villa number 1. "Sister Ya, are you feeling better? I just talked to Chen Sun on the phone." Xinyun sat beside Sister Ya's bed, her little face full of worry. The relationship between the two has been very harmonious since Xinyun first came to the villa, and Su Jingya also likes this lively and lovely girl very much. Ah, no need to trouble him so much, he is the boss. Hearing Xinyun's words, Su Jingya barely propped herself up and spoke somewhat embarrassedly. She found that she was actually a little envious of Xinyun, envious that she had Chen Sun by her side, while she was always alone. Su Jingya gently held her hand and said in a gentle tone, "Thank you, Xinyun." After hearing this, Xinyun waved her hands repeatedly, with an embarrassed look on her face. "Sister Ya, what are you talking about? Why are you so sad all of a sudden? I treat you as my sister, and it's my duty to take care of you." As the two were talking, the door slowly opened. Chen Sun saw that Sister Ya looked a little pale, so he hurried forward and asked, "Have you seen a doctor?" "Yeah, the doctor at the manor checked it out and said it was fine, but the situation doesn't seem to be getting any better." Su Jingya covered her abdomen and coughed twice, then spoke slowly. "That won't work, let's go to a big hospital right away." Chen Sun stopped talking halfway, as he suddenly remembered the miraculous healing power he had just gained. But the question is, how should this be used? Chen Sun scratched his head in distress, pondering in his heart. He walked up and touched Sister Ya's feverish forehead. "Sister Ya, I have studied medicine a little bit, I can help you." Su Jingya raised her somewhat weak eyebrows, looked at Chen Sun with trust, and nodded slightly. The high fever caused by the abdominal pain last night made her feel hot all over and she didn't even have the strength to speak. Chen Sun held her hand tentatively. He wanted to know if it was possible to transmit energy through internal force like in the novels. He held it for a long time, but there was still no response. Seeing this, Xinyun on the side couldn't help but mutter, "I say, Chen Sun, you seem to be taking advantage of Sister Ya." When Su Jingya heard what Xinyun said, she turned her head away shyly, closed her eyes, and did not dare to look up at Chen Sun. She couldn't help feeling a little flustered. Strange, it still doesn't work. Chen Sun frowned, feeling a little anxious. He tried to put their palms together again, but there was still no effect. Finally, he simply interlocked his fingers with Sister Ya's and held them tightly. You. Su Jingya was at a loss for words at his sudden action. Her voice was hesitant and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Chen Sun's serious expression, she couldn't help but swallow her words back. Seeing that all his attempts were ineffective, Chen Sun closed his eyes, moved his mind, and started communicating with the system. The two people on the bed saw Chen Sun closing his eyes, raising his eyebrows, and making an exaggerated sound, "Up." Xinyun was a little nervous and asked quickly, "What's wrong? Is it serious?" After communicating with the system, he already knew how to save Sister Ya, but the method was a little difficult to say. He glanced at Xinyun and said calmly, "Xiaoyun, go out first. I have a solution." "Then I'll leave?" Xinyun blinked and stuck out her tongue, "You are not allowed to do anything bad to Sister Ya." After saying that, she turned around and left the room, playfully closing the door. The room suddenly became quiet. Chen Sun looked around. Sister Ya's one-bedroom apartment was decorated very warmly. Beautiful photos of her traveling are hung on the wall, and there is a pink strawberry bear doll next to the pillow. Chen Sun could even smell a faint fragrance in the room, which was the unique scent emitted by a girl. He thought of the system's treatment method and looked at Sister Ya awkwardly. Sister Ya, do you believe me? Su Jingya was slightly stunned, then nodded with trust on her face. In his heart, Chen Sun is not only his boss, but also his friend who he spends every day with. Chen Sun took a deep breath and slowly told Sister Ya's problem. Your abdominal pain is caused by a congenital uterine malformation. The hormone secretion disorder caused the high fever to persist. Your current situation is very dangerous. Su Jingya stared at Chen Sun blankly, her eyes full of shock. She didn't expect that Chen Sun could see through the secret hidden in her heart at a glance. She hurriedly said, Boss, do you have any way to cure me? Chen Sun nodded and said hesitantly. There is a way, but I don't know if you can accept it. Chapter 45 must come once a day. Many years ago, Su Jingya had just graduated from college and was only 22 years old. She is a traditional woman at heart and sticks to the principle of not crossing the line before marriage. Her boyfriend, who had been dating her for less than half a year, was very dissatisfied with this. After trying to communicate without success, he used this as an excuse to have a big quarrel with Su Jingya. The more she thought about it, the angrier her boyfriend became. Not only did he secretly cheat on her with another woman, he also used money to seek comfort from her many times. The conflict between the two grew bigger and bigger. Finally, in order to satisfy his desire, the boyfriend reluctantly compromised and agreed to marry her. During a routine premarital medical examination, an accident occurred and Su Jingya discovered that she was born with a congenital abnormality that made her infertile. The day before the wedding, with mixed feelings, she mustered up the courage to tell her boyfriend about her situation. Who would spend money to marry a chicken that can't lay eggs? I've put up with you all these years, just for this result? My boyfriend's face was gloomy, and his years of patience completely exploded. He stood up suddenly and roared angrily. The next second, the boyfriend lost his mind and rushed towards Su Jingya violently, trying to vent his dissatisfaction with violence. Su Jingya was terrified and tried her best to shout for help. Fortunately, her screams attracted the attention of her neighbors, and she escaped. Afterwards, the boyfriend begged Su Jingya for forgiveness, and even knelt down to apologize to her humbly and begged her desperately. But Su Jingya had already lost all hope, and she looked coldly at the man in front of her. After an expressionless rejection, he coldly deleted the contact information of the two. Since then, the two have had no further contact. Su Jingya came back to her senses and looked at Chen Sun, whose eyes were full of worry, and her heart was touched. The heart that had been sealed for so long seemed to have regained a bit of warmth. She nodded heavily. Well, as long as it can be cured, I am willing to accept anything. It may take some time to completely cure the disease, but let's get our body in good shape first. Seeing her serious expression, Chen Sun quickly comforted her in a soft voice. Okay, get started. Su Jingya closed her eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. The Sister Ya in front of me is just like her name, quiet and elegant. Chen Sun lowered his head to look at Sister Ya, who was leaning against the headboard of the bed. He could smell the fragrance emanating from her body, and her cheek, which was only the size of a palm, was so close to him. Su Jingya was a little nervous, her eyelashes trembling, her brows furrowed because of abdominal pain, and her cherry lips slightly parted, which made people feel a little distressed. Seeing this, Chen Sun's breathing couldn't help but quicken. He leaned down uncontrollably, lifted Sister Ya's chin, and kissed her hard. Su Jingya was a little confused and wondered, could this be the treatment that the boss was talking about? Soon she noticed something strange in her body. The pores all over her body dilated and the pain in her abdomen miraculously eased a lot. She slowly loosened her hands that were tightly covering her stomach and gently placed them on the sheet beneath her, feeling a little helpless. Seeing that Sister Ya had no intention of resisting, Chen Sun became bolder. He stretched out his other hand and held the back of her head steadily with gentle movements. He slowly laid her down on the pillow, without stopping his mouth movements for a moment. Instead, he became even more unscrupulous, and his big hands began to wander over her body. Su Jingya felt as if she was almost suffocating. She stretched out her slender jade hand and placed it on Chen Sun's chest. She wanted to push it away, but she didn't have the strength to do so at the moment. Chen Sun noticed out of the corner of his eye that Sister Ya's pale face gradually turned rosy, and he knew that the treatment must be working. Su Jingya's breathing became more and more rapid, her fingertips trembled slightly, and she felt like she was going to suffocate in the next second. Shinsun then stepped back slightly, moved the kiss away from her lips, and began to invade her snow-white neck all the way to her chin. After Shinsun's unremitting efforts, Su Jingya's body suddenly trembled violently in an instant. Her muscles began to spasm violently, and her whole body began to shake uncontrollably with such a large amplitude that the headboard of the bed made a crashing sound. Xinyun, who was outside the door, heard the noise and was startled, thinking that something unexpected had happened, and hurriedly pushed the door open. "Ah, you guys." The scene in front of her made Xinyun's eyes widen. The erotic scene made her swallow her saliva, and she could even smell the sweetness in the air in the room. "You won't play with me." At this moment, Chen Sun was lying on the bed. Hearing this, he almost fell off Sister Ya. "Ahem, Xiaoyun, I was just treating Sister Ya, don't think too much." Chen Sun spoke quickly. Su Jingya looked at Xinyun's angry look and felt both angry and amused. Xinyun finally came back to his senses and looked at Sister Jing in front of him, and found that her face was indeed flushed. "Really? Sister Ya, you look much better now." She quickly picked up a mirror from the side and handed it to Sister Ya. Su Jingya took the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. Her breathing was a little rapid and her hair was a little messy. He looked a little disheveled, but his complexion had indeed recovered a lot and the pain in his abdomen had completely disappeared. She looked up at Chen Sun, her face flushed. "It really worked." "Thank you." "Yeah, it should be fine now." Even if Chen Sun was thick-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. "I thought silently in my heart, how can I be thanked by someone for flirting with her? This is nothing." Xinyun looked at the two people in front of her who were slightly ambiguous, and she yelled with some jealousy in her heart, "Ugh. My stomach hurts too." Seeing this, Shinsun glared at her fiercely, raised his hand and tapped her head gently. "Stop it." "Ha ha." Sister Ya also laughed. "Oh, by the way, you must do this every day from now on, so that your body will slowly recover." Shinsun thought of the system's advice and spoke slowly. When Su Jingya heard what Shinsun said, she no longer dared to look him in the eye and quickly buried her face in the quilt. "Ah? Did you hear that, Sister Ya? You have to cooperate with the doctor's treatment." Xinyun looked at Sister Ya with envy and spoke exaggeratedly. "Xiaoyun, I noticed that you talk a lot." Shinsun glared at her in pretended dissatisfaction, stretched out his big hands and gently teased Xinyun. He leaned close to her ear and lowered his voice. "After your relatives leave, you'll be in trouble." "Ah. I don't dare anymore. I don't dare anymore." Xinyun waved his hands in fear. Shinsun held Sister Ya's hand and said gently, "Before, you were responsible for taking care of my food and daily life. Today, it's my turn to take care of you." Having said that, he turned around and went out to instruct the staff to prepare meals for the three of them and send them to the room. Shinsun leaned against the door, watching the two women in the room teasing and playing with each other, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I don't know if there's a chance." The erotic scenes in the movie appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Chapter 46 Women of the Underground Organization. Shinsun brought the porridge, blew it gently to cool it down, then sat beside the bed and gently fed it to Sister Ya. Su Jingya was a little shy and wanted to refuse, but Xinyun next to her came over playfully, pouting her lips and pretending to snatch the food. Shinsun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when seeing this, and he fed the porridge to Xinyun. After Xinyun drank it in big gulps, he winked at Sister Ya proudly. "If you don't drink it, I will." Shinsun calmly scooped another spoonful of porridge and handed it to Sister Ya again. Su Jingya did not refuse this time. She blushed and moved closer, then drank it carefully with graceful movements. Shinsun stared at her intently. When Sister Ya drank the porridge, her throat moved, which gave her an inexplicable temptation. "Woo-woo, Sister Ya looks better than me even when she's drinking porridge." Seeing this, Xinyun said with some jealousy. Su Jingya, who was drinking porridge, almost couldn't hold it in. She covered her mouth and glared at Xinyun. Soon, the mealtime was over, and Shinsun stood up and said goodbye to the two women. "Xiaoyun, you have to take good care of Sister Ya when I'm not around." Shinsun said this to Xinyun, who was lying in the same bed with Sister Ya. "I know." She said that and crawled back into Sister Ya's bed. Shinsun smiled helplessly, turned around, took the keys to his Lamborghini, and walked into the underground garage. He has to go to Never Night in the afternoon. He needs to manage his money carefully and most importantly, build up his own power. In this society, just having money is far from enough. With the increasing number of beauties around him, he must be careful in everything to ensure his safety. Especially after knowing Yin Ning's identity, he will have to make a decision with the Qin family in the future, and his own power is far from enough. With the engine roaring, Chen Sun drove the Lamborghini towards the Nevernight City. The general manager's office on the 5th VIP floor of Nevernight. Boss, the daily revenue of Nevernight is about 2 million, and the profit is about 80%. On an annual basis, the net income is at least 500 million. Uncle Chang stood respectfully aside, reporting with a document in his hand. 500 million? Chen Sun raised his eyebrows slightly, secretly delighted. I didn't expect that Baishan would have such a reward. After communicating with the system, he confirmed that all the wealth belonged to him. Uncle Chang, the more important reason why I came here this time is that I hope to build a force of my own. Chen Sun immediately thought of the real purpose of his coming to Nevernight, looked at Uncle Chang and said in a deep voice. I want to test your strength, how about it? Chen Sun said calmly. Chen Sun has his own plans, and he urgently wants to know to what extent his strength has been improved with the help of the system. Uncle Chang was stunned when he heard Chen Sun's words, but then his eyes lit up and he laughed loudly. Okay. Since the boss is interested, I will accompany you for a few moves. Gao Chang joined the army in his 20s. With his physical talent and unremitting efforts, he rose from a nobody to a senior instructor in the army. If it weren't for the unexpected changes at home and the urgent need for money that brought him to Bai City, he would still be in the army now. Hearing that Chen Sun wanted to fight him, Gao Chang felt a long-lost desire to fight. You know, after leaving the army, he hasn't met an opponent who could make him give his all for a long time. Gao Chang led Chen Sun to an empty meeting room. The room was deserted and without any furnishings, which would not hinder the fight between the two. Let's start. Chen Sun stood up straight and spoke slowly. Gao Chang didn't waste any words. He first pretended to throw a few jabs, trying to start his own rhythm. Chen Sun just took a few steps back, looking calm and not even blinking. Gao Chang was startled by Chen Sun's calmness, and thought to himself, the boss is really not simple. It seems that I can't use false moves to test him anymore. He took a deep breath and launched an attack directly to seize the initiative. He took a sudden step forward and punched Chen Sun in the face with his right fist. The punch was extremely fast and powerful. Chen Sun reacted quickly, moving his body to the side and easily avoiding Gao Chang's fist. He pushed the punch with his left hand, reducing 90% of its force, and the fist just grazed Chen Sun's shoulder, posing no threat at all. Gao Chang was startled. He quickly adjusted his posture and followed with his left fist, hitting Chen Sun's chest. This time, he punched with great force and fierceness. He no longer pursued speed, but wanted to hit Chen Sun accurately. Chen Sun looked calm. He did not choose to dodge, but stood firmly in place. I thought to myself, I'll take this opportunity to test my physical strength and see how powerful this punch is. In a flash, Gao Chang's fist approached. Chen Sun adjusted his breathing slightly, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to take the punch. Bang! With a dull sound, Gao Chang's fist hit Chen Sun's chest heavily. How is it possible? The scene before his eyes made Gao Chang's pupils shrink instantly and he was shocked. Chen Sun's body was as still as a mountain, but the recoil from the fist made his arm numb. Feeling the impact on his chest, Chen Sun muttered silently, it is indeed powerful, much stronger than Qin Feiyang's bodyguards. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and he silently prayed to the god of rejuvenation in his heart, and the red skin under his clothes instantly returned to its original state. Chen Sun quickly extended his right palm, and quickly closed his 5 fingers, turning it into a fierce inch-long punch, hitting Gao Chang directly in the chest. Feeling Chen Sun's counterattack, Gao Chang was shocked and quickly retreated, trying to keep some distance. Chen Sun took a step forward, not giving him a chance to breathe. Gao Chang gritted his teeth and crossed his arms over his chest. The next second, a huge force erupted instantly. Gao Chang retreated more than 10 steps until he hit the wall of the conference room and barely stopped. I lost. The boss's strength is indeed unfathomable. I am convinced. Gao Chang lowered his head, breathing rapidly, and spoke slowly. He knew that Chen Sun had held back at the last moment. I was like a 3-year-old child in front of him, unable to fight back at all. I need a brother with the same skills as you. You alone are not enough. Chen Sun smiled slightly, of course I won't be treated unfairly. Uncle Chang, do you have any suitable candidates to introduce? Uncle Chang thought for a moment and said, Boss, there are indeed people in the army who are stronger than me, but most of them pursue stability and may not be willing to venture out. However, after I was discharged from the army, I joined an underground organization called the Warrior Alliance. There are many extraordinary people there, some of whom are stronger than me. Perhaps they can meet your needs. Chen Sun was a little curious. Warrior Alliance? Yes, there is a strict hierarchy there, divided into 3-level, 2-level, first-level warriors, and special-level warriors. Is there any way to recruit them? The Warrior Alliance respects strength. They listen to whoever is the strongest. The leader of this session has defeated 8 special-level warriors in a row, and she is a woman. Boss, if you can defeat her, manpower won't be a problem at all. Speaking of this, Uncle Chang's eyes changed, and he seemed to recall that terrible woman with some palpitations. Woman? Chen Sun raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. How strong is she? Gao Chang laughed bitterly and said self-deprecatingly, I can't survive even one move from her. Chen Sun nodded thoughtfully. Uncle Chang, what level are you in the Warrior Alliance? Ahem. I'm just a level 2 warrior. Chapter 47 Humiliate Her. Well, Uncle Chang, let's go together. Well, I'll explain the situation to my friends over there first. Uncle Chang took out his cell phone and greeted the contact of the underground organization. Soon the two of them walked out of Nevernight. Uncle Chang sat in the passenger seat and touched his nose when he saw Chen Sun's Lamborghini. He became more determined to follow Chen Sun. It seems that as a boss, I have more than just Nevernight. Following Uncle Chang's directions, Chen Sun drove into a dilapidated factory area in the suburbs. The area here is vast, overgrown with weeds, and the surrounding buildings have long been in disrepair. It is said that this land was once planned to be developed, but for some reason, it was abandoned and became the desolate place it is today. The two men walked slowly into the factory. The concrete floor under their feet was cracked and spider webs were formed on the high windows. This is one of the bases of the underground organization. Seeing that Chen Sun was a little confused, Uncle Chang explained in a low voice, Don't be fooled by the shabby appearance of this place, there is a different world inside. Then I walked through the dim corridor and came to a rusty iron door. Uncle Chang reached out and knocked on the door. It's me, please open the door. After a while, the iron gate slowly opened, and a burly man appeared, looking at Uncle Chang with surprise. A Chang, long time no see. When his eyes caught sight of Chen Sun, he looked alertly, sized him up and down, and was about to speak. Uncle Chang nodded at him, indicating that Chen Sun could be trusted, and the man then opened the iron gate. Unlike what Chen Sun had imagined, the interior of the hall was well organized and very modern. It was a tall and spacious space with a flickering ceiling and neon lights all around. 2 men were drinking on the leather sofa. The girls at the nearby tables gathered in a circle, discussing something. Waiters were walking around from time to time, and the air was filled with a faint aroma of wine. The whole space is a bit like a bar that never sleeps, but it's a little smaller. Yes, this is a bar. Uncle Chang said to Chen Sun with some pride, members of the underground organization also need to relax, and this is their gathering place. As he spoke, he led Chen Sun to a hidden spot in the corner, turned over the thick plank on the ground, revealing a deep passage. He nodded at Chen Sun, then took the lead and walked down. Seeing this, Chen Sun followed without hesitation. Walk straight to the bottom, the scene in front of you suddenly becomes clear, and a huge martial arts training ground comes into view. Various training equipment were placed around, including sandbags and wooden dummies, and dozens of warriors were practicing attentively in the venue. Chen Sun glanced across the field and found that the skills of these warriors were quite good. Their movements were clean and neat, and their auras were steady and powerful. Uncle Chang took Chen Sun through the martial arts training ground and walked deeper into the ground until a quaint wooden door appeared at the end. He stopped, turned around and said to Chen Sun, the head of the organization is inside, let's go. Uncle Chang knocked on the door, and heard a cold woman's voice coming from the room, come in. What a tall woman. After opening the door, Chen Sun's eyes were unconsciously attracted to the woman in front of him. The woman has a slender and long figure, tight and well proportioned, and the tabletop only reaches her hips. She leaned back on it, her tight top and gray sharkskin pants perfectly outlining her S-shaped figure. Chen Sun's heart was shaken when he saw it. He couldn't help swallowing and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. Boss, this is my boss, he wants to see you. Oh. The woman raised her eyebrows and looked at Chen Sun lazily, sizing him up casually. This was the first time that Chen Sun was looked at so wantonly by a woman. He frowned, feeling a little unhappy. You go out first. The woman said to Uncle Chang, then turned and walked towards the sofa. That curvy and tight enchanting back instantly caught Chen Sun's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Then he thought about it and used the identification technique. Name, Yunshuyu. Age, 26. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Charging, 0 times. Appearance, 96 points. The woman in front of me is actually a virgin. Is it because she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child that no one dares to have any interest in her? Chen Sun thought silently in his heart. Then he walked towards the sofa casually, sat down opposite the woman, and admired her with a smile on his face. Yun Shuiwei saw this, but didn't care at all. What do you want to talk to me about? I want to take over this underground organization. Handsome boy, if you want to do business, you've come to the wrong place. Hearing what Chen Sun said, Yun Shuiwei raised her long eyebrows. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Chen Sun stopped talking nonsense and said in a deep voice, you make a condition. The organization is not for sale. It's fine if you want to take over, but the prerequisite is that you have to convince them, don't you? As the woman's charming voice floated out, the next second, she turned around and kicked Chen Sun in the face without mercy. What a cruel woman. She actually launched a sneak attack. Let alone an ordinary person, even Uncle Chang would not be able to react to such a lightning-fast kick. Chen Sun put away his smile, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the woman's smooth calf. The reaction is good, but this is just the beginning. Yun Shuiwei sneered, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Before she finished her words, her slender body spun violently, and with the help of Chen Sun's hand, she flipped in the air, and her other leg hit Chen Sun's forehead fiercely. Chen Sun quickly raised his left hand and steadily blocked the attack, so strong. The woman's strength was beyond his expectation and made his arm numb. The woman in front of him was definitely the strongest opponent Chen Sun had ever encountered. Interesting. Seeing Chen Sun blocking her attack, Yun Shuiwei smiled. She took advantage of the momentum to land on the ground, kicked hard, and pounced towards Chen Sun, punching Chen Sun like raindrops, with each blow being extremely powerful. Chen Sun did not dare to be careless at all. He moved nimbly, dodging hard while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The woman's attack was too fierce, leaving Chen Sun almost no chance to breathe. At the moment when her last punch hit Chen Sun in the face. Got it. Chen Sun seized the opportunity, suddenly lowered his head, and slapped her plump breasts. The soft touch in his palm made him feel comfortable all over. A blush appeared on Yun Shuiwei's face, then she quickly adjusted her breathing, her eyes revealing fierceness. While Chen Sun was still sighing, he kicked him in the side of the face with great force. Chen Sun secretly thought that something was wrong and lowered his body. The woman's pretty legs brushed against his back and slid all the way to the back of his neck, about to kick him in the back of the head. If I win this time, I will be killed on the spot. In a flash, Chen Sun stood up quickly, causing the woman to lose balance and be flipped into the air by Chen Sun. Seeing that he was about to fall heavily to the ground, Chen Sun moved quickly and pulled him into his arms. Yun Shuiwei had never been treated so frivolously by a man before, so she quickly used her elbow as a knife and smashed back hard at Chen Sun. After holding on for 2 times, Chen Sun was a little overwhelmed and saw that the woman was still struggling. Chen Sun's big hands clamped the woman's wrists like iron clamps and pressed her to the ground. The two bodies were pressed tightly together, feeling the warmth and softness of jade coming from beneath them. Chen Sun's breathing stagnated, and he looked at the beauty under him with fiery eyes. Yun Shuiwei's eyes were filled with shame and anger. You are looking for death. Chen Sun was furious, and seeing that she was so ungrateful, he slapped that perky body hard with his big hands. The next second, a crisp sound echoed in the room. Pa pa. Chapter 48, Mizuki, the Masochist. Yun Shuiwei under Chen Sun was stunned for a moment and even forgot to struggle. She stared at the ground with dull eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. She felt ashamed and angry. It was the first time in her 20 years of life that she was treated like this by a man. A wonderful feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart. In a trance, she was brought back to her distant childhood, where she felt as secure as sitting on her father's shoulders and as comfortable as lying in her mother's arms. As expected of a martial artist, this body is amazing. Chen Sun felt the soft touch in his palm, and the rebound force was so strong that he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As Yun Shuiwei's movements gradually subsided, the strength of Chen Sun's slapping also weakened, and his movements became gentle, just like coaxing a baby to sleep. Her round buttocks filled the entire sharkskin fabric, outlining a breathtaking curve, which was particularly sexy in Chen Sun's eyes. Chen Sun's big hands that were slapping suddenly stopped and stayed on that seductive curve. His heart was beating wildly, and he opened his big hands as if he was grabbing a basketball and began to squeeze it uncontrollably. Ah! Yun Shuiwei under him couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and her rosy face seemed to be dripping with water. She was thankful that her back was facing Chen Sun, otherwise she would really like to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just when Chen Sun was immersed in it and unable to extricate himself, Yun Shuiwei under him began to struggle, shaking her waist. But unlike before, the force was not great, and instead there was a hint of coquettishness in it. Chen Sun was stunned, thinking to himself, is there something I didn't do well enough? He then changed his gestures, increased the force of the slap, and brought his palms down heavily. Yun Shuiwei let out a soft hum, her voice was soft and charming, and instantly ignited the desire in Chen Sun's heart. He quickly adjusted his position and reached upwards with his hands to explore, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat charming. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door and they both held their breath. Wait a moment. Yun Shuiwei's charming voice was heard. She turned around quickly, pushed Chen Sun away, and began to tidy up her messy clothes and hair. The next second, her legs went weak, her whole body felt weak, and she fell heavily to the ground uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chen Sun quickly stepped forward and helped her up. She wanted to push Chen Sun away, but her legs were really weak. In desperation, she had to hold Chen Sun's arm and finally got up. Chen Sun suddenly felt his arms sinking into something soft, and he felt secretly happy. At this time, Yun Shuiwei's charming face was rosy. Fortunately, she had practiced martial arts for many years and quickly adjusted her breathing. After pushing Chen Sun away, he slowly opened the door. Boss, something happened. As soon as I came in, I saw a Wei beating Afu. I saw a tall man panting and speaking in a panic. He was the man who opened the iron gate for Chen Sun before. Hearing the man's words, Yun Shuiwei frowned slightly and said in an annoyed and cold voice, "Take me to see it." In the training ground, the fight between the two continued. As the few top-grade warriors in the organization, their strength had reached the pinnacle. If Yun Shuiwei hadn't stepped in, no one would have been able to stop it for the time being. Stop it. After hearing Yun Shuiwei's words, Wei and Afu stopped their attacks, but the anger in their eyes had not subsided and they continued to stare at each other. Afu, the mission to protect Master Qin was arranged by the organization headquarters. Why do you stop me? Afu's veins popped out, his eyes were filled with anger. You keep calling him Master Qin, I'm afraid he's closer to you than your grandfather. Afu, whose original name was Li Fu, was once the Qin family's personal bodyguard. Many years ago, there was a fierce power struggle within the Qin family. In order to consolidate his position, Old Man Qin was willing to sacrifice the lives of his subordinates. Afu's brother was sent by Mr. Qin to carry out a dangerous mission, and eventually died tragically in a foreign land, becoming a victim of this struggle. After Afu learned the truth, he was filled with hatred towards the Qin family. You said it was arranged by the organization headquarters? Yun Shuiwei raised one of her legs high, jumped lightly, and stood on the stage. She knew about Afu's situation, so it was impossible for her to do this. The only explanation was that it was arranged by the headquarters. That's right. Wei said with a hint of pride, if it weren't for the head, you wouldn't know that I was protecting Master Qin until you die. Since it is a task assigned by the headquarters, everyone has his own choice, and this is a reality that cannot be changed. You. Afu gritted his teeth as he looked at the man in front of him who was protecting him and killing his relatives and enemies, but he was powerless to do anything. Yun Shuiwei sighed softly, walked to Afu, patted his shoulder comfortingly, and signaled him to calm down and not be impulsive. Afu stood aside, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. In our line of work, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. If you don't have the ability, don't pretend. Seeing this, Wei sneered, what if one day I accidentally? Everyone in the field heard the sarcasm in Wei's words. Not only because of his powerful strength, but also because he had an organizational mission in hand, no one dared to act rashly. At this time, even Chen Sun who was standing by couldn't stand it anymore. I advise you to give up the mission. Who are you? Are you looking for death? How dare you talk to me like that? Wei then noticed Chen Sun beside Yun Shuiwei. He glanced at him with contempt on his face. If you tell me to give up, I will give up. Who do you think you are? Chen Sun was not in a hurry and smiled slightly. Grandpa, what if I defeat you? Ha ha ha. Wei seemed to have heard a huge joke and laughed so hard that he fell over. It was the first time he saw Chen Sun's unfamiliar face in the organization. He didn't expect him to be so arrogant and ignorant. He waved his hand domineeringly, his voice like thunder, shaking the whole audience. I'll give you 3 moves. There are always people who think they are smart, okay? Chen Sun shook his head helplessly and sighed in his heart. As Ah Fu retreated, the surrounding crowd gradually moved away from the martial arts arena, leaving enough space for the two of them. Only Wei and Chen Sun were left on the field, and the atmosphere was tense. The people around are enjoying themselves, it would be a shame not to watch the excitement. However, no one thought that Chen Sun would win. After all, Wei's strength was recognized as strong in the organization. Only Yun Shuiwei in the audience couldn't help but feel sorry for Wei. When you lie on the ground begging for mercy later, remember to call me Grandpa. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wei stood confidently in the center of the field, looking at Chen Sun with a playful look. Has it started? Chen Sun said lightly. Seeing Chen Sun still looking calm at this time, Wei felt extremely unhappy and a fierce look flashed across his face. Open. Before he could finish, Chen Sun's center of gravity sank, his upper body leaned backward, his waist turned, and a tremendous force instantly burst out from his feet. Possessed by a martial arts master. The essence of Jeet Kune Do's iconic sidekick is delivering the greatest force at the fastest speed. Bang! 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 With three dull thuds, Wei's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall at the side of the field heavily. The field instantly fell into deathly silence, so quiet that one could even hear the sound of a pin drop. This is too powerful. Everyone around was stunned, with waves of shock rising in their hearts. Only then did everyone realize that it was no wonder that he was able to stand next to the head. Some people in the crowd were speculating in low voices, and the discussion gradually became louder. People from the headquarters? Such strength. Is he the head of the branch? Chapter 49. He is my man. Lying limp on the ground, Wei struggled to get up, but failed several times. He realized that his chest and ribs were broken and his injuries were too serious. He simply leaned against the wall and yelled at Chen Sun. You're done. You actually dared to destroy me. You're an outsider. The organization will not let you go. The crowd of onlookers also began to make a commotion and whisper. After all, Wei was a member of the organization, and no matter how bad his behavior was, it was not the turn of an outsider to teach him a lesson. Chen Sun looked around. He knew that if he couldn't give a reasonable explanation today, it would be difficult to calm the public anger. Just when he was feeling a bit of a headache and didn't know how to end it. He is not an outsider, he is my man. Wei's eyes widened, thinking that his ears had also been kicked and damaged. He shouted in disbelief, What? The charming voice sounded again. I said, he is my Yun Shuiwei's man. Yun Shuiwei's words exploded like a thunderbolt. For a moment, everyone present was stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Uncle Chang, who was watching, stood in the crowd, staring at Chen Sun, his expression of shock more intense than anyone else's. Only he knew that today was the first time Chen Sun and Yun Shuiwei met. Uncle Chang originally thought that Chen Sun was just amazing in martial arts, but he didn't expect that this guy's skills in picking up girls were even more unfathomable. He wanted to worship him as his master right now and kneel down before him just to ask one question: what happened in the room just now? Not to mention others, even Chen Sun himself was completely confused. He was clearly here to recruit soldiers, so how could he be kidnapped and become Yun Shuiwei's man for no apparent reason? He touched his chin awkwardly and muttered to himself, Am I really that charming? Even so, the corners of Chen Sun's mouth unconsciously lifted up, and the smile on his face could not be concealed no matter how hard he tried. He looked at Yun Shuiwei in surprise, only to see that her expression was cold and serious, and she had no intention of joking at all. Yun Shuiwei's parents left when she was very young. They said they were going on a long journey, but they never came back. That day, a man in black took her back to the organization's headquarters and she was trained in martial arts since childhood. After that, she began rigorous training. She had great talent and performed well in the tasks assigned by various organizations and never failed. When she came of age, she was assigned to an underground organization in Yangchang. Many years have passed, and no one would have thought that the little girl back then would now become the leader of an underground organization in Yangchang. She had never developed feelings for anyone, just because her master had taught her since she was little. No love, no hurt. Only by abandoning love can you reach the pinnacle of martial arts. This sentence has always remained in her heart and has become the creed she has adhered to for many years. But, just in the room just now, everything changed. That was the first time she had such close contact with a man, and was even flirted with by him. The strange thing was that instead of being angry with Chen Sun, she felt an inexplicable sense of security and assurance. The feeling growing deep in her heart made her feel both strange and fascinating. She even wanted to be played with more thoroughly by Chin Sun like before. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have fallen in love with the man in front of her. However, just now, Jin Shuiwei saw that the man she had chosen in her heart was being harassed in her own territory. The anger in her heart rose instantly. How could she tolerate such a thing? Away, you have been expelled from the organization. Yin Shuiwei said lightly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Away, who was lying limp on the ground, met Yin Shuiwei's gaze. His heart trembled violently, and he couldn't help feeling a little scared. He was too familiar with this look. That was when he was on a mission on a smuggling freighter in Europe. He had witnessed with his own eyes Yin Shuiwei walking out of the cabin covered in blood, with murderous intent in his eyes. Away covered his chest, his face pale, and climbed out of the crowd in panic, rolling and crawling to escape. He knew clearly that if he was a step later, this woman would really kill him. Let's go. Yun Shuiwei's voice sounded again. The crowd gradually calmed down, but they kept glancing at Chen Sun from time to time, their eyes full of envy and curiosity. Not only did this man defeat Away with one move, he might even be stronger than their leader. The most important thing is that their leader actually called him his man. Thank you. Chen Sun looked at the cool and beautiful Yin Shuiwei in front of him, who was wearing a pair of military combat boots and was as tall as him. Yeah. Yin Shuiwei exhaled sweetly and nodded gently. Her heartbeat quickened. She wanted to turn around quickly and escape from Chen Sun's sight. Wait a moment. Chen Sun was quick to grab her slender wrist. We are not done yet. Yin Shuiwei's hand was held by Chen Sun again, and her fair skin turned red instantly as if she had encountered an allergen. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil, and her voice was a little panicked. What happened? Chen Sun stared at Yin Shuiwei's beautiful eyes, which had no time to dodge. Yin Shuiwei's body instantly tensed up and became a little stiff. Chen Sun shamelessly probed, since you said you are my woman, then hand over this organization to me as well. Even Chen Sun himself did not expect that Yin Shuiwei actually nodded in agreement. Seeing that she agreed so readily, Chen Sun knew that the purpose of his trip had been achieved, and his mood instantly became better. He hurriedly exchanged contact information with Yin Shuiwei, thinking in his mind that he would find some female experts to fully arm Villa number 1. How about you come with me? Chen Sun bravely moved closer, with an expectant look on his face. Looking at Chen Sun, who was so close to her, Yin Shuiwei seemed to be suddenly speechless, stammering for a long time without being able to utter a word. Chen Sun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, just nod or shake your head. Yin Shuiwei first nodded, then shook her head, looking a little conflicted. Okay, I'll make time to come and see you more often. Chen Sun felt helpless, knowing that she couldn't get away for the time being, and said with some regret. Yin Shuiwei nodded and watched Chen Sun leave, with a barely perceptible melancholy flashing across her eyes. Walking out of the martial arts training ground, Chen Sun saw a figure standing not far away. It was Ah Fu. Your name is Ah Fu, right? Chen Sun said to Ah Fu in the distance, since the Qin family needs a private bodyguard and Wei is useless, why don't you do it? Me? Ah Fu pointed at himself in surprise. Yes, you. Chen Sun took a few steps closer and said seriously, you and I both have some connection with the Qin family. Helping me is helping you. Ah Fu looked at Chen Sun and nodded heavily, okay. Chen Sun patted Ah Fu's shoulder and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 50. Where is the hot spring? Uncle Chang followed Chen Sun and slowly walked out of the underground organization. He had a look of admiration on his face. Boss, you are so awesome. When Uncle Chang saw Yin Shuiwei's gentle attitude towards Chen Sun, he couldn't help but think of the tiger in his own family. She is slightly plump, with big wavy hair and heavy makeup. She likes to wear tight clothes in bright colors. She has a jade pendant around her neck and gold bracelets on her wrists. My career has just started to pick up in the past 2 days. I came home a little late. My wife stood at the door with her hands on her hips and asked loudly, why are you back so late again? Do you have a woman outside? This is not like marrying a wife, it's like asking for an ancestor back. Uncle Chang feels miserable, but he has nowhere to tell. Boss, cough cough. Uncle Chang came forward, winked and asked in a low voice, can you teach me a few tricks on how to subdue a woman? Chen Sun glanced at Uncle Chang beside him, with his shiny bald head and muscular body. The eye-catching dragon tattoo on his arm formed a huge contrast with the obedient way he was asking questions. Or, try buying a wig first. Chan Sun suggested lightly. Really? Uncle Chang confirmed cautiously, with a hint of doubt on his face. The two quickly got into the car and drove all the way back to Nevernight. When they were about to get off the car, Uncle Chang said, "By the way, are you going to the charity auction tomorrow afternoon, boss?" "Yeah." Chen Sun responded simply, his eyes looking into the distance through the car window. He had no interest in this auction, he just wanted to clarify the doubts in his heart. "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow?" Uncle Chang asked tentatively. He really wanted to see what the upper class looked like. "Okay," Chen Sun said lightly. After hearing the boss's clear reply, Uncle Chang got out of the car happily and said goodbye. There are villa areas near Shanshui Manor, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. People who live here are either rich or noble, and have prominent status. The sky gradually darkened and everything was quiet. The street lights light up one by one, reflecting the luxury and tranquility of this area. Shen Sun was driving slowly on the road when he saw the vehicle in front of him suddenly brake. The loud noise of the tires rubbing against the ground scared him. If he hadn't reacted quickly and stepped on the brakes in time, he would have crashed into it. Shen Sun frowned, wondering, is this a scam or something went wrong? He parked the car, opened the door and walked out, just about to open his mouth to teach the other party a lesson. His eyes inadvertently swept across the license plate, A88888. Shen Sun was stunned. Damn, what's this license plate? The owner must be someone quite famous. He saw an old man in the car holding his chest and fainting. Two men and women in black quickly got out of the car, took out a vibrator and put it on the old man's chest to try to save him, but the old man still did not wake up. The man looked up, his eyes met Shen Sun's, and he warned him coldly, "Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, get out of here." Shen Sun saw the old man foaming at the mouth and shivering, looking very pitiful. He couldn't help but think about his own miraculous healing powers, wondering if they could come in handy. Shen Sun walked forward calmly, wanting to try to rescue him. Seeing this, the woman beside him asked in panic, "Can you save people?" Shen Sun nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let me try." The next second, the man suddenly stood in front of Chen Sun, with a vicious look in his eyes. "Boy, do you know the price of meddling in other people's business?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. Each move was fierce and went straight to the vital points, obviously wanting to put Chen Sun to death. "I'm trying to save someone out of kindness, and you're going to attack me? If it weren't for testing the effectiveness of the treatment, I would have ignored you." Shen Sun thought secretly in his heart, and just when the man was about to punch again, he dodged sideways and kicked the man on the back. The man lost his balance and fell to the ground. The more Chen Sun thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the vibrator on the ground and started beating the man hard. It was not until the sound of bang 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 of electricity was heard and the man fainted from unbearable pain that Chen Sun was satisfied and ready to turn around and leave. "Wait!" The woman caught up and grabbed Chen Sun. "Please save him." She knew that if the old man died, she, as his bodyguard, would also be implicated because of his status. As expected of a big shot's female bodyguard, this delicate and tender figure is really good. Shen Sun looked at the woman's body. Her curvy figure was quite pretty. If I get the chance in the future, I will also learn the style of this great man. Suddenly, the woman knelt down without caring about her image. Shen Sun's heart softened when he saw this and he sighed. Alas, heroes have always been unable to resist beautiful women. He walked up to check on the old man's condition and was shocked. Is he poisoned? What? When the woman heard this, her face suddenly changed. She seemed to remember something and looked at the unconscious man. Shen Sun placed his hand on the old man and used the power of the system to slowly expel the toxins from his body. After a while, the old man's mouth was like a fountain, scattering flowers from the sky. Shen Sun quickly turned his body to avoid it. Seeing this, the woman walked up and patted the old man on the back. After a while, the old man actually opened his eyes. He was poisoned by a slow-acting poison and won't recover in a short time. I can only temporarily extend his life for a few months. Seeing the old man wake up, the woman knelt down and clasped her hands together. Thank you, thank you. Young man, what's your name? I will reward you in the future. The old man raised his hand slightly, his voice weak. Chen Sun waved his hand impatiently. Mind your own business, old man. He was thinking about going back early to treat Sister Ya. Watching Chen Sun driving the Lamborghini away from his sight, the old man slowly sat up and nodded thoughtfully. Then, he looked at the unconscious man in black with cold eyes and said to the woman, "Bring him back to me. Now." When we returned to Villa Number 1, we found the empty hall and there was no sign of Sister Ya and Xiao Yun. Chen Sun stood at the door, feeling a little lonely. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the room, and Sister Ye gently pushed open the door and walked out. With an apologetic look on her face, she whispered, "I'm sorry, boss. I saw that you weren't back yet, so I took a break." "You're being too polite, Sister Ye." Chen Sun was delighted to see Sister Ye, and quickly waved his hands, saying in a gentle tone, "It's okay, are you feeling better? Where's Xiaoyun?" "She went to the city hospital to see her parents." "I see." Chen Sun agreed verbally, but in his heart he was thinking about when he would find time to treat Xiaoyun's parents as well. After all, they will be his family in the future, and he doesn't want to see Xiaoyun sad and crying. The next second, Chen Sun's mind couldn't help but become active. "So, tonight, it's just me and Sister Ye in the villa?" He smiled foolishly as scenes that were not suitable for children appeared in his mind. Chen Sun said shamelessly, "Ahem, without further ado, tonight's treatment preparations have begun." "Ah, isn't it once a day?" Su Jingya opened her red lips slightly, her face a little red. In fact, her hesitation was entirely out of consideration for her reputation, and she was not resisting Chen Sun's treatment in her heart. She said hurriedly, "Wait, let me clean up." Then she ran back into the house shyly. "Ah." Chen Sun sighed helplessly, "Women are really troublesome." He wandered around the villa board and inadvertently walked to the hot spring pool in the backyard of the villa. He looked at the hot steam rising from the hot spring, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. There's a hot spring here. Chapter 51. Her love is like spring water. When Sister Ye appeared in front of Chen Sun again, Chen Sun's eyes widened as he was instantly astonished by her beauty. It was worth the wait. Tonight, Sister Ye dressed up carefully and put on beautiful makeup. The delicate eyeliner outlines the contours of her beautiful eyes, with the tail slightly raised, and a few strands of hair stick to her snow-white neck, adding a touch of charm. She was wearing a long white skirt with a slit to the middle of her thigh, revealing her long, beautiful legs faintly beneath the veil. The white mist from the hot spring lingered around her, making her look as holy as a fairy. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sister Ye felt Chen Sun's malicious gaze and spat softly. Chen Sun came back to his senses, realized his gaffe, and quickly closed his slightly open mouth, thinking that he must have looked like a fool just now. He quickly scooped up some hot spring water and splashed it on his face, calmed himself down, and his eyes gradually became profound. Chen Sun sat down on the edge of the fountain pool, and naturally pulled Sister Ye over with his big hands, his movements gentle yet domineering. Su Jingya's cheeks flushed and she pursed her lips embarrassedly, revealing two shallow dimples that looked particularly beautiful. The two of them slowly sat down on the edge of the pool, and Sister Ye's pair of soft, jade-like feet swung gently across each other. There is a red rope tied on it, which is particularly obvious in the hazy fog. Chen Sun's eyes were unconsciously attracted. He pointed at Sister Ye's red string and said with a smile, "It's the same as you, very beautiful." "Really? Do you like it?" After hearing Chen Sun's praise, Su Jingya's eyes lit up. "It is regarded as a marriage thread. According to legend, Yu Lao will bring two people who are destined to be together. "Oh, I see." Chen Sun had a look of sudden enlightenment on his face, but his eyes were fixed on Sister Ye's pair of white jade feet. The light blue blood vessels on it were clearly visible, and Chen Sun's throat swallowed involuntarily. Seeing that Chen Sun was somewhat interested, Su Jingya took it off considerately. She supported herself on the edge of the pool with her hands, jumped lightly into the hot spring, turned around and pulled Chen Sun's big feet over without any disgust. She stretched out her two slender hands, considerately wrapped the red rope around Chen Sun's ankles, and tied it carefully for him. Su Jingya's behavior made Chen Sun feel flattered. When her jade fingers brushed across his skin, the subtle touch instantly made Chen Sun's heart beat faster and his body reacted unconsciously. He looked at Sister Ye, who was surrounded by white mist in front of him. She seemed to carry a sacred aura, and for a moment he felt a little embarrassed to desecrate her. Just after Sister Ye tied the red rope, Chen Sun stepped into the water in a panic. His body was close to Sister Ye, and his skin accidentally brushed against her arm. Even after he entered the water, he was unable to calm the throbbing in his heart. In the dim night, the ambient lights next to the hot spring are dim and soft, and the mist and lights are intertwined, creating a charming atmosphere. Su Jingya submerged her entire body into the water, leaving only a small head exposed above the water. She soaked in the warm spring water, feeling a sense of security in her heart. She smiled and closed her eyes, enjoying the beautiful and comfortable moment. Suddenly, a small spider hung from the air on the landscape tree next to the hot spring and landed in front of her. Su Jingya looked at the little spider in front of her with some panic, and her body unconsciously stepped back. Seeing this, Shin-sun reacted immediately. He quickly reached out and pulled Sister Ye into his arms, and reached out to grab the spider with his other hand. Okay, it's okay. Shin-sun comforted her softly, and his big hands tightened on Sister Ye's round shoulders. I caught it. As he said this, he was about to stretch out his clenched hands to show Sister Ye. Su Jingye saw Shin-sun's hand approaching and frowned slightly. Hate it, throw it away quickly. Seeing that it was about to reach her, she dodged backwards suddenly, and her head hit Shin-sun's chin. She turned around in a panic, raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Shin-sun with concern. Are you okay? Shin-sun then let go of Sister Ye's hand and spread out his other hand, which was empty. I was just kidding. I threw it out a long time ago. Before he finished speaking, he saw Sister Ye in the hot spring looking at him with eyes as clear and moving as autumn water. Shin-sun could no longer control the desire in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed her without hesitation. Su Jingye lost her balance and fell backwards, and the two of them sank into the hot spring together, splashing water everywhere. She was a little flustered and slapped her hands on the water, creating ripples, circle after circle, in the hot spring. Upon seeing this, Shin-sun gently held her in his arms and continuously supplied her with air through his lips. The two people under the water were very emotional, and the kiss was deep and long. The ripples on the water surface gradually dissipated and the water returned to calm. With a whoosh, the two of them stood up again. Su Jingye's hair was soaked, with water droplets hanging at the ends of her hair, slowly sliding down her neck. Her makeup was also wet by the water, the eyeliner at the corners of her eyes was smudged, and her bright red lips were slightly dimmed by the water vapor. But in Shin-sun's eyes, it added a bit of natural charm. She snorted and turned away with a hint of annoyance on her face. Su Jingye didn't like such dangerous actions, but the exciting feeling just now lingered in her heart for a long time. Shin-sun hugged her gently from behind, lowered his head, and placed his warm lips on her skin, while his big hands began to wander around uncontrollably. Well. Su Jingye wanted to refuse cruelly, but the feelings in her heart made it difficult for her to control herself. Her face flushed and she struggled awkwardly. Seeing Sister Ye's gentle movements, Shin-sun became bolder in his heart. He used a little force and picked up Sister Ye, ready to take a step further. Sister Ye, Sister Ye. Where's Sister Ye? Shin-yun, who had just returned from the hospital, began to look for Sister Ye in the villa. Su Jingye, who was in the hot spring, heard a noise coming from the front yard and tried to get up in panic. Her foot accidentally stepped on a place where it shouldn't have stepped, and Shin-sun grimaced in pain, but dared not make a sound. Seeing Sister Ye turning her head with some confusion, Shin-sun suppressed the pain in his body and forced a smile. What's wrong? The two men hurriedly climbed ashore. Even though it was clearly their own home, they tiptoed like thieves. Shin-sun couldn't help but touch his chin. Not yet successful, still need to work harder. The two of them returned to their houses separately, and fortunately neither of them met Shin-yun. Su Jingye changed into a set of clean clothes as quickly as possible, took out a towel and wiped her hair briefly, then slowly walked out of the room. Shin-yun walked around the living room, but couldn't find anyone. She had no choice but to sit alone on the spacious sofa, mumbling, "Where are all the people?" Su Jingye pretended to walk over casually and said with a smile, "Xiaoyun, you're back so soon?" Yes, Sister Ye, I also brought back some barbecue, come and try it." Shin-yun smiled innocently and shook the barbecue bag in her hand. At this time, Shin-sun also walked down the stairs. Seeing Sister Ye's serious look, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman is so shameless when she tells lies. "You are all at home, but you ignored me when I told you to, woo-woo." Shin-yun pretended to be innocent and threw the barbecue on the expensive coffee table made of 1,000-year-old rosewood. Okay, let's eat." Shin-sun walked forward and hugged Shin-yun, then sat on the sofa, trying to divert her attention. During mealtime, the three of them just stared at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shin-yun's eyes moved back and forth between Shin-sun and Su Jingye's wet hair. A sly look flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly spoke. "You must have done something bad behind my back." Chapter 52. The most disdainful thing is lovesickness. Hearing what Shin-yun said, Su Jingye and Shin-sun raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. "Would you like to try this skewer of grilled gluten? It tastes really good. By the way, how are Uncle and Aunt recovering?" The two of them spoke one after another. When her parents were mentioned, Shin-yun's expression instantly dimmed. "Thinking about how I was eating skewers with laughter while my father was lying alone in the hospital bed." Shin-yun's heart was gripped tightly. She was stunned for a while and didn't say anything. With a mouthful of grilled mushrooms still in her mouth, her cheeks puffed up, a tear silently slipped down from the corner of her eye. She lowered her eyes and said a little aggrievedly, "Mom is fine now, but Dad is still the same. He is still lying in the hospital bed and his condition has not improved." During the few days she spent with Shin Yun, Sister Ye had gradually become familiar with this thoughtful girl in front of her. She still remembered that when she opened her heart to Shin Yun and talked about her parents for the first time, she cried heart-wrenchingly. After that, Sister Ye carefully avoided these topics, for fear of touching her inner pain again. Seeing Chen Sun accidentally mentioning it and making Shin Yun cry again, Sister Ye felt distressed. While gently holding Shin Yun's small hand, she looked at Chen Sun with a slightly reproachful look. Noticing that the two women were in a low mood, Chen Sun looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. He stood up, took the tissue beside him and wiped his mouth, and said to Shin Yun in a gentle tone, "Be good and finish the barbecue, I will accompany you later." "Really? Chen Sun, do you really have a solution?" Shin Yun widened his eyes, hope burning in his eyes. "Don't forget, who cured Sister Ye?" Chen Sun raised the corner of his mouth and spoke confidently. Wu Shin Yun burst into laughter instantly, rushed across the coffee table, and threw herself into Chen Sun's arms. She didn't care about Su Jingya standing beside her at all. She hugged Chen Sun's neck tightly with both hands and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. However, she was not tall enough and her movements seemed a little clumsy, but in Chen Sun's eyes, she looked very cute. It was not until Chen Sun saw Sister Ye looking at him with gratified eyes that he lowered his head and moved his face closer to Shin Yun. Feeling the greasy and sticky temperature on his face, he wiped it with his hand in disgust. Shin Yun caught a glimpse of his little action from the corner of her eye, and immediately pouted her lips and shouted angrily, "Do you dislike me?" After saying that, she snorted coldly, turned her back, and shrugged her shoulders slightly, as if she was angry. Chen Sun smiled helplessly, exerted a little force with his arms, lifted her up from behind, and placed her steadily on his thighs. He reached out and gently teased her elbow until she couldn't hold it in any longer and twisted her body in laughter. After a while, she struggled out of Chen Sun's arms and sat next to Sister Ye. Seeing this, Su Jingya considerately took out a few tissues and gently wiped her face, then stood up and started to clean up the remaining garbage on the table. Chen Sun saw that the barbecue was almost finished. "Let's go and take a look." "Sister Ye, do you want to join us?" Su Jingya lowered her head, cleaning the table while watching the two people playing around out of the corner of her eye. She shook her head gently and said calmly, "I'll stay in the villa to clean up, you guys go." It's not difficult to hear the disappointment in her heart if you listen carefully. Tonight, she spent a lot of time dressing herself up, thinking it would be an unforgettable night. However, when she looked at Shin Yun's happy appearance at the moment, she knew that she needed Chen Sun's company more than she did. This is a compulsory course for an older sister, because apart from this, she has also met Chen Sun's other girlfriend. If he can't even accept an innocent little girl like Shin Yun, how can he accept another woman? She comforted herself in this way in her heart, trying hard to suppress the trace of sadness. Until I saw Shin Yun jumping for joy and holding Chen Sun's big hand, and the two of them walked out of the villa side by side. She sat down on the sofa somewhat weakly and sighed softly. On the way to the city hospital, Shin Yun's mood gradually calmed down. She looked at the scenery outside the car window, not knowing what she was thinking, and her eyes turned to Chen Sun. At this moment, Chen Sun, who was driving, was focused and serious, and his deep eyes were fascinating. The Patek Philippe watch on his wrist glows faintly in the night, highlighting his noble temperament. Shin Yun's eyes were unconsciously attracted. She thought, "My parents will meet Chen Sun later. How should I introduce him?" She tilted her head and said to Chen Sun as if possessed by a ghost, "Husband." Chen Sun glanced at Shin Yun and saw her looking at him expectantly. That tone, that expression, that look, made him think of his first time with Nian Ning. At that time, she was shy, wrapped around him like an octopus, and hummed softly. "Husband." Shin Yun's words rang out again, shocking Chen Sun's heart. He quickly sat up straight and steadied the steering wheel with both hands. "Hey." He. Shin Yun became happy when she saw Chen Sun's response. Soon, the car drove to the gate of the city hospital and stopped. "I am most willing to forget the ancient poems, and I disdain lovesickness the most." The music in the car started playing slowly, and Chen Sun turned around to look at Shin Yun, who was smiling. Under the moonlight, she had bright eyes and white teeth, was young and innocent, and so charming, just like when I first met her. Chen Sun shook his head, and remembered that she had said that she would stay with him until the end. Even if I could turn back time now, what could I change? He didn't want to go back to the past, back to that cramped rental house, back to the past when he was useless. He would never forget the look she gave him when she left that day. He once secretly swore in his heart that he must make a name for himself. Chen Sun felt a dull pain in his heart, but he endured it, smiling, and unconsciously tightened his grip on Xinyun's hand. Ah! It hurts. Xinyun's hand felt a little painful. She frowned and pretended to be angry and said, Chen Sun, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, Xiaoyun. Chen Sun finally reacted. He quickly kneaded Xinyun's hand gently and brought it to his mouth to blow on it. How can it be so exaggerated? Shen Yun was amused by Chen Sun's sudden gentleness. The next second, Chen Sun pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. Seeing this, Shen Yun stretched out her little hand, gently patted Chen Sun's broad back, and said comfortingly, Okay, I'm not angry. Chen Sun slowly let go of her, without saying anything, just turned his head, quickly opened the car door and got out. Shen Yun accidentally discovered that there were faint traces of moisture on her clothes. It seems that my charm is even greater than Sister Ya's. She muttered and quickly followed Chen Sun. Chen Sun, walk slower. She stretched out her little hand and held Chen Sun's hand, feeling extremely satisfied. After a while, she seemed to remember something, opened her 5 fingers, and interlocked her fingers with Chen Sun. I want to have what Sister Ya has. Chapter 53, Tacit Understanding Between Men. In the cold ward of the city hospital, the smell of disinfectant is very pungent. The man lay quietly on the hospital bed, his body wrapped in gauze due to an accidental car accident. In this case, the cost of complete cure is very high, and subsequent treatment is even more expensive. What about Xiaoyun's tuition? How long are we going to keep this secret from her? If it doesn't work, let's just forget it. The woman spoke helplessly, and the thin man remained silent, breathing heavily. A few days ago, the 100,000 yuan that my daughter Xiaoyun borrowed from somewhere was also used up in the operation. That money was like a stone thrown into a bottomless pit, without even a single echo. Chen Sun never goes to the hospital when he has a cold or a fever, he just endures it. He doesn't like the heaviness and helplessness of the hospital. Xinyin took his hand and led him to the door of the ward with ease. Then she stopped, raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Come in. A voice came from inside the door. She pushed the door open and pulled Chen Sun in. The room was not very big, but it contained 4 beds, lined up in a row, each with a patient lying on it. Hey, Xiaoyun, why are you back again? When Mr. Shen saw Xinyun appear, he spoke with some surprise. Mother Shen, who was standing by, looked at Chen Sun with some curiosity. She has worked in a garment factory for many years. Although she couldn't recognize the brand of what Chen Sun was wearing, she could tell from the texture that it was not cheap. Especially the watch on the wrist that emits a faint light, it must be very expensive. After Xinyun introduced her parents to Chen Sun, she hesitated. Mom and Dad, this is Chen Sun, Fortunately, Chen Sun noticed her embarrassment in time and took over the conversation. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, I am Xinyun's boyfriend. His calm and steady voice made Mr. and Mrs. Shen feel relieved. Hello, young man. Xinyun's mother greeted Chen Sun very warmly. It should be you who lent money to my Xiaoyun. She was quick-witted and her eyes were moving, and she soon realized that her daughter seemed to be hooking up with a rich man. It's not a loan, we are all family members. After knowing that Shen's mother's surname was also Chen, Chen Sun responded in a gentle tone. After hearing this, Shen's mother felt reassured. It's really rare to find a young man like him who can still stay with Xiaoyun at this time and never leave her. Of course, the most important thing was to hear what he said. It seemed that the money didn't have to be repaid, and she was very touched. She hurried forward and shook Chen Sun's hand enthusiastically, her voice a little excited. Oh, that's great. If you two are well, old Shen's condition will get much better too. She mentioned Shen Wen's condition intentionally or unintentionally, and her eyes were always observing Chen Sun's reaction. Auntie, I'm here for Uncle's business. Chen Sun smiled slightly and said sincerely, Don't worry, I will do my best to help. Really? Oh, that's great. Mother Shen laughed happily, and as she spoke, she glanced at Father Shen lying on the hospital bed. Look at him, he's handsome, young and promising, and so considerate. Then he immediately turned around and said to his daughter, And Xiaoyun, you are so lucky to have found a boyfriend like this. When Xinyun heard her mother say this, she stood aside shyly with a faint blush on her face. She knew that her mother preferred rich men, but when she saw him for the first time today, it still somewhat overturned her views. Mom just sold me out like this? Seeing how much her mother liked Chen Sun, she thought hatefully in her heart. Father Shen lying on the hospital bed looked at Chen Sun secretly. This young man not only has good looks, but is also quite reserved and polite. It seems that he is not what I imagined. It seems that you still need money. Facing the respect from Shin's mother, Chen Sun personally experienced the taste of it. Then he walked to Mr. Shin's bedside. Uncle, I have learned some medical skills. If you don't mind, I can help you take a look at the situation. Father Shin nodded, okay, thank you for your help. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open and a nurse came in with the payment slip. She said impatiently, hey. You guys should pay the medical bills for this bed. How long have you been in arrears? Shin Yun turned around and looked at her parents with some doubt. Didn't we make it over? Mother Shin avoided his gaze and pointed hesitantly at Father Shin on the hospital bed, signaling Shin Yun not to ask her. It's okay, just swipe my card. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shin Sun spoke up. By the way, let's change Uncle Shin's room into a single room. Single room? Shin's mother smiled with relief. It seems that I was right about him. This young man is indeed capable. As Chen Sun spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the nurse, then continued to reach out to check on Mr. Shin's physical condition. However, when the nurse saw Chen Sun's hands pressing on the patient, she quickly scolded him. What are you doing? The patient needs to rest now, you will only make the condition worse. Father and Mother Shin looked at each other, and they looked at Chen Sun somewhat helplessly, wanting to speak but not knowing how to say it out loud. Shin Yun, who was standing by, heard what the nurse said and immediately stood on Chen Sun's side. He is also a doctor, I believe him. What doctor? Don't you have basic common sense? The nurse said coldly, the patient is in a very fragile condition now. If you press like this, it will more easily cause internal bleeding. Just as the nurse was about to step forward to stop him, Chen Sun suddenly spoke. Okay, Uncle Shin, please try and see if you can stand up and walk. When everyone in the ward heard Chen Sun's words, they instantly fell silent. Mr. Lee, a fellow patient in the next bed, struggled to raise his head and look at Mr. Shin. Only Father Shin's eyes were fixed on Chen Sun. He felt that when Chen Sun pressed on him just now, a warm current passed through his body, nourishing his body. His body seemed to be a little different. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he tremblingly supported Chen Sun beside him and carefully got out of bed. He actually stood up. Although his movements were slow and not as flexible as before. An expression of surprise immediately appeared on Shin Yun and her mother's faces. Shin Yun's eyes were red, and she held Chen Sun's hand tightly. Chen Sun, you were so amazing. My dad can really walk. The nurse at the side stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He could only think of one possibility and spoke slowly. Since you've recovered a long time ago, why are you still lying here and delaying paying the medical bills? After the nurse finished speaking, she didn't dare to meet Chen Sun's gaze and quickly walked out of the room. It's better this way, so as not to expose myself. Chen Sun thought secretly in his heart. After the nurse left, Shin's mother was seen pinching Shin's father's arm. Don't you know your own body? You know how to enjoy life. You lie in bed every day. At this moment, Father Shin on the hospital bed had a subtle look in his eyes, and only he knew what was going on. Chen Sun met Father Shin's gaze, and neither of them spoke. They nodded to each other knowing what was going on. Chapter 54 Sister Ya, are you asleep? Oh, thank you so much, Chen Sun. Although she didn't know what happened, Shin's mother was very excited to see that Mr. Shin's condition had improved. She held Chen Sun's hand and was extremely happy. The way he looked at Chen Sun was like looking at a treasure, and he was satisfied no matter how he looked at him. There was deep appreciation and recognition in his eyes, as if he had already decided that Chen Sun was his son-in-law. You are really our family's lucky star. Since you came, old Shen's condition has improved. God is really watching over us. Hearing Shen's mother's sigh, Chen Sun smiled knowingly, his voice neither hurried nor slow. Yes, Uncle's condition has indeed improved a lot. He will recover slowly after a few more days of rest. Have you eaten? I'll go downstairs to the fast food restaurant to buy some food, and then we can have a meal together. Mother Shen looked at Chen Sun with concern. No, Auntie, I've already eaten. Oh, I see. You are quite strong, young man. Do you exercise regularly? Mother Shen looked Chen Sun up and down, her eyes full of admiration. Young people should be like you. It's rare to have both health and career. Chen Sun thought silently in his heart, looking at the way Shen's mother looks. Xiaoyun's chatterboxness is all inherited from her mother. This is the first time we meet, and I didn't bring any gifts. Please forgive me, uncle and aunt. Chen Sun scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, thinking that he came here empty-handed. You've helped us a lot. Father Shin on the hospital bed showed a long-lost smile. None of this is important. What's important is your thoughtfulness. That's right. Mother Shin's eyes lit up as if she suddenly thought of something. How did you and Xiaoyun know each other? Hearing this, Xiaoyun's face instantly blushed. She hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed her mother's hand, and scolded her. Mom, please stop talking. I'm very busy at work, I don't have time to chat about this. Seeing her daughter like this, Shin's mother couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you are so precious? Okay, Mom won't say anything more, I won't say anything more. Having said that, her eyes still wandered back and forth between Chen Sun and Xiaoyun, and she was muttering softly. When will I give Mom a grandson? Seeing her mother talking more and more outrageously, Shin Yun's cheeks turned hot like a sunset cloud. She pulled Chen Sun's hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Chen Sun understood what was going on, smiled at Mr. and Mrs. Shin, and spoke politely. Then I will go back today. I will come back to see you too when I have time. Okay. Shin's mother nodded with a smile and glanced at the car keys that Chen Sun casually placed on the table. There was even more concern in his eyes. You drove here, right? It's dark at night, be careful on the road. Yeah. Chen Sun nodded in response, and bowed to Shin's mother and Shin's father on the bed. Uncle and aunt, I'll leave first. What are you standing there for, kid? Come on. When Shin's mother saw Chen Sun turning around and leaving, she saw Xiaoyun still standing there and quickly pushed her. Xiaoyun didn't like her mother's look, so she quickly said, Dad has to change rooms later, I'll stay and help. Can you please have a bit of backbone? Father Shin on the hospital bed also frowned and looked at Mother Shin with a little helplessness, signaling her not to go too far. Xiaoyun still sent Chen Sun to the door, staring at him with sparkling eyes. Thank you, Chen Sun, thank you so much. Are you sure you won't be back tonight? Yeah, it's rare for Dad to smile so happily. I want to spend more time with them. Shinyun nodded, and then added mischievously, besides, you and Sister Ye won't be unhappy because of my interruption, right? Ahem. Chen Sun scratched his head awkwardly. Just as he was thinking about how to start talking, he saw Shinyun throw herself into his arms. Your heart is beating so fast. She put her face against Chen Sun's chest and said softly. You should go back and accompany her soon. Don't worry, I won't be jealous. Shinyun said, closing her eyes, raising her head, waiting for Chen Sun's response. Seeing this, Chen Sun moved forward and kissed her hard with his thick lips. Shinyun leaned close to Chen Sun's ear, lowered her voice, and said something mysteriously. That day, she went to Sister Ye's room and saw Sister Ye taking a shower. She playfully took a peek and ended up seeing something she shouldn't have seen. After hearing this, Chen Sun's face was shocked. He muttered to himself, is this true? But I couldn't suppress the urge to go home immediately. Seeing Chen Sun's bashful look, Shinyun said angrily, it's such a good deal for someone. Ha ha. Chen Sun was in a good mood and pinched Shinyun's delicate little face with his big hands. Then I'll go back first, you take care of yourself. Shinyun didn't turn around until she saw Chen Sun's back gradually disappearing. She couldn't help but feel a little envious of Sister Ye. I envy her exquisite appearance, long legs, and flawless. 10 o'clock in the evening, Villa Number 1, private butler room. Su Jingya sat in front of the makeup mirror and sighed softly. She slowly removed the makeup she had carefully applied today. The face in the mirror was still as delicate, but with a hint of sadness. Today is already beautiful. She whispered to herself to comfort herself. Not everything can go as you wish. She turned off the lights and was getting ready for bed. There was a faint rustling sound outside the door. Could it be that Chen Sun is back? Her heart tightened, and she walked quickly to the door with anticipation. She opened the door and found that it was just the strong wind outside blowing through the bamboo forest, making a rustling sound. Her eyes dimmed and she returned to the room somewhat disappointed, smiling at herself. Su Jingya, Su Jingya, you are really thinking about love. She lay back on the bed, closed her eyes and ignored the noise outside. Chen Sun returned to the villa and found the hall very quiet, without even a single person in sight. The lust in his heart was stopped by Xiaoyun halfway, and it was difficult to calm down now. He walked to the door of Sister Ye's room and found it was dark inside. It seems that Sister Ye has fallen asleep. He couldn't bear to wake people up from their sleep because of his own selfish desires, so he quietly stepped back. Chen Sun didn't turn on the lights and sat quietly on the sofa in the hall. Click. With the light of the lighter, he lit a cigarette. He opened his phone and found several unread messages. Stupid, have you slept yet? Did you miss me today? Shensun saw the message sent by his friend and smiled knowingly. I think about you, every day. Then, my friend sent me another message. I have good news for you. Shensun was a little curious. What good news? I passed the preliminary round and have entered the semi-finals of the top 10 singers. Ah, you are worthy of being my friend. Come on, I am rooting for you. After the two of them finished chatting, Shensun clicked on the video from Ruashi. The large-scale picture that popped up made him feel a little excited and hot. It's better to be a married woman. She understands what I want. Shensun lay on the sofa with his head resting on his hands, his legs crossed, and circles of smoke coming out of his mouth. He squinted his eyes, and his thoughts drifted to Sister Ching. He didn't know if it was because he was worried or what, but he was always thinking about her. Shensun always felt uneasy when Sister Ching was not around. His strong possessive desire prompted him to send a message. Sister Ching, are you asleep? After waiting for a long time without any response, Shensun called again, but no one answered. Shensun was a little confused, thinking about how Sister Ching always refused to let him spend the night with her. What is going on? Shensun frowned. He decided that after Sister Ching came back, he would investigate her thoroughly. The sound of bang was particularly harsh in the empty hall. Just as Shensun stood up, his knee accidentally hit the coffee table. When he looked up, he saw that the light in Sister Ya's room suddenly lit up. Chapter 55, Indescribable Taste. Sister Ya, are you still awake? Shensun walked over following the light and spoke softly. Why, are you unhappy? Tell me, and make me happy. Looking at Sister Ya's sleepy appearance and slightly messy hair, Shensun couldn't help but joke. It's Shensun? When Sister Ya pushed the door open and saw Shensun appear, she suddenly felt a little flustered. Her originally depressed mood instantly brightened up, a smile bloomed on her pretty face, and two shallow dimples were faintly visible. She turned around somewhat embarrassedly, wanting to go back to her room and tidy herself up. Under the warm light, Sister Ya's face without makeup is still beautiful and charming, and her delicate skin is flawless. She was wearing a beige silk suspender nightgown, and the light shone through the thin fabric, outlining the contours of her long, beautiful legs. Shensun just watched the erotic video sent by Ruashi. The heat in his heart had not yet completely subsided, and it was immediately ignited by the slightly charming Sister Ya in front of him. He grabbed Sister Ya, who was about to turn around and go back to her room, and closed the door. The light in the room that had just come on went out again in an instant. Shensun gently took off Sister Ya's shoes and noticed that the red rope on her ankle had reappeared. This is what my grandma left for me. There are two of them, one for you and one for me. Sister Ya lowered her long legs from Shensun's shoulders and explained carefully to Shensun. However, Shensun was distracted at the moment and could not hear anything. He moved anxiously and pounced on him. You smell like cigarettes. Just as Shensun got closer, Sister Ya's reproachful voice came from below him. Shensun was a little at a loss. He touched his chin awkwardly and stood up to wash up. Seeing Shensun let go of her and turn to walk towards the bathroom, Sister Ya quickly stood up and tiptoed to the dressing table. She picked up the cosmetics skillfully and quickly put on a simple light makeup. Just when she put down her makeup brush, Shensun had just finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. Why, you still put on makeup before going to bed? Shensun's eyes were fixed on Sister Ya. Su Jingya actually didn't hate the smell of cigarettes on Shensun, she just wanted to give herself some time to make herself appear more perfect in front of him. She lowered her head, two dimples appeared on her face, and said softly, girls should always make themselves look better. Does it look good? After putting on her makeup, Su Jingya became much more confident. She leaned close to Shensun's ear and spoke sweetly. When Shensun thought of what Xiaoyun said, his heart beat faster. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, and now he just wanted to explore that secret garden. Shensun's nose could smell the faint fragrance of Sister Ya and the warm breath coming from her body. His breathing gradually became rapid, and the defense line of rationality slowly collapsed. He could no longer control himself, and he picked up Sister Ya by the waist and threw her heavily onto the bed. It was late at night and the light in the room was dim. However, Shensun did not need to use his eyes to confirm anything. With his big hands, he felt the smooth and delicate touch with his fingertips. The feeling is so wonderful that it is beyond words and can only be understood. The two exhausted people slept until the afternoon. Sister Ya is still so fragrant. It feels so good to spend the night with her. Chen Sun lay lazily in Su Jingya's arms, his tone full of satisfaction. At least, she was not like Sister Qing, who was in a hurry to kick him out after finishing. Okay, get up and have breakfast. Sister Ye patted Chen Sun's cheek gently and spoke lovingly. After a night of passion, Sister Ye's body also underwent subtle changes. She felt an indescribable sense of comfort in her lower abdomen, and her whole body was filled with energy. She walked to the makeup mirror and found that her complexion became more moisturized and radiant, and there was a different kind of charm between her eyebrows. The two of them simply washed up and walked to the living room together. Su Jingya then asked the staff to prepare breakfast. At the dinner table, Chen Sun recalled the conversation he had with Sister Ye last night. By the way, Sister Ye, haven't you always wanted to buy a house? Chen Sun put down his chopsticks. Su Jingya heard this and nodded, yes, but it's not much different. In this way, you add your name to Villa number 1. Chen Sun waved his hand with a bit of heroism. I'll transfer another $1,000,000 to you as pocket money for you in Shaoyun. Really? Su Jingya widened her eyes, feeling a little bit unbelievable. The dream that I have been pursuing all my life is within my reach in the blink of an eye. She felt like she was living in a dream, or maybe this world was too magical. Aren't you afraid that I will run away? Su Jingya was a little curious about Chen Sun's answer. Chen Sun looked into Sister Ye's eyes and said trustingly, you are my woman, and what's mine is yours. Hearing Chen Sun's answer, Su Jingya lowered her head, pursed her lips, and remained silent. She was deeply moved. Seeing this, Chen Sun took Sister Ye into his arms, feeling the soft body of the beauty in his arms. He immediately remembered the wonderful taste of last night, and his body reacted unconsciously again. Noticing that something was wrong with Chen Sun, Sister Ye hurriedly broke free and stood up. What do you want to do in broad daylight? I do. Chen Sun quickly took over the conversation, grinning, daytime is good. Without saying anything, he grabbed Sister Ye's legs, held her horizontally in his arms, and strode towards the nearest room. Boss, someone is looking for you outside. At this moment, a female employee of the villa ran outside the living room and shouted at Chen Sun through the glass. Hearing this, Su Jingya quickly let go of her arms around Chen Sun's neck, her face slightly flushed. Seeing this, Chen Sun had no choice but to put Sister Ye down and walked out of the living room with some resentment. Su Jingya slowly followed Chen Sun to the door of the villa. She saw a black Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Bentley. 2 luxury cars were parked one after the other in front of the door of Villa number 1. The car door opened and several men in suits got out, following closely behind a bald man. Although he didn't make any movement, Su Jingya felt that he didn't look like a good person because of his ferocious face. Her heart tightened and she subconsciously grabbed Chen Sun's hand. Chen Sun smiled and squeezed her hand, then turned his head and looked at Uncle Chang with cold eyes. Why are you making such a big scene? And you brought 2 little brothers with you. You're so impressive. Uncle Chang touched his nose and felt a little regretful. I had originally been thinking about meeting some upper-class people, and finally I was no longer being ignored. You know, in the past, when Huang Yue went to Nevernight, he always brought Huang Mao or Xiaoming with him. This time when he had the opportunity, he deliberately brought a few of his men with him to support him, but he didn't expect that this would make the boss unhappy. He quickly bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, boss. After saying that, he turned his head, waved to the men in suits behind him, and shouted in a low voice. All of you, get in the car at the back and get out of here. When Sister Ye saw this scene, her expression froze for a moment. Chapter 56 Little Beauty Gu Shu Yao. Sister Ye, do you want to go with me? Chen Sun waved his hand gently and waved it in front of Sister Ye. Su Jingya came back to her senses and was a little confused. Where are you going? Chen Sun took Sister Ye's hand and said, I heard there is a charity auction going on. Let's go and take a look together. As the villa's personal housekeeper, Su Jingya has no days off in her work and her life revolves around this manor. Since she came here to work, she has hardly ever stepped out of this place. Although the manor is large, life in the villa is not monotonous. But the boring life day after day made her, who already loved traveling, want to go out and see the world. Thinking of this, she nodded without hesitation, okay. Uncle Chang looked at Su Jingya in front of him. She was dressed in an OL uniform and high heels, a standard secretary and housekeeper outfit. The gentleness in her words and actions, and her boss's attitude towards her. His quick-witted brain reacted immediately, this woman is the boss's woman. Uncle Chang stood respectfully beside the car, bowing slightly, please get in. Su Jingya took Chen Sun's arm and stepped gracefully into the back seat of the Phantom with her long legs. This was her first time riding in such a luxurious car, and she was still a little nervous. She gently adjusted the hem of her uniform to make sure her image was intact. After the phantom was activated, Su Jingya took out a small makeup mirror from her handbag and carefully touched up her makeup. Chen Sun sat beside her, his eyes vaguely fixed on her long, beautiful legs. Sister Ye, you don't want your makeup to be messed up, do you? Seeing that Sister Ye's mind was on the things at hand, he suddenly moved closer and lowered his voice. Then, a pair of big hands naturally touched it. Uncle Chang, who was driving the car, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the scene in the back seat through the reflection in the rearview mirror. He was startled and quickly straightened his back, sat upright and looked straight ahead, as well behaved as a primary school student. Stop messing around, come and see if the color of my lipstick is suitable for you. Sister Ye pursed her rosy lips, turned around and said to Chen Sun coquettishly. After hearing Sister Ye's words, Chen Sun finally set his eyes on her lips. Although he knew nothing about the shade of the lipstick, he still pretended to examine it carefully and said, "It looks good. It suits you very well." Yeah. After hearing Chen Sun's words, Su Jingya contentedly turned the lipstick back and stuffed it into the small bag she carried with her. She raised the corners of her mouth, trying to push away Chen Sun's wandering hands, while admiring the beautiful scenery outside the window. The auction venue was not far from Shanshui Manor where Chen Sun lived. But the winding mountain road stretched the journey to more than an hour. Chen Sun and Su Jingya in the car were laughing and joking, looking very happy. Uncle Chang, who was driving, didn't dare to move, for fear of angering his boss. Until the car finally drove to the parking lot of Hentaying Manor. Uncle Chang let out a long sigh and loosened his stiff body. He walked quickly to the back seat and respectfully opened the door for Chen Sun. Hentaying Manor and Shanshui Manor are both at the ceiling level in Yangcheng. Different from the free and easy style of landscape manor, it is full of life. Hentaying Manor is located on a hill at a high altitude, surrounded by dense forests, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The main building of the manor is a retro-European castle, and its white exterior walls emit afterglow in the sunset. The pointed towers reach the sky, magnificent. The gardens in the castle are neatly trimmed, dotted with water droplets from the fountains. Oh, it's so beautiful. Su Jingya's eyes were full of amazement, and she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to take pictures with Chen Sun. He wanted to record these beautiful moments, just like the travel photos that covered her bedroom walls. I didn't expect there is such a building in Yangcheng. Chen Sun also sighed in his heart. Uncle Chang stood at the back, looking at the rows of luxury cars in front of the manor gate. In particular, the license plate Yang A88888 attracted his attention. It seems like following the boss is the right thing to do. He once again strengthened his determination to follow Chen Sun. At the same time, the crowd waiting in the manor hall also noticed them. Chen Sun was wearing a well-tailored suit, looking young, handsome and talented. Su Jingya, who was standing beside him, was wearing an OL uniform, looking elegant and capable. Her exquisite makeup and tall figure make her particularly eye-catching. Uncle Chang behind him was dressed in a suit and had a calm aura. The appearance of these three people attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd was whispering and guessing secretly. Whose young master is this? Why have I never seen him before? Upon seeing this, the receptionist hurried forward and led them to the lobby to sign in. After completing the admission formalities, I respectfully handed over my number tag. The auction will be held in the banquet hall of the manor. The greeter smiled and pointed to the huge circular hall in the center. There is still an hour before the auction starts. You can walk around and take a rest first. Okay. Chen Sun nodded and took the number plate 88. The hall of the manor was noisy with voices of people chatting in groups of 3 or 5. He turned around and saw the library nearby, and wanted to go in and have some quiet time. Then let's go for a walk and meet up here later. Okay. Su Jingya's eyes were a little excited, she wanted to experience this place well. Uncle Chang's pockets were already stuffed with business cards, and he was worried about not having the opportunity to expand his business. As the general manager of Nevernight, he knew that now was a good time to build new connections. He blended into the crowd smoothly and started chatting with upper-class people. Chen Sun walked into the library alone, which was like a museum. On the tall bookshelves, there are all kinds of precious manuscripts and ancient books. He casually pulled a book from the bookshelf. Just as I was about to open it and take a look, I suddenly felt the urge to smoke. I couldn't help but think that it would be a bit exciting if I lit up this place with a cigarette. He sat in his seat, squinting his eyes slightly, enjoying the relaxing and comfortable moment. The setting sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the quaint bookshelves, and the air is filled with the faint scent of books. A short-haired girl suddenly caught his eye. The girl was wearing an off-white silk miniskirt and had a fresh and refined look. Chen Sun's slightly drooped eyes suddenly lit up. I saw the girl standing on tiptoe, trying to take a book off the bookshelf. Seeing this, Chen Sun walked over quickly, reached out to take the book, and handed it to the girl. "Thank you." The girl took it, hugged it, and a grateful smile appeared on her face. "You're welcome." Chen Sun waved his hand. The girl raised her head and looked at the man in front of her with some curiosity. He had an extraordinary temperament, completely different from the crowd making loud noises in the front yard. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you here for the auction too?" "Yes." Chen Sun quickly opened the book in his hand that he had not read a word of. "I like reading the most. What about you? Do you like reading uncles too?" The girl looked at Chen Sun, who shared the same interests and hobbies as her, and couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards him. "Yes, my name is Gu Shuyao, what's yours?" "Nice to meet you." Chen Sun said this and reached out to hold Gu Shuyao's soft little hand. "Yao Yao. The auction is about to begin." From behind, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Gu Shuyao shyly struggled to break free from Chen Sun's big hand. She walked obediently to the middle-aged man, and before leaving, she turned back and waved to Chen Sun. The middle-aged man's eyes swept over Chen Sun vigilantly. Seeing that Gu Shuyao was safe and sound, he felt relieved and took her out of the library. Chen Sun also stood up at this time, put the Jinping Mei in his hand back on the bookshelf, and prepared to go to the auction. Chapter 57. Where is Sister Ya? Chen Sun came out of the library and saw Uncle Chang already in the lobby. "Uncle Chang, where is Sister Ya?" Chen Sun was a little surprised that he didn't see Su Jingya. "I just looked around the hall and didn't see her. I thought she was with you." Uncle Chang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Chen Sun's heart tightened, and after exchanging a glance with Uncle Chang, the two of them prepared to set out to look for him. As they walked out of the hall, they heard footsteps coming from the garden. "Over there," Uncle Chang reminded. Chen Sun nodded, and the two of them quickly headed towards the garden. In the garden, Su Jingya adjusted the angle of her phone, wanting to take some beautiful pictures of flowers and plants. A man followed closely behind her. Chen Hao didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman here. He fell in love with Su Jingya's charming long legs under the OL uniform at first sight. Chen Hao knew that a woman dressed like this must have no background and would be the easiest to get. He was full of confidence and went forward to strike up a conversation, but the woman didn't give him any face at all. At this moment, he was filled with unhappiness. He was Chen Hao, the son of the Chun family, and he had always been rampant in the social circle. "Over the years, no woman has dared to reject me, Chen Hao." He took a sudden step forward and pointed at Su Jingya, his tone full of arrogance. Su Jingya frowned slightly, feeling a little disgusted. She didn't expect that she would be harassed by such a scoundrel just because she came to the garden to take pictures. The man opposite her spoke in an arrogant tone and asked for her contact information right away. He continued to pester her even after she refused. Considering that he claimed to be the son of the Chun family, Su Jingya suppressed her unhappiness. She didn't want to fall out in public, nor did she want to bring trouble to Chen Sun, so she turned around and prepared to leave. However, in Chen Hao's eyes, her action seemed like a sign of weakness, and Chen Hao became even more unscrupulous. He grabbed Su Jingya's wrist with such force that it hurt her slightly. "Let me go, I don't even know you." Su Jingya scolded coldly. She quickened her pace, trying to break free from Chen Hao's hand. Behind Chen Hao, two bodyguards in black stood there expressionlessly, turning a blind eye to everything in front of them. Although the so-called celebrities around also noticed the unusual situation, due to the power of the Chen family, no one dared to intervene. As soon as Chen Sun and Uncle Chang stepped into the garden, they saw this scene. Chen Sun's anger was instantly ignited. Just as he was about to step forward, Uncle Chang beside him rushed out first. "How dare you touch the boss's woman?" Uncle Chang shouted angrily, and with swift movements, he grabbed Chen Hao's thin arm, swung it hard, and directly flipped him backwards. Chen Hao staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the bodyguard behind him was quick-witted and caught him. After standing firm, Chen Hao looked vicious and waved his hand. The bodyguard behind him took action immediately and kicked Uncle Chang with a high sweeping kick, catching him off guard. The kick knocked Uncle Chang to his knees. Uncle Chang supported himself on the ground with his hands, gritted his teeth, and tried hard to get up. Who is this person who dares to offend the young master of the Chen family? Let's go quickly, so as not to get into trouble later. Someone whispered. Yes, the auction is about to start. I'll go in first. Someone echoed, fearing that he would be involved. There was quite a commotion in the garden, and celebrities around cast their eyes over. But when he saw Chen Hao's face, he quickly looked away. Chen Hao's style is exactly the same as the second young master of the Qin family, arrogant and domineering, and he has no scruples. The Chen family's name is well known in the circle, and no one dares to provoke them easily. Seeing this, Chen Sun quickly stepped forward and protected Su Jingya behind him. He glanced at Sister Ye and confirmed that she was okay, then heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Sun forced himself to calm down and glanced at Uncle Chang on the ground. He stared straight at Chen Hao, his voice cold. Are you looking for death? Chen Hao saw that his bodyguard had completely suppressed the person on the opposite side. Seeing that Chen Sun only dared to talk big and did not take any action, he became more convinced that Chen Sun was afraid of him. Ha, do you know who you are talking to? Are you out of your mind? Chen Hao laughed arrogantly. However, the next second, Chen Hao's laughter stopped abruptly. Snap! A crisp slap sounded in the garden. Chen Sun attacked with lightning speed, so fast that even the two bodyguards behind Chen Hao had no time to react. Chen Hao only felt a burning pain on his face, and was knocked to the ground by the slap. Ouch! Ouch! Chen Hao covered his swollen cheek and wailed in pain, his eyes full of shame and anger. He never thought that he would be slapped in public. His dignity as the son of the Chun family was completely destroyed, which was even more painful for him than killing him. You! Seeing this, the two bodyguards rushed towards Chen Sun without hesitation, with fierce movements. However, Chen Sun just smiled coldly, and his body floated as light as willow catkins, avoiding the attacks of the two. At the moment when the two bodyguards missed their target, Chen Sun stretched out his hands and accurately grabbed the back of their necks. Before the two of them could react, they were picked up by Chen Sun like chickens. Bang, bang. With two dull thuds, the two bodyguards were knocked heavily to the ground. This scene shocked everyone present, and the crowd fell silent instantly. Chen Hao struggled to get up from the ground. The red and swollen palm prints were clearly visible on his face, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His doubtful eyes were full of confusion as he muttered to himself. Why? How could he defeat the bodyguards that the family had spent a lot of money to hire with just one move? He subconsciously touched his mouth and found something uncomfortable. He touched it again and found that a tooth had been knocked out. Chen Hao's face turned pale. He held another loose tooth in his mouth and endured the pain in his body. He turned around in humiliation and walked into the banquet hall. He wanted to keep the evidence well and let his father see it to avenge him. Seeing Chen Hao leaving in a disheveled state, Chen Sun withdrew his gaze. He glanced coldly at the two bodyguards lying limp on the ground. Get lost. The two bodyguards struggled to get up, supporting each other and keeping up with Chen Hao. At this time, a woman who looked like a bodyguard walked quickly from a distance. She was about to enter the banquet hall when she was attracted by the noise coming from the garden. Following the sound, I saw Chen Hao's back as he left. She was very confused. Who was so bold as to teach Chen Hao a lesson? She took a few steps forward, her eyes fell on Chen Sun, and she was stunned. Isn't this young man the one who saved Mr. Chen's life at that critical moment that day? When she saw Su Jingya behind Chen Sun, she immediately understood what was going on based on her understanding of Chen Hao's character. She felt anxious and walked quickly into the banquet hall. Chapter 58: The Origin of Nian Ning. Su Jingya stood behind Chen Sun, looking at his back, shocked. This was the first time she saw Chen Sun take action, and she had never thought about it. Chen Sun's skills are so amazing. The man who immediately took action to protect her behind him. Su Jingya couldn't help but feel touched, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Uncle Chang, covered in dust and dirt, slowly stood up. He touched his nose awkwardly, with a look of embarrassment on his face. I'm sorry, boss. I'm embarrassed by my limited skills. Uncle Chang's strength is indeed slightly inferior to the bodyguards of these top young masters. It's okay, let's go in first. Since we are here, why don't we go in and take a look? Chen Sun thought about it and strode towards the banquet hall. The three of them walked down the wide staircase and entered the banquet hall of the manor. This is a huge circular hall with magnificent decorations. The red carpet stretches from the entrance to every corner of the hall, which is surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows that overlook the beautiful scenery of the entire manor. The waiters, dressed in neat uniforms and holding trays, moved among the crowd. This is the venue for Yangchang's annual top charity auction. Only the top figures in Yangchang who have received invitations are qualified to enter. The rows of round tables are extremely luxurious, and each table is covered with a white tablecloth. There was an elaborate floral arrangement in the center of the table, and a few scented candles lit the candlesticks. The exclusive number plate, symbolizing distinguished status, was placed next to the champagne and red wine. Su Jingya took Chen Sun's arm and walked slowly into the venue. The two walked side by side and sat down at seat 88, attracting the attention of many people around them. Although this position is not in the front row, the view is excellent and you can see everyone's every move. Uncle Chime opened a bottle of champagne and poured it for Chen Sun and Su Jingya. Chen Sun gently raised the champagne glass, took a sip, and looked towards the stage. The president of the charity foundation announced. All the lots are donated by celebrities. All proceeds from the auction will be used to support education and medical care for children in poor mountainous areas. Then, the sexy host in a red evening gown came on stage to introduce the items to everyone. The center front row of the auction. An old man was sitting there with his back against a chair, eyes slightly closed, motionless. Although he looked a little haggard, his aura was still as steady as a mountain and no one dared to underestimate him. This person is none other than Chen Bendao, the current head of the Chen family. Nian Ning, where's Howard? It's already started, why haven't you seen him yet? He tilted his head and asked in a low voice, with some dissatisfaction in his tone. Dad, don't worry, I'll go check it out right away. Upon hearing this, the girl next to him kindly poured a glass of champagne for Chen Bendao and comforted him softly. Well, go quickly, and come back soon. Chen Bendao nodded, took the champagne and took a sip, then slowly placed the glass on the table. Just when Nian Ning was about to get up and look for Chen Hao, a disheveled figure suddenly jumped in from the side. At this moment, Chen Hao had completely lost his dignity and looked like a loser. He was hunched over, with obvious scars on his face and swollen cheeks making him look particularly pitiful. He sat in a seat nearby with an innocent look on his face, feeling very emotional. He pointed at his face, his voice leaking, and shouted, Dad, someone hit me. This sudden change made Chen Bendao frown. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chen Hao with a sharp gaze. What's going on? Who is so bold as to lay hands on you? Chen Bendao is not the second generation of a family in the traditional sense. At that time, he was just like Chen Sun, with nothing at the age of 20. By chance, I followed my boss to attend the birthday party of Su Ning, the youngest daughter of the Su family. When he first saw the birthday girl, he fell in love at first sight. After the banquet, he blushed, plucked up his courage, and went up to chat with her. What he didn't expect was that Su Ning, the arrogant eldest daughter of the Su family, did not look down on him. During this unexpected encounter, the two had a great chat and enjoyed themselves. Su Ning's smile was bright and sunny. She held his hand and danced in the courtyard like a white swan. Her figure left an indelible mark in Chen Bendao's heart. He just stared blankly, his heart beating wildly. At that moment, he secretly swore that he would marry no one else but her in this life. However, reality is always cruel. The two of them are not a good match, and even if they truly love each other, they will eventually be ruthlessly separated by worldly forces. Chen Bendao knew in his heart that if he wanted to be with Su Ning, he had to change his destiny. So, he resolutely set up his own business, began to take root in Yangzhou City, and worked hard. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. He went from being a poor boy with nothing to becoming bigger and stronger. In recent years, his career has been booming and his name is well known in Yangzhou City. However, when he was alone, he looked back. But he found out that his beloved girl, Su Ning, had already married someone else. The day he learned the news, he finally understood. My 30 years of perseverance and waiting, my fantasies and obsessions day and night have all turned into nothing. When he was feeling discouraged, fate gave him a heavy gift. His best friend who had fought alongside him and conquered the world together died in a car accident, leaving behind a baby girl. He decided to adopt the baby girl, giving her a home and a reason to start over. He named the baby girl Chen Yanning. Chen Yan is his thought. When I think of Ning, I mean Su Ning. He did this to commemorate his dead love. A few days later, he quickly got married, even though the woman was not the one he truly loved. However, he didn't know. Invisibly, the wife he found was also a lady from a well-off family who was a good match for him. It was as if the gears of fate had turned again, hitting him like a boomerang. pulling him back to the world he once wanted to escape from. He was nearly 50 years old when he finally met Chen Hao. It's not that he doesn't know Chen Hao's stubbornness, but when he saw Chen Hao's scars and heard the grievance in Chen Hao's words, he felt very uncomfortable. He still couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who did it?" The Chen family is so big, even if he is a dying candle in the wind, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. He didn't believe that, apart from the four major families, anyone in Yangzhou City would dare to touch his son. As long as people are in the manor, no one can escape. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the venue. At this time, Chen Bendao's personal female bodyguard walked sideways to the front of the table. Originally, she was not qualified to enter the venue, but Chen Bendao had instructed her. As soon as you get news about your savior, no matter what happens, you must tell him the first time. The female bodyguard leaned close to Chen Bendao's ear and whispered something. Chen Bendao's expression suddenly changed drastically. It was even more exaggerated than seeing Chen Hao's miserable appearance. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The family members around him noticed that people came to the Chen family's table one after another, and seeing the change in Chen Bendao's expression, they all turned their eyes over. They were a little confused. What could have caused the usually calm and composed Chen Bendao to be so flustered? What's wrong with Mr. Chen? He looks so unhappy. Has something serious happened? Looking at his expression, something terrible must have happened. Even he can't keep calm. They talked in low voices and speculated secretly. Qin Zhentian, the head of the Qin family, raised his eyebrows with a guilty look, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, his eyes uncertain. Are you sure? Chen Bendao could not hide his excitement, and his hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly. The female bodyguard nodded heavily and turned to face Chen Hao. Chen Hao saw the female bodyguard beside him winking at him frantically. He didn't understand what was going on and kept crying in front of Chen Bendao about his miserable experience. He thought that his appearance was not tragic enough and his words were not realistic enough, so he performed even harder. Dad, you have to make the decision for me. He held his head high, became more and more excited as he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, the next second. Bang! A crisp slap resounded throughout the venue. The crowd shifted their gazes away from the sexy female host on the stage and looked over here. Chen Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his father actually slapped him. His swollen cheeks became thicker again, and his already loose teeth could no longer withstand the torture and fell to the ground. Wow! Chen Hao lowered his head, spat out the tooth that was almost swallowed, and stood there in a daze.